for Demeter and MILF.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in to DbD Gauntlet for our Saturday scrims. Today we are joined in with some lovely casters today. Introducing herself, Sailor Sweet.
Hey guys, I'm Sailor Sweet. It's great to be here. I'm excited to see all the teams play today, and hopefully we have some really good matches.
As well as a new caster we have today, Angie Turtle. Welcome in. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I am Angie Turtle. I am super excited to be here. My first time in the 5v5. Super excited. I know it's just a scrim night tonight, but I'm excited to see things transpire, see all the competitors. Um, yeah, I'm really excited to be here. Thanks for inviting me, guys.
Alrighty. So we have a lovely format here of 5v5. We are performing 5 different survivor teams versus 5 different killers. Each of them are going to be practicing with picks and bans that they have performed outside of today's tournament. So what that means is within our Discord, they perform picks and bans on the killers that they want to face on the maps that they want to go against. In this format, survivor teams are able to practice against specific killers, and this kind of provides a nice, friendly, sort of competitive environment where people can decide what they want to do instead of being more strict on that format. Let me go ahead and get our invites in here soon, but we are going to be preparing for our first match today. Team Reverie versus Spartan DbD on the Xenomorph.
Okay.
Alrighty, we're going to be starting the match here soon, everyone. Just as a statement there for those who are currently watching, we have decided to move forward with a 30-second delay during our matches, and this goes in effect for other people who are also going to be streaming from their perspective as well. That is the intention that we want to have. Some people may not perform that intention, but that is what we are moving forward with as DbD Gauntlet, just to kind of keep a professional atmosphere and ensure that people have the integrity to play the match and not feel like they were cheated or stream sniped or anything of that sort. So just a little statement before we move forward. So welcome in everyone in chat. Thanks for stopping by. You know, it's bright and early in the morning. For some people.
I see some calls to be hydrated in chat. I do appreciate the hydrating the turtle. Angie, are you hydrated?
I am super hydrated.
Excellent. I will also hydrate. Kester, I suggest you do the same.
I'm actually drinking some water now too, yeah.
W, we love a good hydration call. We
It
should
is a
get some
bit of a
channel point
bit.
redeems for that.
It's a bit of a bit. I may or may not have been waterboarded by my chat at one point.
That's very rude of them.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like we're getting ready to load into the first match. Xenomorph is a fun killer. Should be an interesting match. I'm curious to see how the various teams today will manage the turrets. That can be kind of difficult, right? Because you got someone in chase, someone trying to do gens, but you also want to set up turrets. Do you set up double turrets? Where do you put them? So I'm excited to see how our teams manage that today.
I'm really excited to see the teams here. I know I've seen a couple of these teams before since I am new to the Gauntlet, though. I'm really excited to see all the competitors that we have. Xenomorph is one of those killers that has a lot of flexibility. You know, they can move across the map really easily. They can hit across pallets. But, I mean, as you mentioned, those turrets, they are super crucial to ensure they're being placed in good locations and that loopers are familiar with where they're located. Makes it a lot easier for them to try and keep some pressure here. As we see, we already have a turret set up over here at main shack.
Yep, we got a pretty early find here. Saw some footsteps coming out of the tunnel. Survivors may not be aware that Xenomorph can see your footsteps in the tunnel. They also get Killer Instinct when they emerge out of the said tunnel. So Spartan here was able to find somebody pretty quick, getting in that hit.
And as we noticed, this Jake did a really good job about passing his chase right into where the turret was. Over here, doing a crouch tech, trying to prevent getting hit by the tail whip here. Knowing if he did go through that pallet, he was 100% going to get that down. So very smart technical play there.
Ooh, trying for the M1. That's the hard part about Xeno is with the tail. Ooh, they tried to come in for the hit. Didn't quite get it. I was going to say, though, sorry. Xeno with his tail can hit easily over pallets, shorter obstacles, etc. So you really have to be smart about how and when you use pallets, pathing around like small rocks and stuff, because sometimes you just get screwed anyways.
Yes. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty nervous about that pick right there. We they were chasing away from the down. However, it was just, I didn't feel like there was a whole lot of time there, so you got really lucky with them not coming back in for that pallet save.
I know. All right, we see the first gen pop back into tunnels. Let's see who we can find. We didn't see any footsteps or anything, but we do see someone running off here. Not gonna chase them though.
We do also hear some gen progress down here over by the main building. Scratch marks over here.
Scratchies leading to who it be? Who it be? I don't know. It's a mystery.
Looks like
we'll
we
never
have
know.
that Jake again over here.
Oh, it's a Jake. Ooh, that's a good find for Spartan. Trying to get your tunnel out is going to be really important here. So he has no reason to leave this. Let's take a peek around.
And as we noticed, it looked like Kate came over kind of debating whether or not they wanted to get involved in this chase. Another thing we have to think about here is we're looking at this from a competitive standpoint here. These games, gameplay thought sense here is a little bit different than what you might be used to seeing if you are, you know, what we like to call a pub pounder over here. We like stomping in the pubs, a little bit different. There is this nice balance between altruism that we have to kind of worry about. You know, is it worth taking a hit? More than likely, Xeno is just not going to commit to that chase. Kate would have ended up being injured, and then we would have to worry about a reset. So very smart, being cautious about whether or not they really needed to get involved at that point.
And for those who may not be familiar, typically teams will have what we call an in-game leader in IGL. That's the person that should be making that call saying, hey, Kate, go take that chase, or don't. And then the players really just need to follow the IGL because they've got a bigger picture in mind. And that's kind of what keeps the team together, having that solo point of decision making. Finding the Kate here, speaking of.
Ooh. Unfortunately missing that tail whip, and we do lose another generator on the map. So we do have 2 gens to go. Looks like Tari over here is broken. Did we see a deli or a second wind?
That might have been up for the people, because Tori was not hooked.
Oh, you're right. Tori was not hooked.
Yeah.
You are absolutely correct.
So we have an FTP player, which is great. That's very smart on the survivor side, trying to keep the Jake alive. You don't want that tunnel out to come in. The 3v1 becomes a whole nother story. Double turret action. We love it. Great pathing by the survivor to take it to the double turrets.
That's interesting.
Again,
though.
we were talking in the morning that turret management's important.
Yeah, I usually spread turrets apart, but seeing them use double turrets together, that will be something I probably might use in my future pub matches against Xenomorph.
Yeah, and the reason behind, I'm sure there's a few reasons behind it, but at least what I think about is by the time the Xenomorph can get rid of one of the turrets, the other one will take him out of power, which is really what you want. You want to get the Xenomorph into M1 so that you can avoid that tail attack. So the double turret allows for that, because they can only attack one turret, and then they have the cooldown, right? So, but it's not just the double turret, it's kind of where you place it, because you also want to place turrets just generally where chases are going to go, but also just far enough outside of a loop that the killer would have to go out of their way to get rid of it. And that therefore making the killer choose between going M1 or continuing as is. Lots of progress on this generator here. Leaving the Jake. Jake is our death hook and injured. I'm curious why Spartan decided to leave that. Probably to protect this generator.
I think there's a couple thought patterns here, right? Jake is the tunnel out, so he makes the most sense as far as getting out of the game to try and hopefully halt some progress. However, at this point, I mean, the progress is pretty much already gone. Whether or not he's tunneled out of the game, like, we're so far into the match, like, having 3 people versus 4 people isn't going to make a huge difference. I think at this point, we already had an injured survivor. Like, we're focused more on getting that fresh hook, I think.
Yeah, and I think too, he would have been a good pain res.
Yes. We can hear him crying in the main here. It looks like Kate's kind of hanging out in the area, so she's going to try and take this chase. She is healthy, so one would assume, Tari's hanging out on hook. Oh, potentially a deli play here. And looks like Ace is more than likely our player. Oh my god. Was that a no-ed play?
Love that. Love the no-ed play.
No-ed play here. Getting another fresh hook. Doors are open, or I would assume
no-ed being in play here makes trying to save this a little bit more difficult for the survivors. So the survivors could just take the outs. That is an option, obviously. Coming in when there's no-ed in play, you kind of have to find no-ed first, and it looks like our Xeno is kind of hooked right by their no-ed. They might just have to let Kate go here, because without cleansing no-ed, even if you go in with 2 or 3 people for the save, it just takes 1 hit. So we see the survivors trying.
One thing to be mindful of with oh my goodness, the miss on the M1.
Not with the no-ed, no.
The one thing about no-ed you have to be mindful of too is the fact, and they're gonna have endurance, is no-ed doesn't typically work on the M2. You have to do the M1 in order to get the no-ed. So you kind of lose the mobility of being able to use his power, unfortunately.
Yes, and that is the downside for no-ed, especially with a killer that has a good M2 ability like the tail. Nice job by the survivors there. I was worried at first, Jake, with the tunnel out, and then that ended up not really kicking him in the butt there.
Yes, I think one of the things that is like a healthy balance we have to work with in a competitive setting is trying to find that equilibrium between whether or not we're going to focus on this tunnel, because sometimes we get so locked into that one person because you're just like, I'm going to get them out, and a lot of times that's kind of more of a pub thought process. Right. But in a competitive setting, we have to think points on the board, which I feel like was a really good thing the Xenomorph did, rotating from getting 1 additional point versus getting a fresh hook. It did end up working out for them. They got 2 extra fresh hooks out of it. So really good play. Xenomorph putting some points on the board here for Spartan, and very good play by the survivor team. They handled that very well with where the totem was placed. They were able to get that kind of pitter-patter movement going on, get the killer a little bit distracted. Really worked out in their favor.
Yeah. We're going to go ahead and switch on to the next killer and see how the next match goes. Who is what do we got coming, Kestner?
Alrighty, so next on our list is going to be Joey playing the Plague against Team Reverie once again. Plague is going to be an interesting matchup because if our Plague here has a bit of macro, they're able to set up injures really easily. Now, granted, Team Reverie, they're a very experienced team. We've seen them plenty of times across multiple DbD Gauntlet tournaments as well as scrims. So no doubt in my mind, they're going to know how to play efficiently as possible with the Plague.
I love a good Plague set. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. No, it's not the most exciting killer, and the vomit sounds are actually terrible. But for some reason, I just really love the Plague set. It can be pretty easy to shut her down. Managing the pools is important, and there's different ways to do it, of course. But as long as the team picks away and goes with it, and everyone's on the same page, they should be chilling.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen more experienced players tend to cleanse all at the same time to force one pool if needed be, if the situation is dire, rather than having the Plague have access to her power multiple times. So if all fountains get cleansed and used at once, the Plague will immediately receive her power, but all the pools will then reset back to being sort of like a clean fountain that the survivors can walk into. So here we go. We're going to be starting the match soon here.
Yep. Radiant Gaming, what happens at the end of 5 scrims? So each team will have their 5 scrims. This is a point-based system. So as you see here, we'll get the points up on the board. And then we'll switch to the next team. So Reverie is going to have their 5 scrims. The points will be added, and then we'll move to Pandemonium, etc. And then it'll be at the end of the day, once all 5 teams have played all 5 killers, we will assess the points at that point and declare a winner. That's what happens at the end.
And also for Red Radiant as well, forgetting to sign up. A good thing about Gauntlet is that we do these events every month. So there's always going to be an opportunity for you to get in on the action. And this goes for anybody else in chat. This tournament system that we have here for DbD Gauntlet, if you're not familiar, is a 5v5. So we do end up having killer winners, and we have survivor winners as well. So a little bit different than what you would normally see in other tournament settings. Open to all skill levels. So even if you're still learning, we still want you here. So if you are interested in joining in the Gauntlet, testing your skills, pushing yourself to the limit, it's definitely something. Go ahead, go over to our Discord and put some interest in. There's a form to fill out over there.
Do we have commands in Twitch chat, !Discord?
Absolutely, we do.
!Discord. Come hang out with us. Sign up for the next Gauntlet.
Yeah, we love to see you. We love fresh faces. And, you know, it's a huge experience for people to get into the competitive scene in such a positive community.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that's not something that's super common in the comp scene, unfortunately, across
That's
any
right.
game platform. So it's really nice to have a safe space, being able to learn and, you know, network with other people who are trying to do the same thing that you're trying to do.
Yeah. All right, well, we got our Plague set here. Let's see what Joey can do with this against this team Reverie. Got our corrupt bottom side. So Plague here on Suffo Pit. This map can be very balanced, and it can be very not balanced. I have seen like 5-6 gens on one half of the map. For those who might not know, this map is really just a big rectangle. We've got it here on screen. But it is kind of divided into 2 halves with sort of a middle choke point. And so ideally you would have 3 gens on the bottom, 3 gens on top, and 1 somewhere in the middle. Looks like what we have here, which is really great for the survivor side.
Yeah, and it's super crucial in these situations when you're on Suffo Pit is being aware of which side is your heavy-weighted gen area. A lot of times it's either top side or bottom side, and then you do have that, what Sweet's referring to here, the choke point, that you kind of have to traverse through in order to rotate in and out of areas. So it makes it a very unsafe place in the middle. But if the survivors are able to hold these gens correctly, you know, get enough distance between them, it can make it very difficult on the end game portion to ensure that killer just has to keep going top to bottom, top to bottom. So it does make it a little bit more difficult on the killer, but it also makes it easier for the killer to try and hold a 3 gen. Unfortunately,
Sure does.
You're giving away those gen points. by doing that, but it does make it a little bit easier to be, you know, a little bit more forceful on forcing the survivor hand.
Yeah. Joey leaving the ace here in favor of protecting the hook and these gens. We do know someone else was working a gen up here from after that survivor went down. We saw some of those auras. We have eruption in play. So Joey is very aware where they're working, where they have progress, and hooked right in the middle of it, which is great. Unhook comes in.
Looks like Jake got that unhook, and now he is starting to get infected here. So one thing a lot of newer players with DbD, they struggle a lot with being injured, playing broken. So it's kind of going against the standard thought process of a survivor to just hold the game fully injured. This is one of the things that makes Plague a little bit different than other killers, especially if you're just not used to it. It can be a very uncomfortable learning curve for survivors, but it also is one of those things that really sets apart, you know, like just your standard DbD survivor team versus a team that can really excel, being able to, you know, in essence, be one hit all game.
Right. And when it comes down to it, Plague without her power is just an M1 killer. Well, you know, once she gets her power, obviously it's a different game with the range on her puke, but that comes down to the survivor's cleansing like we talked about before. Second down coming in, same person. Got some more aura there. We know there's 2 survivors out there. Thank you, Eruption. We're going straight to these people.
Yeah, we're kind of in a similar situation we were in last game. We've got 1 survivor here on Death Hook. We've got 1 gen done, and it looks like we're gonna
grabbing
go ahead
power.
and get our power.
Let's see where we take it. With Plague, you want to really grab power once you know where someone is, and thanks to Eruption, we do. Otherwise, you kind of waste your power. Ooh,
That was fantastic. Wow.
that was a great hit.
Yeah, getting it down so quickly.
Anytime you have range, you kind of, as survivor, don't really want to throw pellet unless you've got a ton of distance, because that will happen. Same with like Huntress, Xeno, we were just talking about.
Yeah. One of those situations, we saw it with the Jake in the last set, where Jake did the, you know, he took the risky move there to attempt to do the crouch tech, and it worked in his favor because, you know, 100% he was going down if he pulled that pallet. So sometimes, you know, your instant thought process, you know, like you kind of freak out sometimes. You're like, oh my God, I just need to get away. I'm trying to get distance between me and them. And sometimes that's not the best move there. Sometimes you don't really have the space for it. And that play that we just saw there, there wasn't really a tile opportunity for him to do that, especially since she can just hold her power. You know, she can just move it. It's a little bit different than the Xeno mobility.
Yep. And unfortunately, she didn't find anybody else with that spat of power. However, she does have another pool.
Yep, that pool up here on the top side. So we still have it.
And there's one bottom as well.
She's going to go ahead and activate it, knowing that hook is there, hoping someone's probably coming in for the save. So this is going to do 2 things here. It's either going to get someone downed because they go for the save, or it's going to ensure he goes to that second stage because they know they're one hit.
Exactly.
Still pressuring this gen.
One thing I find interesting that Team Reverie is doing here is they know Thanatophobia is active on the survivors, which slows down their gen speeds. So they are keeping one survivor healthy for the remainder of the match, preventing them from going for any corrupted gens, preventing them from going for any saves, to prevent them from getting sick. And this way they can keep the repair progress as quick as they can for the rest of the match.
Yeah, and that's smart, but it does make it a little harder when you're, you know, one less person that can go for saves and stuff.
Yeah, and it looks like they did have the
we
forcer.
did make that sacrifice. Yep.
Yeah.
Ari.
And one thing that I've always noticed with Plague sets, especially if you've never really watched them before, is a lot of times you just have to take them extremely slow. They kind of feel like they go on forever at times because you just have to be very mindful of surroundings, what's going on, because everyone is in theory, injured the whole game.
Yeah.
So this might be a little bit different play. You know, like you're looking at the gen progress here. You might be comparing it to the first set that we saw. A little bit slower, but it looks like they're cranking here.
Yeah,
They
so
sure are.
the thought process was to put as much progress on gens across the map as they can, and then when they're ready, they're going to pop them all at the same time. What Ryob did there was fantastic. If you saw it on a small little rock filler, he was able to loop the Plague during power and drop the pallet on the Plague, stunning her out of her power, therefore weakening her back to her normal state. That was an insane play. My jaw dropped when I saw that.
It's honestly super ballsy because if you do it wrong, you just get hit.
Exactly.
But if you can pull it off, it's so good. Plague is pretty easy to stun out of power. That's why a lot of rule sets will ban things like decisive and stuff against her. Things that will...
Yeah, any form of stuns.
And head on, yeah. Because it feels bad from the killer side.
Plague over here being very respectful of Shack Palette. We do have 2 survivors here kind of looping this tile. Looks like Ace is leaving. Kate, I believe, is still here at Shack with us.
Yep.
I need someone working on a gate. More than likely, it's probably 99 ready to go. Kate's just kind of wasting time down here. She is unfortunately going to be a fresh hook.
The last fresh hook. Oh.
Very good job here on that Shack palette.
We see people cleansing. That is smart. This now becomes, well, not anymore because Plague grabbed her power. I was going to say becomes another, you have to hit them twice, extending your chances in the end game. However, Plague's power can just do range damage, which negates that to an extent.
I would have gone for that Tori right there. She was right in the open.
Yeah, everyone's just kind of running around here. I'm not quite sure what the Survivor game plan is. I feel like everyone's just kind of scattered, getting some downs. Joey really punishing that scattered situation the survivors were laying out. Any ideas what was supposed to be happening there? Obviously,
I believe they wanted to. I believe they wanted to take hits or at least bait the killer into chasing the person who's on death hook. But our killer here has other intentions to go after a person who's fresh stage, which is going to hurt Team Ryob, Team Reverie from being able to escape with the fresh stage.
Yeah, maybe it's just because they got kind of stuck there. I was like, what is happening? They got stuck in that tower and couldn't get her out.
Yeah, I feel like that was very much intentional. You know, like the person for death hook, you know, you're wasting the least amount of points here. We know someone's going down. Yep. Who makes the most sense to go down in this scenario is someone who's going to give us the least amount of points to the killer. So yes. I 100% agree with that thought process there. You know, we want to get that person, if at all possible, out of the game with no hook stages. We do see some scratch marks here, so it looks like someone is going in for the save, more than likely going to be our ace. We do see Jake over here. Yeah, we see Jake over here. Getting a little far away from the hook.
Yeah, if your intention is to camp this out, you can't go too far, especially since it's in the tile. You don't have clear line of sight to hit it with your puke.
Yeah.
Nice, good job forcing.
Confirming second on the cake. Cake? I said
and
cake.
At this point, it's just 1 point. So I don't feel as though it makes sense for them to even come back to this hook. Just unfortunately, they're just gonna have to leave.
Yeah, they're just gonna.
Yep,
perfect.
and they do so.
Plague being in power is such a scary thing. It's just so hard to get any saves since her vomit, her empowered vomit, goes through survivors and can hit multiple survivors at once. So it's a very, very scary thing.
There's also a bit of RNG with her vomit, and it sometimes just decides not to hit people. Can be very frustrating from the killer side.
You sound like you're speaking from experience there.
Yeah. It can be very frustrating from the killer side. But sometimes when she does her puke in power or just regular, and you know, you shoot it and you kind of like wiggle back and forth, and sometimes the entity's like, nah, that's a survivor size space in your vomit.
I also want to address chat here real quick. It's really nice being back on the mic again. Thank you for stopping in, guys, and also welcome in for anybody who's here to DbD Gauntlet Tournaments. I am Angie Turtle. We're here with a Sweet, and we're also here with Kessner, hosting the home of the 5v5. I do see some questions about the schedule. We do have those in the About panel, and if you are interested, you can also join the Discord. We have all the information on the event schedule there as well.
Exclamation point, Discord.
Yes, so if you're interested in catching us live next time for a scrim or a tournament, it's all in there. I think we pretty much have like almost the rest of the year scheduled out. So we've got all the details over on our panels.
And for anyone who may be new, there are kind of two separate formats we have within Gauntlet here. We have obviously the scrims like we're doing right now, but we also have the Gauntlet itself, which is still 5v5. It is one killer all day long. So for example, say we pick Plague, everybody's playing Plague. That's what makes it a gauntlet. A Plague gauntlet, which sounds terrifying, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, those are really good opportunities, especially if you main that killer, to learn from other people, whether it's from the survivor side or even from the killer side, to really just view their perspective on how they would perform against that killer. And, you know, obviously the person with the most amount of points is going to be your best bet when it comes down to learning how to perfect that killer. But you never know. Sometimes anyone can surprise you in our matches.
And that's one of the things that makes it a little bit different here is just, you know, being able to get into a group of like-minded individuals, especially for killers. You know, a lot of times we're so used to seeing other tournaments where you have to compete as a team. So it's really nice. I mean, some of the killers are on teams too, but it's really nice that you're like, hey, I'm a killer. I just kind of want to come and do this, and I don't really want to do anything else. It's really a different opportunity for people, and you know, being able to see other killer play styles and compare yourself to other people. I mean, in a healthy way.
In a healthy way, yes.
In a healthy way, yes.
And what's really neat about the way that we do it here at Gauntlet is the community votes on what killer will be in the Gauntlet the upcoming month. So, for example, we had the vote. I think the voting is still open, correct?
Voting is closed. I think we're moving forward with an Oni Gauntlet that's going to be happening next month.
Oni. So it'll be all Oni all day. If you're an Oni player or you want to give it a shot, come hang out, come join up. But yeah, they'll post about 7 killers. The community votes between those 7 and decides who to play for the Gauntlet each month. So make your voice be heard, except for March, because we've already decided. Come try your best with the Oni. That'll be a fun one.
It's going to be exciting.
Oni's such a unique killer. And it also has such like a hard learning curve. Like Oni is not an easy killer to learn. He has his own game mechanics, the flicks. It's almost like Billy's, you know, like they're really hard to control, but like once you get that pattern down and you can figure out how to macro them, it's just like the ceiling on it is just so high. It's kind of like, you know, our normal S tier killers where it's just like, it's worth the benefit of learning them, but it takes so much effort, work, dedication, time. You know, you got to put those hours in order to get really good at them.
Yes.
So our now third match for Team Reverie is against the Dark Lord. Dracula now going into wolf form. Finding Kate immediately, off to a good start.
Drac sets are fun. You see him a lot. Drac is a very popular comp killer. He has so many different aspects to his kit. Like, he can just do so many fun things. I actually also enjoy chasing against him as Survivor. I have my moments. Sometimes I'm just ass, but sometimes, you know, you jiggy the fire and you're like, I'm awesome! And it feels so good. Kate makes the window, though. Again!
Fantastic fast faults.
Heck yeah.
The one thing that I am noticing with this Drac, though, his pathing is just a little too wide. Unfortunately, you know, the pathing on the Shack cape over there, just holding the corners really tight, grabbing where she needs to grab, very familiar with her environment. But the Drac, you know, like, that's one thing that just makes a huge difference on distance, and it may sound so minuscule, you know, like you're only like a couple millimeters off, but it makes a huge difference, the pathing on being able to make that distance, being close enough to get an M1 in or an M2.
That was something a piece of advice someone gave me when I first started playing Killer was when you're looping something, if you loop any kind of wide, you're giving the survivor that distance, and they're going to take advantage of it. So as Killer, you have to loop as close and as tight as you can, which can be really tricky, especially with some killers. If you get stuck on things or like there's weird, you know, hitbox sizes and whatnot. But yeah, like you said, it's super important.
It is a little bit different from a Killer perspective too, because we're looking at it from a different perspective than survivors are looking at when they're playing. You know, survivors are looking from a first person, and Killers are looking from a third person, which is why they're able to get those really close, you know, like spins on the Killer. Is just because perception, they're seeing two completely different perceptions of the game.
Which, imagine if that was switched and you were doing a generator in first person. Oh my god, that sounds awful.
Yes. Oh, I did say that backwards. Yeah, sorry. Killers are in first person. Jeez, take the wheel.
Hey, no, you're good. You know what? Everyone is in second person.
I said it all back. You knew what I meant.
Everyone's in second person, and I'm just watching from outside the fourth wall. Got some gens popping.
Yeah, mobility here to see Jen's getting some progress, getting that kick in while he is in the bat status. We do hear some steps here behind him, but I'm not sure if he just wasn't paying attention, didn't hear it, or if he was thinking about other things.
Yeah, maybe when you're transforming, you can't hear a lot of sounds. That definitely might take over the audio there. But Drac here has a fantastic 3-gen by Shack if he's able to hold it and lock it down. It's going to be very hard for the survivors to beat that, but now getting into a chase with Tori here by this rock filler. He's going to have to go for a break there, as that rock filler is really hard to beat.
Drac here really needs to get somebody down. I think you gotta commit the Tori here and get it down so you can start, you know, making some progress on these hook stages. Survivor's already got 2 gens down. We see a lot of progress on these other gens. So you're gonna have to, not the tip of the nose, my puppy nose.
That pallet said they wanted to pet the dog.
I would love to pet the dog.
Tori getting a little loose with the pallets here. We do get, unfortunately, we're now in kind of end game here. We got power to the gates.
Yep.
Drac over here, pretty cautious of what's going on around this down survivor. Kind of nervous to pick. We are extremely close to the gate. So there's kind of a few things here. You know, it doesn't really matter if we put him on a scorch hook at this point. We've kind of lost all unfortunate value of those scorch hooks. I think we're just going to go ahead and camp and secure this one death. Now, there is a possibility that the survivors could come in for a save, but it is extremely difficult against a Dracula with the ability to use his Hellfire.
It is, but he's also right by the gate. So if they play this right, they can absolutely, if they 3-man save and avoid this Hellfire and then split up, that'll be the important thing. When they come in to get this save, someone needs to take the hit, someone grab pole, and then everyone needs to split up so he can't hit more than one person with a Hellfire. Someone comes in, hit. Let's see what happens here. Batform is an interesting choice. I might have tried to get some more hits. And they're able to get her out.
Sometimes
nicely done on the survivors there.
It's completely on accident too. Whenever I play Dracula, I'm like, yeah, I want to switch to wolf form, and then I hit the bat form by accident.
Oh my god, I know, right?
Very well played by the survivors. Very well played with the survivors on that. It is kind of one of those situations where it's like darned if you do, darned if you don't. The one thing about Dracula in those situations is if he is able to hit the Hellfire, he does not have a cooldown to get into that M1. So you could pretty much instant down someone if you have it played just right. So it can be extremely difficult in those scenarios, unfortunately.
And especially if multiple people are around, because he can hit multiple people with that. So it's just the ability for that to snowball, if played incorrectly by the survivors, is just so close. But they nailed it. They nailed that one. So nice job on the survivor side. What are we moving to next?
So we are going to be moving on to our fourth match for Team Reverie here. This will be JR playing the Doctor.
Was my best Doctor laugh. It actually kind of sounded like Dracula, which didn't sound like Dracula. I'm sorry, guys. I feel like that's how he laughs, but he sounds more like, I don't know, maniacal, mechanical. Anyway, so Doctor.
I haven't seen a Doctor Scrim in a while, so this is going to be interesting because, you know, depending on the map that we're going to be going on to here, it's going to impact whether or not, you know, Doctor is going to be super strong or a little weaker on some of the tiles.
Yes. Doctor is actually very good at shutting down loops with his shock. He can stop survivors from being able to vault windows, throw pallets, etc. So they're pretty easily able to shut that kind of stuff down if they know what they're doing and they aim correctly. So it's important for the survivors to pre-leave to get to somewhere safe. And if they're wanting to loop a tile, they should probably pre-throw that pallet before Doctor gets into his groove of shocking them indefinitely. And then just runs them down in M1.
Right. And depends on the loops, right? So if this map is going to be more shorter tiles, shorter fillers, Doctor can be very strong on that, as the shock will pretty much extend throughout the entire filler. But in some longer loops, it's going to be a little bit difficult as survivors have enough room to kind of dodge out of the way. So I'm very curious to see what add-ons our Doctor brings here into this match, because that depends on the playstyle. A lot of the time is the add-ons.
Yeah, it very much does. We'll see. The Doctor set is also, I feel, one that you kind of have to play together, since he can shut down those loops. Having people come in to take hits so that you can get away to a safer tile is something that's very helpful in the Doctor set.
Right, because we don't have strong power there to down quickly.
Right, exactly. So one person coming to take a hit is not necessarily death. Although then Doctor might switch to you, and then that's a different set of problems.
You were saying, Angie, before we cut you off.
No, perfectly fine. We're all chatting here today. We're all friends, guys. And we're also interested in chat as well in their engagement. We are on a 30-second delay. But what I was going to say is regarding Doctor, one thing to be mindful of here, Doctor in the comp setting, slightly different here, because we already know we're loading in against a Doctor. A little bit different than just loading into a match and just so happening to get a Doctor. So these survivors are already kind of building their perks, building their builds against his powers. So a little bit different. They have a little bit more advantage in this scenario. While yes, Doctor can be very powerful in certain situations, you know, the survivors do have that upper hand. It's not like they're loading into a match where they don't know who the killer is. So a little bit different thought process here. I know me in pubs, every time I get a Doctor, I just want to hit the DC button. I don't know about you guys, but I just never bring a build that's beneficial against him.
Yeah. So what we might see here, because we know we're going against Doctor, is everyone immediately gets in a locker because he's probably still going to do his giant static blast. And you don't want to get found right away. So it would not be surprising if everyone's in a locker right now. There's blast. Nobody gets hit. Gamers all up in them lockers. Nice job on the survivor side, as expected.
And one thing here as well that we're looking at from the killer's perspective is we are looking around in this corrupt gen area. Usually in these scenarios, survivors are typically spawning in the corrupt location. I believe I was looking around, I'm not gonna lie. I'm cheating behind the scenes here. I was looking at the survivors and they pretty much flat out just ran to the other side of the map when they loaded in. They knew. They saw those gen locks and they were like, I'm getting out of Dodge.
Yep. Getting our first hit here on March. Taking it up towards the top side of the map. Death spots against Doctor are really important because of his static blast and his ability to kind of protect. So dying in the middle of the map is very dangerous, especially because there's some gen spawns, like that gen kind of to the right of the screen right now. That's about 2 o'clock on the map for any of you that know clock callouts, and main. Those can be very hard to complete if someone gets down in the middle of the map and gets hooked kind of in that easily accessible area. So Jake doing a good job keeping it up top here. Playing with what he's got. Not quite timing that shot correctly. If Doctor times it, Jake can't vault that pallet and gets stuck, making it an easy hit. Down comes in. March being fully fuzzy crazy now.
That was a nice thing I saw March doing during that chase, was he was creating as much distance as he can between the Doctor and him, so if he does get shocked at that tile, he has enough time to run to window or run to the pallet.
Yeah. And it also helps if you break that line of sight. Granted, if you have a good killer player, they're going to kind of know where you're at. They're just sort of mentally clock you. But if you don't and you break that line of sight, they might not even just be able to hit you, which is helpful.
Survivors are just cranking these gens at this point.
Yeah. Which is exactly what you want to do. You want that first chase to be as long as possible so you can get, you know, 2 or 3 gens to pop, which is what they did here. So they're off to a great start.
Yeah,
going for a tunnel out. Gotta wait for that 15 seconds of base kit borrow time. I wasn't counting, but allows him to get the window. He charged up the shot, but didn't send it.
That was interesting. It almost felt like a panic moment at that point.
Yeah,
they heard the gen go, and it was just like, oh my god, I need to get this down. But you know, you're losing sight, unfortunately. We can't count to 10 anymore.
I know. And counting to 15 is so hard. It's like 5 more numbers, bro.
It just doesn't feel as, from a killer perspective, it just doesn't feel as natural because it just feels so long when you're in these loops and you've got, you know, survivors coming in, baiting you, trying to take hits. Sometimes it can just feel like that, like it feels like it's forever when you're in it, but it's really only a couple seconds because your brain is thinking 7 steps ahead and you're trying to analyze all these little macro movements, and it's just, it feels like forever. 15 seconds feels like an eternity compared to 10.
Yeah. Used a static blast and saw someone over there on that Genet too, but doesn't go for them. Electing rather to go break Shat Pallet, which, relatable, and kind of stay here in this middle area. This is kind of that middle area I was talking about earlier, where when someone gets hooked over here, it can be really easy for Doctor to kind of patrol those nearby gens, and with his static blast, he can find people really easily from the middle of the map like that. Residual manifest. Oh, nice. Nice.
I love it. I love it. Tari got that pallet stun followed by a flashlight bind. We've got 1 survivor here on Death Hook. Tari is going to be our fresh hook. I don't think she's going to make it to that pallet in time. One thing too with Doctor is every time he goes to shock, he does lose more and more distance.
Yes.
Ooh, we saw someone there.
Oh. Not
I had a
feeling.
I had a feeling that was going to be our flashbang player because we have our flashlighter on the floor.
Yep.
Very good attempt there by
sense.
Kate. Unfortunately, moving in a little too soon, we were able to tag the back end of her legs.
Sensitive area, the back end of your legs. Hurts a lot.
It really does.
Not finding anyone with static blast, so they're either in lockers or elsewhere.
Ooh, see some movement here behind main.
Yep.
And
I'm gonna take a
I think
peek
we've
around.
had some progress on gens over here. We do have one gen to go. We have a decent-ish.
Looks like we've got all
Cluster.
3 survivors
Yeah.
kind of hanging around. One person's on gen, but the other 2 are kind of loitering nearby. I assume they're going for the double hook. They're going to get found here with the static blast. Yep. Deciding
One
to
thing
double this gen, which was a good idea.
The one thing I kind of find interesting here is, I mean, yeah, you can see that one survivor kind of coming in for the unhook, but he's so close to this hook. Like, I can only imagine the anti-camp is just frickin' pumping.
Yeah. Fortunately
No
for
anti-camp.
our settings like this during competitive scenes, survivors are not allowed to unhook themselves with anti-camp. So
Okay,
killers
see?
can camp, but they're just not allowed to stick their face directly on top of the hook.
The only time a survivor
Learning
can
things.
unhook is if like Deliverance is in play or a perk that would allow it, but a lot of those perks get banned for various killers or various sets.
Yeah, for our lower tier killers, you know, in our I believe B tier and below, you're gonna have those perks banned.
Okay. See, I'm learning new things here. This is my first time here with DbD Gauntlet.
Yeah, no
So I
worries.
appreciate
Back on
it.
the mic.
And
That's what we're
it
here
also
for.
helps. It also helps the viewers here as well, because they're probably looking at it from the same perspective I am.
Oh, yeah.
So I really appreciate that.
When I first started getting to comp, the amount of times I would see something and I'd be like, why are they doing that? That seems silly. And now
Well,
I'm
it
like,
depends.
oh, I see it makes
You know,
sense.
some settings they do allow it, some they don't. It just really depends on the niche of the tournament itself.
Right. Getting one more hook state. Interesting spot that Alien is in here. Do you try and push these guys out, or do you camp that hook and get your last state there? Looks like the survivors might be trying to cook up a game plan. They're not leaving. Celebratory shack fireworks. You'll ever
Yep.
see it. We see Tori running for that unhook while Kate's taking Doctor over here, ensuring that they get that out.
Unfortunately,
But
getting us
allowing
down on the
another
cage.
fresh hook, yeah.
And again, I mean, I feel like I'm kind of a broken record here. We're looking at this from a point perspective. Does it make
Yes.
sense to go back in injured with no hook states to save somebody that's only gonna lose one more point?
Yeah, I do agree that was maybe a bit questionable, but in their defense, everybody, March was already dead. They were both fresh hooks, so it's kind of a lose-lose situation there.
Yeah,
But
no,
I do think if you let that person die,
Mhm.
you might be better off point-wise, especially because they're injured, right? So,
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely doable if they were able to get a reset. They were unfortunately found sooner than they were able to do anything with that. But again, that's one of those things that you have to think about. You have to think about the pressure. You have to think about the thought process here on both sides here. As a killer, if I were on this survivor team, what are they doing? And as the survivors, they have to try and figure out what the killer either thinks they're doing, or what the killer's intending to do. So there's a lot of thoughts that are going into these plays, and there isn't always exactly a right or wrong answer, unfortunately.
Alien could really snowball here. Everybody is injured, and he is between them and the exit gate. Sticking on
He
this
is running out
Kate.
endurance. I don't think you're gonna... Ooh, okay, I guess they did. That would have
But
been a
now-
beautiful endurance play.
This Kate might get out. Someone's probably gonna try. Oh, I was gonna say
Someone's
maybe they
getting
try
out
for the
here.
other door.
He's gonna have a dead hard. Balance landing.
Balance dead hard, baby. I would love that.
Make balance great again.
Damn.
That's actually extremely ideal.
Kills. Yeah. So that's...
So fresh stage ends up dying, so full points are awarded to our killer here.
Does that count as a fresh hook, though?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
As it is the endgame timer that does conclude it. So that's gonna be full points to our doctor there for Ryob as well as the other survivor. And only one person escaped with one stage. So I saw the vision. I genuinely saw the vision, but I think they just reset way too close to that hook.
Yeah. And I agree. I think if they had maybe gotten the reset before they went in for the save, that might have played out a little differently. Also, I think getting found before going in kind of screwed them a bit because, like, he's protecting that hook, so someone's going to get hit. But Ace being found at that rock filler and taking the hit there rather than, getting the unhook and taking the hit there, that sets up a whole nother situation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is what we saw. That worked out nicely for Alien.
Oh, it did. It really did. And I mean, unfortunately, again, it's those thought processes there. If they didn't go to get that one player that was on death hook already, like if they didn't do that, they would have secured so many more points on the board. And ultimately, that's what we're doing. I mean, we're looking at the scoreboard right now. Like on the survivor side, who's the most competitive survivor team? Who's scoring the most at the end of the gauntlet? It's a cumulative score. And for killers, same thing. Like it's a point. We're looking at where you stack in comparison to others. So, the goal is to get as many points as possible.
Right, and that's especially during our Gauntlet tournaments, right? You're going to see a very high competitive aspect of that. During scrims, however, I feel like maybe our teams here might be doing some more risky things to practice, trying to go for saves like that during an actual tournament match when it does need to happen.
Yeah, and that's the fun part about scrims is there's nothing on the line, right? It's not a tournament. There's no prize. There's no cash pool. I mean, you get honor and pride, but that's it. So it's a nice place to, go against another team and try those kinds of saves and you learn from it. And that's the whole point. That's the whole idea. So it was a nice attempt, slightly flawed, but definitely doable. Like it was not something that is not pull-offable. Is that a word? Pull-offable? Makes me want a falafel.
Added to the DbD Gauntlet terminology dictionary.
Pull-offable. Oh my goodness, guys.
She said, Bob the Builder, can we fix it? Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Maybe, probably. Gosh. I don't know. How broken is it?
And I just want to kind of stop and say this as well, since this is my first stream here with you guys. I've really appreciated both of you, Kastner and Sweet. You guys have been super awesome to work with. I love both of your personalities. I just love seeing it kind of come out. It's just super great to watch. I know chat is enjoying it as well.
I hope so. Sweet. We're only 4 games in. Jeez.
I know, we still have so many hours to go.
I have snacks. I have so many snacks. But yeah, no, this is a good group. I've enjoyed. This is my second time now casting with Gauntlet. And it's been a blast. Like it's a great group here. Great group of people to get involved with, and they've got a great vision for this tournament league not league. What were we saying yesterday?
Tournament community. Tournament community. We are not a league. Community. We are a tournament community.
But yeah, no, it's a great group. It's a great place to be. Lots of lovely humans. So plan on sticking around.
I agree. I am a huge advocate for positivity, and I've just really enjoyed that being here. But you mentioned snacks, sweet. I was looking through
Snacks.
everyone's little bio in the Discord, and I saw Kestner's favorite snack was Cheez-Its, and I was just thinking when I was
Oh my
reading, I was
God.
like, man, I could screw up a box of Cheez-Its right now.
Listen,
They're good.
I don't know
Listen.
what it is.
The cheese
Are
to
you gonna
salt
like?
ratio is just so good. It's better than goldfish. I'll say that much.
All right, do you
It
guys want to hear a
is.
funny story? Back when
Yeah.
I was in college, I was in marching band. We had traveled for, I think, hockey tournament, and we went out drinking, and came back to the hotel, passed out. I woke up with my hand inside a box of Cheez-Its, and the Cheez-Its were all over the bed. Mind you, we were in a hotel, like I said, so it was like white sheets and all of that. And I wake up with my hand inside this box of Cheez-Its and Cheez-Its all over the place. And ever since I have no idea where I got this box of Cheez-Its. To this day, I have no idea how that came about. But I then woke up and continued eating the Cheez-Its, because what else would you do in that situation, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You eat the Cheez-Its.
Yeah, you do. It's just, man, like I could crush some Cheez-Its. Like I'm definitely a proponent of just like the OG Cheez-It. I'm not super great in the other variations,
I
but
was
have you
just
guys ever
gonna ask.
have you ever tried the Cheez-It like the grooves? The sour cream and onion ones are just
No.
chef's kiss. Do you know what I'm talking
Interesting.
about though?
I
Like,
think
they're
I've
like-
seen them at the store, yeah.
They're like Triscuits meet Triscuits meets Cheez-Its pretty much. So it's got the like texture to it, so you get like more of like a little crunchy like situation going on. It's like, for me, it's like that like having like the edge brownie where it's just like you get that nice little crust. I don't know about you, but that's the best part for me. Those hit different, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm an
Interesting.
OG Cheez-It lover myself.
My favorite is the toasted ones.
Those ones are pretty good. I don't know. There's
But I'm
something
also like,
about
I'm the
OG
well
for
done
me.
pizza kind of person. Like, I like everything a little burnt. I'm that girl. Wait,
There's always
Kessler,
gotta be
you're
one.
the Cheez-It person. What is your favorite Cheez-It?
Angie, do you mind swapping off of Survivor here?
Oh yes, sorry.
Kessler, what's your favorite style of Cheez-It?
I'm a big fan of the default one. There's like the white cheddar one. That one kind of sucks, not gonna lie. It tastes
I've never actually
bland.
tried that one. Really?
It's very bland, yes.
I could see that, honestly. I'd be so disappointed because I love white cheddar.
Yeah.
Well, white cheese is good, right? Yeah, it goes well on pasta and other things. But
Oh yeah.
yeah, just on the cheeses themselves, I feel like they definitely cut back a little bit on how much they use.
Interesting. That's disappointing.
Hey, you know what? But everyone's got their flavors, so their taste buds in order. Mine might be different than yours. If you enjoy it,
Oh,
by all
mine
means.
are burnt. Yeah, I want the burnt stuff.
Yours are burnt. You know, it's
Yeah.
funny. When I was a kid, I stuck my tongue to a frozen pole once. It was not a pleasant experience.
As one does.
I could not find a way to remove my tongue from it as I was by myself, so I kind of just forced it off. And
Oh no.
let's just say there was a little something left on that pole. Not gonna say exactly what it is, but yeah.
I think we all know. Yeah, I grew up in Minnesota, so we too did stupid things like that as children. But I learned that if you pour like the water over it, like warm water, obviously cold water just freezes instantly, then it will slide right off.
Okay, for our next match here, Improve is going to be facing Team Reverie as the Xenomorph.
Another Xeno game. But we're on Wretched. Is this Wretched?
This is Wretched
We're on
Shop.
Wretched now. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, he comes right out of the tower immediately.
Oh.
March seemed a little surprised.
Unfortunately, didn't even get that turret down that he was trying to work with there either.
I hadn't even switched off his screen yet. It scared me a little bit. I jumped.
Oh gosh.
First chase here at main. Let's see what March can do. Oh, that was an interesting animation.
Yeah, a little bit of a ping here. But unfortunately, it's the nature of the game.
From what I
Not taking him
saw
to basement.
from our Xenomorph's profile here, they are a New Zealand based players, so maybe we might be playing on some higher ping this game for survivors.
I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah. So expect some wonky plays as ping, normally comes into play.
And one thing to notice with ping as well, the way ping displays from spectator view is different than it looks in killer view and in survivor view. So each perspective is slightly different when there is a very large differing ping. So just something to be mindful of. It might not look 100% how it feels to the players in the game at the moment.
Yeah. That's true. And of course, in our beautiful game of Dead by Daylight, there are some spectator bugs. Just, one or two from time to time. But that plays into it as well. Looks like our
balance
Dwight
play
here is getting ready to go swimming.
Ooh, unfortunately is able to round around the corner there very well. Already using the balance, hitting with that M1, getting that down. Very
good
well
patience,
played.
though.
Very well played. We've got some footsteps here. Ace moving in, deciding he didn't have enough distance and trying to get back over to Shaq. A very safe tile here with the Xenomorph. Xeno deciding they don't really want to take the bait so much. Moving here to other generators on the map. Oh, looks like he's still able to get to Ace.
Yep. Nice job pre-throwing. Pre-throwing like that prevents Xeno from using the tail to hit you over the map. And now you can actually play this tile a little bit better. Still a filler, still not a great tile, but that was a good example of what we were talking about in that first Xeno match.
And that's one of the things that I've always said about Huntress, for instance, because Huntress and Xeno, you can kind of look at them somewhat similarly, is a lot of times when you're pre-throwing on Huntresses, they just don't expect it. It's like you have so much distance on them, they don't expect it. It really throws them off. Similar situation here. Ace knowing that, like if you're being a little too greedy against these killers that have the ability to make distance with their hits, it unfortunately doesn't usually work in your benefit. Getting a beautiful a hit here, unfortunately. Hitting the survivor that was on hook, going into that endurance state. Looks like we have a second
at that
win.
point, I might have just stuck with him to get the tunnel out. We do see he had second win. Coming off hook, he was broken. I was like, wait, he's gonna get the hit here. Was broken off hook, now healed. That is second wind in play. Love to see it.
I love second wind. It is probably
too.
my favorite perk, especially I play a lot of solo queue. And I don't know about you guys, but sometimes when I'm in solo queue, I just get with teammates that they're not very good team players, like everyone's playing for themselves, and second win can be so beneficial in those solo queue situations. Allows you to get healed because you are the altruistic one.
Right? And it's really good in comp because it allows you to not waste time healing, right? Like you can get off and just, assuming you don't get tunneled, go start working a generator. Passive healing is huge for competitive.
Yes, 100%. The only time it just really sucks is when that person who has the second wind, it's like the deli curse, like they're always the first one to get hooked.
Actually, I just realized, so if he had second wind and he got hit off hook, should he not have been in deep wounds?
It might not have registered because he was technically still being unhooked at the same time.
So if we saw earlier, Dwight went for the people play on the Jake, which activates second wind, considering it's a full heal. So the next time Dwight got hooked, I believe either the for the people play duration wore off, but because he was deep wounded, maybe second wind didn't activate, or maybe he was still broken, so it didn't activate there. But yeah, he wasn't able to get a full heal. So one of those two things, right? So if you have a feeling
I think
the
it might be
survivors...
bugged too. We noticed we were practicing last night, and I was running second wind, and it didn't work the first time, and then it worked the second time, but I hadn't healed anybody else. So it might just be bugged. Question mark.
Well, if you have a
Anyways.
feeling the survivors are running second wind, it's always best to kind of put them into that deep wound state
Right.
if you are going to continue to chase them, because if second wind does proc during chase, they'll only heal out of deep wound. So you see here, our Dwight now is fully healed off of hook after second wind activated.
Yeah, it's like similar concept of like a reverse dead hard, for instance. You know, like, I know you have dead hard, but unfortunately, Pookie, I'm a legion.
Pookie is crazy. I love it. Oh man. Oh, hello. Hi, Dwight.
Zeno giving a big hug to Dwight there.
Oh no!
Just a little short.
Jade coming in, attempting to get that pallet save, unfortunately not able to do it. Kind of debated taking a hit. It wouldn't have really prevented the hook, unfortunately.
No.
So he didn't get a ton of distance.
The hit would have been better in chase, I think, there.
For
But-
sure.
Oh, we hear that killer instinct. For anyone who might not have been around for the first Xenomorph match, if you're unaware, Xeno does get killer instinct for, I think it's like 8 or 12 meters or something coming out of the tunnel. And when he's still in the tunnel and shortly thereafter, he can see footsteps if you are not crouching. So if you know Xeno is in tunnels, you want to crouch so he doesn't know where you are. However, if he comes out, he's going to get your killer instinct anyway. So it's kind of a give take there.
Xeno was able to get a tag here on Kate. Sorry, I'm thinking 10 steps ahead here. So backtrack here slightly. So we saw the Jake after we got our death hook. Oh,
This is weird. Okay, you saw that too, right?
yeah.
Yeah, he was looking for her behind, and he was like, wait, because he hit her as she went in, but I thought she fell out. That was crazy.
I think it's a
That
bug
was crazy.
because it's happened to me in some games as well, where survivors
Did
will
it?
jump into a locker and they won't jump out of it.
Won't come out.
Yeah, so they'll be still inside the locker.
Interesting.
It's
think-
nothing too big. I mean, they're still down technically.
That's true. It's just confusing. I think he was just confused as we were.
DbD and y'all.
Yeah.
What I was mentioning is that we did see that Jake was on Death Hook when we got Flolaroy out. Xenomorph did a really good play there, not committing to that Jake chase, wanting to get to the other side of the map where there was some gen progress and hopefully getting a fresh hook. So it worked really well in his favor there, being able to secure some more points instead of committing to someone fully healed who was running away from the generators. So very, very smart play there by the Xenomorph. Well done.
Yeah.
This is a very difficult tile to run because there's just so much distance here. Ace is just
I hate
running that
chasing this
timer
building
out.
as killer.
I do too. He's just running the
Nice
timer out.
hit.
Unfortunately, getting that that M2. Xenomorph realizing that Ace is kind of just wasting his time. You know,
Yep.
we've got other survivors on the map pumping gens. You know, we got one gen to go. Realizing he's in a predicament where like you can kind of almost infinite main here.
Yeah,
Very
and,
smart rotations.
and the survivors really want to keep him away from these gens, but like you were saying, just waste his time. And that's really what you're trying to do in Survivor Chase. You're just trying to waste the killer's time, which is why you'll see people go to comp corner, why you'll see people hop into lockers. It forces the killer to go out of their way or into an interaction that will waste their time so that the rest of their team can pop a gen or whatever they're trying to do. Eruption value. See those
Yeah.
sweet, sweet auras.
Ooh, we see our
Kate
injured
did a great job
Ace.
taking him far away.
Yeah, injured Ace here. Fresh hook. Looks like we got a sprint burst 99 to that was over here. if he was able to get the down on the ace and a hook, we would have gotten some value off of a pain res. Unfortunately, they were able to get that last gen done. We do still have Kate on the ground, more than likely about to be picked up here pretty quickly.
Yes, unless March
probably
just
would have
got on a
secured
gate.
that hook.
I probably would have too. Jake looks like he's loitering for the pick on one of the two. It improved, kind of hanging out. Going for the pick on ace. Good call, that is the fresh hook. You do want to get the fresh hook out.
Yep. Very good call on the survivors to get the pick up on the fresh hook. Again, we're looking at it from a points basis here. What makes the most sense? A ton of scratch marks here at main, and unfortunately, we got that door right there. That's going to be the most ideal door for the survivors to try and get worked on, unfortunately.
Gets the Kate down again. Finding Jake.
Again,
you do see aces on a door.
Yeah, Jake isn't really going to get us a ton of points here.
No.
And,
Kate will be worth 2. But really, I think you're right. I think Improve should have hooked Ryobi when he had the chance. Leaving Kate slugged though, I'm not sure why. If you're just hanging out here anyways.
I think it's just trying to pull pressure. A lot of times you can kind of force the survivor hand in these situations. Are we going to force them to reset, or are they going to be working on the door? We do see it looks like they were able to get the reset done. But the other thing you have to think about too is the doors are not open. The timer doesn't exist yet. You know, until those gates are powered and opened, you know, like she can sit here on the ground all day long, but you know, we're not really benefiting a ton.
She can sit here for what is it, 5 minutes?
Yeah, till she's gone. Kill tile's kind of interesting. You can see a lot as a killer perspective, but also you're kind of going into a scenario of potential balance.
That's true, but there is only one entry point. Let's see what they decide to do. They could come in for the double save here. But it's kind of that same situation. So you have Ryobi who's fresh, but this person's going to be death hook if they come off the hook anyways. So is it really worth it to come back in and risk another hook state when this person would just be that one hook state anyways?
Yeah, agreed.
Methinks not, but we'll see what they decide.
I feel like it's definitely doable, but point-wise might not make sense. Yeah, I feel like the survivors made a really good choice on that one.
I do too.
Yeah, considering how exit gates are extremely far away from hook, and not only that, but Kate has been hooked on top of a hill, it's going to be really hard to coordinate a save. It's pretty much just like the killer, you're funneled into walking into the killer and getting hit anyways, so at most, I mean, that's the best thing that they can do there in that situation. So well done to Team Reverie there. Okay.
Yeah.
I believe we have... Do we have one more match? No, I think we're done with Team Reverie. Yeah,
that was the 5th one.
Sweet. Okay. So Pandemonium to our next killer here, which is going to be Spartan DbD on the Nurse. This is going to be exciting. By the way, huge change to Team Pandemonium. I'm going to put their logo right now on the screen, but they have a brand new logo and it looks fantastic. It's got
a new logo.
A little bit of like a double face here with this girl here, as well as some kind of angelic look to it, but I think it looks fantastic. So beautiful logo change.
I can't wait to see it. I'm watching the stream. And I know
I saw
that we're 30 seconds
I saw it
behind.
In the Discord. I was so excited. I was like,
I
this
could have
looks
just done that.
So awesome.
That was silly of me. Well,
I was creeping on all the teams this morning.
Honestly, I should have, but I didn't. Instead, I was watching the dev stream that I should have watched last week, Which some W changes coming, by the way. Oh my god, that looks so good! I love that.
Yeah, we love a nice little rebrand going on here.
Excellent.
It was made by the captain themselves. That's awesome. I wish I was that artistic.
Oh. That's amazing. That's so good. Very impressive. I like it, guys.
Now, I'm curious, Kastner, do you have any hidden talents that we don't know about? Like, I mean, the captain of Pandemonium obviously is very artistic. Do you have any hidden talents?
Let's see. I play the guitar a little bit, nothing crazy,
Okay.
but I do editing. Most of my editing I do myself.
Oh, nice.
The profile
Honestly, that is a
picture,
talent.
the profile picture I have, I drew that myself. Hidden talents,
Okay,
though?
so he
Maybe, I don't know.
multi-talented then. So like musically and artistically, that's awesome. What about you, Sweet? Any hidden talents? What are you great at?
Not really. I'm honestly I'm just such like an average person.
Oh, no way. I doubt that.
I'm just
Her
like painfully average. But I'm more of the like jack of all trades kind, so I do like a little bit of everything kind of okay. And then the rest is just whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think I would say I have any hidden talents.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I
get that.
actually I'm not in any color guard right now, but I was in color guard back in the day, and I did drum corps until I
Okay.
moved here, and there's not a drum corps here, so I haven't done it in years, which is really upsetting. But it's actually very good at color guard, and I loved it. It was so much fun. Color guard and theater.
Oh man, I wasn't a theater kid myself, but I had a lot of theater kid friends, so I kind of by proxy was a theater kid, if that makes sense.
Nice.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, I'm kind of same with you. Like I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I'm not really a master of anything. I do really enjoy baking. My hyper fixation right now is bread.
Have you tried the oh my god, what was the thing during COVID? Was it the sourdough bread? Have you tried that?
Yeah, I've been doing sourdough for like 2 years now. It took me so long to figure out how to get the starter started.
I
And then
really want to
since then,
try
it's
it.
just- It was such a trial and error because it's just so like you have to baby it so much to get it kind of going where it needs to go. But like once you get it going, it's like so flexible. But I love making bread, like making like ciabatta rolls or French bread or pizza. I don't know what it is. It's been a hyper fixation of mine recently. I made this really good focaccia a couple weeks ago. It was a garlic rosemary, and oh my god, I think about it like on a daily basis. I need to make it again.
It's like you could make it again.
I could make it again.
I've never tried to make bread. But I remember when like the sourdough thing was huge, and I was like, I want to try it, and I never did because I'm way too scared.
You should do it. It's fun. Like it's a little bit different than other types of baking where it's like, you know, like you can kind of tell the love that you put into the bread is it's not like making cookies where it's like you put XYZ and it makes a cookie, you know, like
Right.
it's definitely a learning curve, but it feels so rewarding when you get it right because it is like one of those things you kind of have to like trial and error to figure it out.
Okay. All right.
yeah.
I might give it a shot. We'll see. I'll report back.
Report back. Yes.
We'll see. I do like cooking and baking. Because I live alone, so it's like I don't like to cook or bake when it's just me because then I have like this whole cake or a dozen cookies and like you always like bring it to work or pawn it off on people, but like, you know.
Mm-hmm. I feel that. I like always overcook too much and it's like it's so hard cooking for one person.
It is. It really is. And so I just default to not. And I just have girl dinner all the time and I eat like a college kid. It's fine. It's fine.
Hey,
I'm still alive,
hey.
so it's working.
Yeah. I'll never turn down a charcuterie board.
Oh my gosh.
AKA adult Lunchables.
Adult Lunchables that's a good one.
I have not heard that. That's so good. I have a friend, I think, that would love that phrase. Or hate
Adult
it.
Lunchables.
Adult Lunchables.
Yeah. Yeah, see, it's like the gender fluid version of girl dinner because that's basically what it is.
I mean, honestly, though.
Yeah.
All right. We've loaded in. Who do we got?
It is Spartan DbD playing Nurse on Pole Tower 1. This is the Nurse map from the competitive DbD standpoint, as there are a lot of line-of-sight blockers, as well as the edge map tiles provide that kind of ability to dodge Nurse. So you're probably going to see that a lot here. A lot of our survivors are going to run the edge map, and that's going to be where Nurse is actually the weakest. So not the pallets, but the edge of the map instead.
Oh, finding Ada. Getting in a quick hit, she takes it straight to Shaq, right into the corrupt, which is exactly what you want to do as Survivor.
Yes,
God,
definitely
Ada's
trying to put the
footsteps.
killer where she needs to go. Yeah, her little pitter patters with her high heels.
Her shoes sound so different than everyone else's.
Oh,
That was a surprising
no.
interaction. Hello, Ada. I'll assist you to the ground.
We've all been guilty of that one, let's be honest. Checkpoints are super crucial when it comes to Shaq. I know it can be a little bit difficult going against a Nurse because she's not as predictable as most killers that can just walk around the map. But
Revenge, welcome in. Nice to see you. The matches are going well. This is actually the first match of the second team, Pandemonium. So you're here just in time to see their whole set.
Yes, and Reverie put a bunch of points on the board. I've seen Reverie play
set the
before.
bar pretty high.
Yeah, I've seen them play before in other tournament settings, and I've seen honestly like nothing but really strong players, a lot of versatile players. Sometimes we get caught up like, you're our looper, you're our gen person, but everyone on Reverie is such a strong player. They
and I think that's what makes a good team.
Yeah, they put a bunch of points on the board. Yes, we are scrimming, but, you know, where do we stack still?
Yeah.
He's taking chase down here to Shaq.
Oh.
Hugging super tight,
the
knowing
pivot.
she was going to blink and just veered off to the side. Very well played.
First gen coming in. Trying to get this second hook. Everyone's healthy now.
Ooh, beautiful breaking line of sight here. That's the best thing you could do against us.
Yes.
A Nurse. I wanted to say spirit. This is not a spirit. But that works with spirit too.
Also dead. She's kind of a ghost. I feel like Nurse was sort of their first take at like a ghost type character. And they were like, no, hold my beer. Spirit.
I'm a one-up you real quick.
Lots of progress here at 2.
We see Nia running off topside here.
Gonna go check main. Whole lot of nothing. I'm surprised they're not working main. Typically this map will have some kind of 3-gen on the top side, usually main, and then 10 or 11 and 1 or 2.
We do have 2 survivors up here on the top side.
Yeah. Oh, not the tree. The tree's too thick.
It worked in their favor, though, at that point. I know that's not what they intended to do, but it ended up really working in their favor. Again, breaking line of sight. Which side am I on here? Super strong against going on a Nurse.
My spectator audio is bugged, and it's very weird because it gave me the, like, you're crawling on the floor music, but they were still in chase. And, like, my mental was like, wait a second. I'm so tied to the audio in this game. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like Nurse has been broken spectator-wise for a long time, and I don't know why it's so hard to get them fixed. Like, I don't know what it is.
Not surprising. Gonna kick this gen here. We do have another one about to pop.
These survivors are just
That leaves her with a bit of a
rolling.
3-gen. So she's got main, and then these two here, was it 2 and 3? Somewhere on this right side of the map. 2 and 4 looks like. Catching someone out here, but not gonna go for them. Gonna stick around. Trying for a second. Oh, Deli!
Ooh.
How unfortunate the second hook is Deli. That is exactly what the survivors want. That is so good for them. They are in a fantastic place. And to boot, the nurse decided not to follow up with Lilith.
Well, I think a thought process here, Nia unhooks herself and runs exactly opposite of where all the generators are. You know,
Yes.
a very low thought process here. You would think you would go after that person, you know, because tunnel out. But I mean, that's kind of what they want you to
It's
do.
the gen then, yeah. And Spartan said, "Not today, say."
Yeah, not today. Yeah, knowing exactly what those survivors are trying to do, and that's one of the things I really enjoy about DbD is it's just this big mind chess game. You know, like
It is.
a lot of
However,
times
he
you're
has
playing.
followed the Ada all the way down here now.
He has, which is kind of interesting because I mean they're pretty far away from where the generators are.
Yeah. So I'm surprised that he would follow the Ada, but not the Lilith. Not the Lilith.
Yeah, not
Follow
the Nia.
Lilith.
It's all good. It's all good.
I
It
try to use
happens.
people's names and then I go back and forth and then I end up saying the Lilith. Sorry, Lilith. Oh, hit! Nice! Nice!
And we're also by Shaq here.
That's a great spot for Nurse. Especially because she can blink just straight up and down. Yep,
Yeah.
you hook in basement, and honestly, I
And
think as survivors,
leave.
you just leave. Because this person, again, is one hook state. And
Yep,
that's what
not
exactly
worth
what
the
they're
risk.
doing. Not at all.
Yep, I
Go get your blood points.
completely agree
Close
with
that
that.
250 blood points for you. Some of the point numbers for blood points in this game are just silly.
They really are. Well played. That was a very coordinated survivor team
Yes.
here.
You can tell that they have some good synergy and great communication, planning all that out and getting people where they need to go at the right times, away from the gens, allowing them to pop everything and get a bunch of outs. Love to
Yeah, I
see
found
it.
that was a very interesting set. A lot of times when we're looking at nurse sets from a comp setting, a lot of times you're kind of expecting a 4K, you know, like going into a nurse set, you're kind of expecting to die. It's just you're usually just fighting for gen stages at that point. How many gens can we get done? So it was kind of an interesting you know, like we got a 3 out, which isn't very common against a nurse. What do you guys think?
I would say so. I do feel like nurse in comp is a little bit different, just because you have a coordinated team, but you also like you know what you're going into, as opposed to a pub match where you know you're just kind of going in blind and then suddenly she's screaming in your face. And I do think if you have someone that is a good nurse chase, it's the same thing, right? They can just hold her, and if she doesn't leave, I think you can definitely get out. It is Nurse though, and she is one of the most powerful killers in the game. But I think against a coordinated team, that diminishes quite a bit. And I would say the same like with some of the other top tier killers. Now, would I ever expect outs? I don't know about that. I would be like, I feel like 4K 0, maybe a couple stages out. But it also kind of depends on the level that we're playing at, right? Are we talking about like low to mid tier teams, or are we talking like high tier teams?
Yeah.
Because that's
Yeah.
also a bit different. When you get to these like very high skill killers, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that completely.
Alrighty, so for our next match here, game 2, Joey will be playing Nurse against Team Pandemonium. Another Nurse set, another
More
Cold
Sally.
Tower. Be excited, guys.
Sally. Well, we'll see how this one goes then. It'll be interesting to have the direct comparison right after.
Yeah.
All right, spawn in. Nurses and Shack. We see that 3-gen topside. Corrupt. Classic Corrupt topside. And she's heading straight there. So something macro for killers. Right off the bat, you want to try to find the survivors. So understanding spawn logic as a killer is crucial to comp gameplay. Typically, if you're running Corrupt, the survivors are going to spawn the Corrupt because it's going to be probably far away from you on the upside map. That's not always the case. 99% of the time it is. And we saw it was here. We were able to find the Ada out in the one tile, and she brought it all the way down to the bottom, which is, I would think, less than ideal because the Corrupt is topside. So I would think you wanted to take that chase up there, but they do have a lot of gens up there. So the call from the IGL may have been just take it bottom.
And, you know, with getting the down kind of quickly, I mean, I'm not sure where strengths lie on this survivor team, but, you know, like potentially Ada may have been, you know, one of the not as strong loopers. You know, we know we're going to get this down a little bit sooner. Let's go ahead and get Corrupt out the way, because once we get that first down, these gens are unlocked. It's free game.
That's true.
I'm cranking.
And then it's open season. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be kind of a delicate balance. Like, yeah, it's nice to be able to have those gens locked, and it's nice to get that really fast hook. But sometimes it might not make sense, because you're losing all that time that you could be pressuring off of a specific area.
I'm not
by
sure
getting
why.
that down so quick.
So this Ada running edge map, I don't feel that was the right choice. Granted, there's not a lot down here, but she did have this filler palette we just saw here at right next to Shack that she could have used. Granted, it's Nurse who can just fly through the pallets, but I don't think running edge was the move there, just because there's nothing. There's nothing there. And again, you need to waste as much time as possible, so... Gets the tag on the Lara. Not going to commit it though. See some people over here on the left side. Holding the blink aggressively. Menacingly, one might say.
And I don't know if you guys noticed, but we had a yellow generator over there. So something to be thinking about here. I know I can see the perks, you guys can't. Does anybody in chat know what that perk might have been? I'm curious to know.
Yellow generator perk. That's what they call it.
The yellow generator. I mean, there's a few things that can cause a yellow generator.
Nice. That is true. That is true.
We are going straight for this tunnel out.
Nice. Leaving Lilith
Now.
slugged. Great idea. It's going to force somebody else off of a generator to go pick them up. I'll be the perk that does the thing. Yes, MILF. Still on point. Decisive.
Oh, beautiful. She was the
Sally has
perfect
been
survivor to
struck in.
tunnel. The perfect survivor to tunnel.
And there it is.
Calm
be
corner
someone
Ada.
So now this is a 3v1 against Nurse. Okay, I was gonna say with 4 gens left, and
Gosh,
I'm glad I
we're
didn't finish the
cranking.
sentence.
We're cranking.
Okay,
Every time
a
I see
3v1 with
gens
2
pop
gens.
like that, every time I see gens pop like that, like I'm just imagining like a fisherman with like out in deep sea, and he's just freaking rolling the reel.
That blind was crazy. Dropping a flashbang exactly where the Nurse was gonna blink and gets the heal off too.
Oh, right.
Somebody clip that. That was
Absolutely.
so good.
That was crazy.
beautiful.
I didn't even see what character that was, but whoever you are, I salute you. If I was Joey right now, I would be so mad. Who the fuck?
I need an instant replay, like honestly.
Oh, that was so good. Excellent
Can we get that in
flashbang.
slow motion?
Honestly, I might have to go back and check that. Couldn't clip. Oh my gosh. The pain. I just saw it back on on Twitch.
Yeah, you're thinking
so
of Blast Mine there, Red. You're thinking of Blast Mine. I can never remember the name of that perk. I'm like, the thing that just blows up in the killer's face, you know, it's like a flashbang.
I love Blast Mine. I'm such a menace. Alright, getting our hooks in on somebody new. Down in basement. So now we have kind of a choice here. Do we stick around basement and protect the hook, or do we venture back out? Looks like we're venturing back out because we know there's some progress out here. We see the scratchies. We hear that motor cranking too. The killer here is gonna have to make a choice and kind of commit to it. Choosing to kick this gen.
Kicking the gen here.
Which, not a bad choice, given the perks. By the way, I think we had a guess in chat at the yellow gen perk.
We did, and I'm curious if anyone's gonna get it. It's unfortunately not genetic limits. As you see, the gen she just kicked is yellow again. We're playing fun trivia today.
I remember Ops used to do the guess the perk streams years ago. He hasn't done it in a while, but I always enjoyed those because it was when I was new to the game, so I was actually trying to figure out all the perks.
Yeah, it's really nice being able to call out perks because it on both sides, you know, you can have the thought process of why something's occurring. How did they know I was there?
They're cheating. Just kidding, they can see you.
And then you get to the end of the game and you're like, oh,
that gen on 10.
Oh, it's that perk.
My favorite is when people don't look at the perks and they just think you're cheating. And I'm read the description. Another notification over there.
Yeah, a loud notification. A loud notification on a yellow gen.
Yeah. Oh. Gonna pivot and go towards Shaq. Gen pops. Are all of the gens yellow right now? Alpha's been busy.
I'll give you a hint. It gives some gen regression, but also if you get those good skill checks, it gives a loud noise notification. Anybody know what perk that is?
Trying a little mind game here, hiding the red stain. I don't hear Ace anymore. I think he held W. He sure did. W is a powerful key.
Wow, fantastic blinks by our nurse here. Being able to close the distance and accurately predict exactly where Ace was going to go. I love seeing
those survivor auras with the down.
Nox got it in
Hello,
check.
Nox.
Congratulations. Trivia winner number 1.
Call a Brine gamer.
Now that is our lovely Onryo perk. Nurse being very patient here.
Gearhead is close. It does give the it gives, I think, aura if survivors hit skill checks, as opposed to the noise notification. Right? Gearhead is aura.
Yes. So after you injure a survivor by any means, Gearhead will activate. Any survivors that hit good skill checks on gens, you'll see their aura on the generator. It's kind of a mid perk for the most part because survivor auras can be hidden behind gens, but with the new PTB soon coming to
Oh my gosh, I love the aura changes.
The aura changes. I was running Deerstalker on the PTB and I could actually see the survivor's aura underneath the gen when I ran aura perks. It was so good. I
can't wait. That's going to be such a game changer. I'm also
Laura
excited about
here.
the perk description updates.
That is also
Oh,
a nice
gosh.
feature as well. I
Yeah.
felt like it was as I was reading an encyclopedia to someone.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's so nice because that's one of the things I felt like I've always said. It's one of the things that really prevents new people from getting into DbD.
Ultrix, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing your friends, trusting them with our community. Welcome, everybody. This is Gauntlet Scrim Day, home of the 5v5 format. We are watching 5 teams play against 5 different killers who are not particularly associated with said teams, opposed to the normal comp format. We are on the second team. This is the second game for them. And it's all point-based. So welcome in. Have a seat. Join along.
Yeah, welcome in. Welcome in. I am interested to know if any raiders coming in. What was your favorite thing about the stream you just came from?
Yeah.
We are
how
a
was the
welcoming,
stream,
positive
Ultrix?
community. Were you guys deebing? Welcome in.
Oh, ooh, nice short blink. We are down to 1 generator here. Taking this chase with the Nia up in the corner of the map, allowing her teammates to presumably crank gens, and she hops locker, which is a clear indication they're about to pop.
So,
And we have the gate right by that gen.
for those who don't know, forcing locker can be useful in situations like this. If you're wondering, why did she jump in the locker, that's just like she could have kept running. If the killer decides to drop the survivor, that's free wiggle progress that they gain on dropping. Otherwise, they're just going to have to force to hook them, which is also beneficial because leaving them slugged on the ground means the killer can snowball and find other people.
Definitely the strategic.
It's a play we see a lot here in
Strategic
competitive
play,
where
yep.
they will force a locker grab just to kind of put the killer in that tough situation of like, should they hook or should they drop? You know, things could go one way or another, but well done to both sides. That was a fantastic match by our nurse as well as the survivor team, and looks like I already got an invite to the next game, so we're good. Speeding right through
Damn,
this.
let's go. We cooking.
We are running through.
Thank
I
you,
love that,
Ultrix,
though.
once again for the raid. Ultrix, she
Do we
is
have a
one of
shout-out
our.
command?
Yes, we do. Ultrix is one of our casters as well. So she's a caster here at DbD Gauntlet, and they were last playing Overwatch. How's the new update, by the way? I've played a bit of Overwatch myself. Tried playing ranked, and that jetpack cat gets banned every single game.
Oh my gosh, Nox you in this damn jetpack cat. Killing me, homie. Nox just started playing, like, what was it, Nox, like a week ago? Oh my goodness. Homie's obsessed.
I also want to make a comment as well. We are kind of piloting a 30-second delay here, so please bear with us over in chat. We really appreciate you. Thank you again for the raid. If you guys are not already following Ultrix, please go ahead. We love supporting other channels that love to support us too. She is one of our own. So really appreciate you guys coming in, hanging out with us today. And we're having a lot of fun. We're getting through our second team here, Pandemonium. Reverie threw a bunch of points on the board, but I mean,
Pandemonium's cooking.
They're cooking something. I don't know if it's sourdough. We'll see. They're definitely cooking something here.
I mean, I'll eat whatever it is, honestly. Honestly.
I hope it's like a 5-course meal. Like they're just starting. Like we just got that like real good appetizer and you're already knowing it's about, like if that appetizer hits the way that you know the rest of the meal is going to be great. I feel like that's
I'm
what
that
we're
person
in,
that
we're
like
in
fills
the
up on
board
the
for.
appetizer and then the rest comes home.
This is tomorrow.
Yeah, basically. So my fiance and I took a cooking class for Valentine's Day, and it was a French cuisine class, and so we made creme brulee, which I've never made before. Again, because just cooking for one person, I'm not going to make all the fancy shit. But we made creme brulee and French onion soup, What else was in there? It was like chicken and green beans, and I forget what the last thing was, but it was so much fun. Also, I did not realize creme brulee is not hard. Like, you need some special stuff, like, right? Because you have to, like, burn the top and whatnot, but, like, it's not difficult, which is nice, because it's yummy.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's definitely one of those things that, like, once you kind of figure out how to do it, it's, like, super simple, because it's pretty minimal ingredients. I mean, that's kind of one of the things with French cuisine in general, is they're very, I mean, honestly, a lot of European cuisine, they're very minimalistic when it comes to ingredient usage, where it's like, you know, we don't need all this extra filler to make something delicious.
It's true.
One of the things I think the French do really well with their cuisine is, like, it doesn't have to be super extra to be great.
All right. We have loaded in. We've got Ares on. Drac. Again, we just saw them play Drac a bit earlier. Back on the most wretched of shops. Finding ace right away. The little doggy sniffs are my favorite.
And one thing that I'm noticing here as well, you know, we like providing feedback on killers, but the pathing on this Dracula, I know we had some struggles when we saw the Drac game earlier, just going a little too wide. This Drac is just hugging super close, making that at most of their distance that they can. Extremely hard, I think. I feel like I always get hung up when I'm in the wolf form, personally. I don't know about you. Do you guys play Drac? Like, does that happen to you, or is it just me?
I play a little Drac. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a survivor main, and I like playing killer, but it's intimidating. So I play a lot in 2v8. But Drac has been one of my favorite 2v8 killers. But I know, like, they're different, that they've modified them. I have had some of that issue, but I've not played in, like, a normal match, I guess. So I don't know if it, like, counts.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, you can tell that LKG here is very comfortable in Drac. He's able to rotate across the map, using the bat form, getting mobility, trying to find survivors, but also being able to quickly switch, able to get this Nia downed here as she comes off of the tractor. We do unfortunately lose a gen here for this first down. We're gonna go ahead and choose a basement hook instead of utilizing one of the Scourge hooks here. So one thing to be mindful of, we've got a save Scourge hook on Nia. So yeah, she has her first hook already. This could be a thought process of the killer here. Do I want to give away what I have in my perk basket?
Right.
A lot of times, you know, being able to call out a survivor perk, being able to call out a killer perk, you know, you can kind of determine what other things they have. And once you give away those things, you kind of lose advantage in some cases, because they know what to expect.
Right. B, welcome in. Thank you for the gifted subs. That's so kind of you. To a bunch of the people that were playing earlier, some of our raiders. Welcome in. If you got a gifted sub, enjoy it. Enjoy the no ads. B, thank you again. Also, hello, good morning. Afternoon. Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock.
Hey, it's not 2 o'clock everywhere.
That's true.
We had a lot of progress on this generator over here. We got Ryobi here, our ace player, pre-dropping the pallet. He's done this a couple times here. Another thing to be mindful of when Drac is in his actual human or Dracula form, I guess. I don't know what you would call him technically. You know, he has the similar thing we talked about earlier. Huntress, Xenomorph, he can go across those pallets with his Hellfire. So it's this nice balance between the pre-drop, knowing he can get that down, or realizing what he's going to be moving to. So it can be an interesting gameplay here with the versatility of the Dracula player.
Yeah, so a lot of Dracula's kit is going to be, you know, wolf form for chase, hellfire form for anti-loop, and then bat form for mobility.
Yeah. Decides to leave this. I think probably in favor of checking on the gens and protecting some of that. No progress there. We
I think
do
that's
see
a
a
very
bunch of
smart
scratch
move.
marks. I think so. That ace was cooking.
I know
Yeah.
we've talked about it quite a few times, is just being aware of what's going on, sometimes getting into that tunnel vision. Yeah, those gens are popping. We might have to go check on it. Unfortunately, sometimes you gotta drop those chases. It
And that
might
is
not
the
feel
thing.
nice to do it. Yeah, but it's necessary.
In the comp setting, if you leave survivors alone, they will do the generators. So if you have somebody, you know,
Oh,
that blind.
beautiful play there, Lara.
My soul, just watching her run in, and like, fuck.
I don't know
Nicely
about you
done.
guys. I am a flashlight gremlin. I love it.
I started on controller, so I was the one with the flashlight, like, making weird symbols in the sky. I finally got the PC version of the game, and it's much better. But I do
We've all been
enjoy,
there.
like, sky flashlight. I tried.
We've all been there. Oh, unfortunately, just getting hung up on this tile here.
That flashlight was so clutch. That bought a ton of time for this Ada and Chase, which is going to allow them to top 1, probably 2 gens. We see someone's lingering there too.
Ooh, being careful not to fall over.
Oh, yep.
Ooh, are we gonna finally show the survivors our perks?
No.
If they were only a couple seconds earlier, we would have been able to potentially get a really good crank to the survivors with our
And that's
pain
the unfortunate
res.
thing about not using your scourge hooks right away is theoretically, you know, you get someone else down, but if you end up with a bunch of juicers, you know, that might not happen as easily.
Yes. Oh, we're coming in for the save.
Oh, the flashy
Firecracker. Beautiful, getting that hit with the
If you waited just a
hellfire.
little bit longer, could have gotten both of those survivors with that health. Where was that going?
Ooh. The Lara's doing such a good job about just getting around.
Yes.
Unfortunately, getting that haste boost out of the gate.
Yep.
We are going to go ahead and get that 4 escape, 2 hook stages, 2 fresh hook stages at that. Well played.
Nicely done by the survivors there, coming in for that unhook and getting out. Again, we mentioned this before. Dracula's got a very impressive kit and can really snowball in that end game. So coming in to get those unhooks with his Hellfire can be very dangerous, and they did it, and hell yeah. That worked out nicely. Excellent job all around, guys.
Yeah. Amazing on both sides. The Dracula had really good pathing. Unfortunately, the survivors were just able to pressure, pull chase in the directions they wanted to. Unfortunately, we didn't drop in the opportune times that we probably should have. Very good teamwork by that survivor team. Throwing more points on the board here. Pandemonium is showing to be a force to be reckoned with. I am really interested to see what this is going to look like here moving forward.
It's tough because, so a lot of this comes down to killer macro and the way that you're managing the map in general. It can be very difficult to kind of make those calls, and that just comes with, you know, time playing the game and stuff like that. Some people are naturals at it. I'm not one of those people. But having that game sense and the macro knowledge to, like, take the chases where you want, when you want, in the manner in which you want, can make a huge difference. Knowing when to leave a chase versus, like, when to go kick a gen, etc. All huge things, and sadly there's really no book on it. There's no hard rules. It all just kind of comes with time playing the game. Hours spent raging.
I definitely feel like as a killer main myself, I enjoy playing killer primarily because I have more agency as to what I can decide will happen. When I'm playing survivor, it kind of feels like you're at the mercy of your team, especially when I solo queue. You know, you really are kind of stuck with like what they're capable of doing, and a lot of times they're not able to meet the expectations of like wanting to all get out of there. Some people are there to have fun. Some people get upset and they leave the game immediately, which really sucks. It really sucks. I wish it wasn't the case where like people would just DC the second they get hooked first.
Right. Our next match, we're going to have, looks like JR and Alien. I'm vibing with the Alien matches, guys. I really am.
I am as well. I also want to say thank you for reaching our follower goal, guys. Thank you so much for the follows. We really appreciate you guys stopping in today. This is DbD Gauntlet. We are so different than everything that's out there. This is the home of the 5v5. We've got 5 killer teams against 5 survivor teams. We are doing our scrim match today. And we will be moving into a tournament next month where... Who did we determine was going to be the killer next month? Oni, right?
Oni-chan!
Yeah, so our tournament next month, we're going to get 5 games per killer of Oni. All day Oni. All day Oni. But we do these events every month. And if you're interested in joining in, if you're new to the comp scene, wanting to dip your toes in, we are welcoming to all skill levels. Go ahead and join us in the Discord, !Discord, if you are interested in participating. Super positive community, very educational based. We love new faces over here. So welcome in to the community. Thank you again for the follows, guys. We really appreciate you. Just a reminder, we are on a 30-second delay. We're trying to keep up with chat the best that we can. But I just want to let you guys know in case something doesn't get answered immediately.
Thank you so much. That's very sweet of you. We're killing it. We're doing awesome. Welcome in. Wolf, welcome in. All these great people. Ultrix, enjoy your lurk. Do what you need to do. Food is good for humans. I support dinner. I also support lunch and breakfast, as well as brunch and dinner. I support food, guys.
Food is good. Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong with a warm bed and a good meal.
At the same time.
She said breakfast in bed when?
Yeah, for real. Honestly, though. God, imagine if that was my life. It's not. It's very much not. But I would take it. I would take it in a heartbeat. All right, looks like we're getting ready to load into the next match. Some more Xenomorph gaming. See what we got here. JR on the killer, Pandemonium on the survivor side, and straight into tunnels. Again, for those who weren't here for the earlier Xeno matches, we see here, Xeno does see footsteps if survivors do not crouch when he's in the tunnel, and then upon emerging, we'll see some killer instinct, which is exactly what we just saw happen there. So it's wise on the survivor side, if you know they're in tunnels, to crouch. And also be aware that if you are close enough, you will be revealed regardless when he comes out.
Also, something to be aware of. Apparently, everyone has to hydrate now. Thank you, B. Yeah.
Hydrate or dihydrate, bitches. Let's go. Thanks, B.
Yeah. Raise your glass. We're hydrating again.
Honestly, that was very well timed because I was thirsty, but not like realizing it. He's out here keeping us alive. Ooh, within the M1.
Beautiful
Survivors
tapping.
chase to the turret, which is ideal. Turret management for the survivors is very important. There's a couple different methods you can use for your turret management. You just have to make sure everyone's on the same page. But you can get a lot of value out of that.
Yeah, it looks like they pretty much decided Shaq was going to be their spot. They They are just running this tile, and we talked about it earlier. This tile right here is super strong. You can almost infinite this tile, and on top of that, having the turrets here pulling the Xenomorph out of power just makes this, again, a time waster. Nia's our time waster player here, and I mean that in the best way possible.
Yeah,
best way
exactly
possible.
What the survivors want. I think this door might be one of those doors you want to break. As a killer, you don't want to break every single breakable door, but there are some on various maps that you just kind of have to, and it's typically when you see that set up with a door and a window.
Ooh, 11 here getting kind of like a body block in a sense, preventing that M2 from going through the way that the Xenomorph intended.
Yep.
But again, tunnel vision here, losing another generator, deciding that, you know, yeah 11 was standing still, full health, but
and part of it, I think,
that easy tag.
I know for me, when I'm chasing somebody and I commit so far into them, I'm like, now it's personal and I must destroy you. And I feel like that kind of happens here. But in the comp world, at a certain point, you kind of have to move past that, right? Like, there's bigger macro issues that you have to take care of as killer. The rest of the team coming in clutch here.
That was nasty, I'm not gonna lie.
That was. Meanwhile, popping gens. JR,
I mean, at this point,
sure
with so much progress on the generators, it does allow the survivors a little bit more flexibility here to go in for those more risky plays. I mean, there's no hooks on the board. We've already got the majority of the gens done. You know, like, at that point, you know, like, let's make those risks. This is a scrim after all, you know? Let's see what we're capable of doing, because at this point, I mean, we're not really losing anything if we don't do it, but, like, let's see what we're capable of doing. So, a very safe risk there. And it worked very well in their favor. It definitely delayed that hook status. Got some progress here. We see 11 running away.
Great job. Great job.
Yeah, they are definitely a force to be reckoned with, I would say.
We do see Lilith is, I almost said unbreakable. Broken.
She broke.
She's broken. I wasn't watching for a second, so I'm not sure when that popped up, what that might be from. Let me actually.
Xeno having some difficulties here trying to find the survivors, but I'm looking in an area where there's no generators. Yeah, it makes sense for the reset to take place over there, but I mean, at this point, probably should focus on the gens a little bit more.
Hey, Ares, welcome in. You're good. I mean, everyone's got their days, right? As long as you learn something, that's all that matters. And that you're having fun. Okay, there's two things that mattered. I lied to you. Learning something and having fun.
Yes.
And, I mean, it's all still very entertaining, so you're doing just fine. Just fine. Another chase here. Going after Lilith. Still injured after the For the People play. Hey-ya! Oh no!
And that was a bit of a pathing issue there. You know, like,
a little bit.
Kind of veered off to the side. I'm not sure if that was either pathing or potentially an auto lock, auto aim.
Oh, maybe.
Nope.
Maybe. We did see the Lara over here running away, which would be another good person to chase.
Yeah, comp DbD is a little bit different than just our normal pub stoppers. A little bit different. You have to have a different thought process on how you're making those decisions. Usually playing a little bit slower, more cautiously. Again, it all comes down to points.
Baiting the pull, it worked. I have not seen any Xenos do that yet today. That is, for anyone who missed it, what JR did was went into tunnels to bait somebody to come and try and get the pull, which they did. And then, of course, you come right back out and fuck their shit up, for lack of a better term.
Beautiful second win value there, but unfortunately, just wasn't able to outplay the knower.
Yep.
I feel as though Alien knows an Ed.
Knows Ed. Who is Ed?
I don't know, but he knows him. Unfortunately, getting that totem cleansed extremely quickly. They must have spawned, like, they must have been, like, right where that totem spawned.
Yep.
Throwing the firecracker, getting the stun. Are they gonna get the pallet too?
They did.
Okay. I don't think they got a pallet stun with it. I think they might have ran through it. But that would have been pretty nasty if they were able to get the double stun there. 11 here, unfortunately, going down. Not too far away from the hook. We just got Lara left.
I don't know that you even bother picking here. I think you slug for the Lara.
Because the more you kind of like move people around, the easier it is to kind of walk around. Again, these survivors are on comms. They're all talking to each other.
Yes, they should be saying exactly where he's going.
Going back to hook. Oh, no. Okay, you're going to back off. Going into tunnel. Okay, let's be a little bit more cautious. Being mindful of what's going to provide proc on Killer Instinct.
Ed is your good friend. Nice. Ed seems lovely, but kind of a dick. Also, yeah, comp DbD is it's very hard. It's like a totally different mindset, and it's really easy to let your mental like just spiral, which is why, like I was saying earlier, it's very intimidating. But it's definitely something that you can practice and improve at, which is the whole point of scrims, right? Like that's the whole reason we're here. So it's all for fun. It's all for learning, so that you can eventually get to a place where you're feeling great, and then go play a tournament for money. I at some point would like to play comp killer, but right now I just do pub killer. I'm too scared to do comp killer, but I'm gonna try it. It's coming soon to a scrim near you.
I'm excited. I'll be there when I see it.
You might not
I'll be there when I see it. I'll see it when it's there. I'll be there. Words are hard sometimes, guys.
Bro, words are hard all the time. Let's be real.
Both survivors here are fully healthy. No Ed is no longer in play. 11 trying to run to the gate. The best of their ability here.
Let's see what we got. Can we block it? Okay. Well, we at least will get the kill on Lilith. Do we get a Mori? The Mori.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I just recently watched all the Alien movies. Kind of around, I think it was around like Thanksgiving, back in the fall. Like the original from the 70s. Yeah. They're very good. They're very good. Which made me appreciate this whole chapter a bit more, because I get the references.
Yeah.
Nicely done, guys. Yeah. Nicely done all around. Another good Xeno match in the books. And we'll move on to the next. Speaking of, Kessner, what is next? Did Kessner die? AFK.
Not allowed. Maybe Ed found him.
Ed found him. I knew Ed was a dick.
I knew it!
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
So for our last match here, it's going to be Improved playing Xenomorph against Team Pandemonium for the 5th and final round.
Okay. More Xeno per Xeno. Alien Resurrection's your favorite? Which one was Resurrection? Was that... Wait, we were talking about this the other day. Was that the prison one or the clone one? Well, we do have a 30-second delay, so I'll expect your answer in 30 seconds. I was not a fan of the clone one. The prison one was fine. Not my favorite, but it was fine. But the clone one was like weird. And I know why they had to do it, but like I don't know, it felt strange.
Yeah, I think the resurrection one was the clone one. It's like
was it
96, 97, something like that. Yeah.
I think it was. With that hot take. Why are you like this?
Oh, they got hit with an ad.
Oh, yeah, I did too. I just saw it. If you want to avoid ads, you could use your Prime to get a free sub. It does work for any channel, but you could use it here. And then you could listen to us yap about movies. I say to all the people that are not getting the ad.
It happens. It happens.
They'll see it in the VOD. And we did get some gifted, so there are still some people who are able to hang out and listen to us yap about Amazon Prime.
Of course. And thank you again, B, for the gifted subs. We really appreciate you stopping in. We really appreciate all of you guys stopping in today, whether you are a new viewer or a returning viewer. We love involving everyone here in the tournament system. We want to support everyone here, so we really appreciate you just as much as you appreciate us.
Yeah. If anybody is new to Gauntlet and or the comm scene in general, typically the way competitive DbD works is you will have 2 teams. They will pick 3 sets of killers. We call it a best of 3, and each team will play survivor and killer, and then you take obviously the best of those 3 matches to determine who wins. Here at Gauntlet, home of the 5v5 format, we set up 5 killers independent from teams to go against 5 survivor teams. In just an all-day round of scrims, and then we have the actual gauntlet itself, which changes killer every month. Upcoming for March will be Oni. So all day we will have 5 Oni killers going against 5 survivor teams on just a day of Oni gauntlet. So our format here is a little bit different than the standard competitive scene, but it is just fun all the same. And yeah, we have a great community here, like to help people expand and learn and try new things, and that's kind of the fun of it, right? Is putting yourself out there and giving it a shot and playing Oni all day, because why not? What else would you do with your Saturday, for real? Looks like we are ready to load in to the next match. Improve on Alien against Pandemonium. This will be the last match for Pandemonium, who has been killing it. So we'll see what happens in this last match. Again, just as we've seen with every Alien, straight to the tunnels.
Yeah, it's essential to get into the tunnel, as it does increase the speed at which their tail attack is going to come up. Kind of checking out this 3-gen area here, as we know survivors do spawn closer to that. Catches Real setting up a turret and breaks the turret at the same time.
That was a fast down. Fast find, fast down. Kind of unfortunate that Ryobi got found in the process of setting up a turret. You can't really cancel that animation, and like the turret makes you slower, so they were just kind of
stuck in that
there.
yeah, and unfortunately as well, it looks like the tail attack was able to break the turret at the same time, so
yeah,
kind of a rough start for their Team Pandy, but you know, never know how the match could turn out. They could pull back real easily.
And honestly, from the survivor team, I would not be surprised if they did. They've been playing very well all day. That is a bit of an unfortunate start, but we'll see. I do believe, actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you or anyone in chat knows differently, when you, as a survivor, are carrying a turret, if you hold down the sprint button, you can walk faster. I don't think walking or sprinting, quote unquote, with the turret will cause footsteps for Xeno in the tunnels. I'm pretty sure. Unless one of you guys knows differently. That's been my experience. That turret scared me a little bit. Heading back into the map, trying to find someone else to harass while being harassed themselves. Find someone here, takes the window, probably a live player. Survivors typically will run, everyone will get an exhaustion, and you kind of want to play to your exhaustion, right? So if you have live, you want to kind of set up on a gen that has a window nearby. If you have balance, you want to kind of be by a hill or a crane or something that has a drop down. Gets the tail attack here. Seeing some other survivors cranking these gens. Choosing to stick with the 11. Trying to take it away from the gens that their teammates working on. I feel like they could have maybe kept that.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Beautiful
Kept
play
that
there by
closer
that
to top.
11.
Yeah.
Very, very well played. Able to get that good timing and that rotation over the shack.
Yep. Getting the M1 on the Ada too. This is why I was saying earlier, I think taking that chase up top was good, and then she kind of wrapped back around and ran into her teammate, allowing Improve to kind of switch targets and get a quick down here on the Ada.
Mm-hmm. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Was it or was it not Ryobi earlier that did the they didn't use the flashbang, but weren't they the person that did the
Ooh, nice
the
tag.
crouch tech earlier on the Xenomorph?
I do not remember. Possibly? I
Like a
trust
couple
your
games
judgment.
ago? Like a couple games ago, they were the one that got it on that pallet, and it was just like, oh, I kind of expected that.
Yeah.
Beautiful scourge hook here.
Yeah, kind of spreading these hooks around. We still have all 5 generators.
Get some
Nothing
killer
popped
instinct
yet.
here in Shack.
So, lots of gens with high progress though, so not for nothing. I think
some
really what
scratches
got
here.
them here is that chase coming back down to bottom. If that chase hadn't come back down to bottom, I think both of those gens would have popped.
Oh, more than likely.
Very unfortunate for the survivor side here. Coming in with that unfortunate start.
And again, pre-drop on the pallet here. Again, Xenomorph, extremely important to try and keep that distance, especially when you don't have anything to pull them out of power. They were able to reset another turret here on the corner of main.
Ooh.
Again, super strong tile against the Xenomorph. A Xenomorph being very familiar with the fact that can turn into a pretty infinite loop, and deciding they want to chase someone else. So very smart play here. Mia being very patient on the backside of this, kind of mind gaming directionally where they went. They did a really good job there, faking to the right, but full sending it back over here to the left. Very, very well
Again, with
played
the
by that
pre-drop.
Mia.
You still have to be careful because they can still, like, this is one of those tiles where Xeno could strike over it because a lot of those objects are short enough. Gets down anyways.
Unfortunately not able to get any more value out of the scourge hook, but it was the closest hook to them. We do lose another generator here, and we get another loud noise notification.
Looks like there that totem goes.
Totem got a
Ada
decent
over
amount
here.
of value for the time that it was up.
Sure did.
Our
Sure
Xeno
did.
here has 4 hook stages now across the survivors, and they're at 3 gens, so it's a pretty strong position to be in. If our killer here plays it right, yeah, they could force some injuries here, so it's not a free, easy unhook.
Now,
There we
thought
go.
process here, Kastner, you're a killer main. Like, if you were Xenomorph right now, like, what's going through your head?
Well, doing the same thing that Xeno's doing right now, I'm going to force the tunnel out in this situation. Now in pub matches, I do get a lot of salt for doing things like that, so it's not something that I go for often, but in this case scenario where winning is the primary goal, yeah, tunnel out is important there. So our Nia here did have second wind, and as you saw, the Xeno went for the attack off the hook, second wind procced, and they were still left injured, so it only cleansed the deep wounds, they didn't fully heal them. So very smart play by our Xeno player here. But yeah,
Very strong game awareness.
Getting one survivor out is going to make the game 25% easier for you as a killer, and 25% harder for the other survivors.
And I realized what happened earlier with that deep wounds, because we just saw something similar. If you get hit into deep wounds when you have second wind, if you can heal that deep wounds, it will still heal your injury. And I forgot that that was an interaction that happened. A couple games ago that came up, and for some reason when you said that, it just finally re-clicked in my head.
Exactly, and you will especially know this when you see the survivor is unhooked and they're immediately broken after being unhooked.
Yep.
That is a clear indication of second winds, right? If you saw them deadly, then it's something else, right? You don't have to worry about that, but very clear indication of second winds. So play was made. Well done by our Xeno there, getting that Lilith out of the match early. And now it's going to be really hard for the survivors here, because it's going to be a situation where our Xeno can just keep downing one survivor, and they're going to have to get off gens to go help each other.
Yep. 3v1 is a whole nother game.
Yeah, especially with so many gens left in the game, it does make it really difficult losing a survivor so early into the match.
Yeah.
Very respectful here. Crouch teching here on the corner. Ryobi again. Very familiar with the mechanics here.
Nice. Nice. Dodge. Oof. Gets hit there, though.
Yeah, if I was a Xeno, I would drop Ryo. Oh, perfect hit, actually. So, never mind, not a bad chase. But yeah, doing Ryo being such a fantastic survivor, I would focus on the other survivors, try to find like a weaker link between them, and that's the person that I would try to get out next, because it's going to be the fastest way to win the match.
I agree with that, because the longer your strong looper can hold chase, the more time it allows the remainder, the teammates, to just chug away on those gens. And that's what the survivors want you to do. And I do feel like Ryobi is definitely one of the stronger players on this team. We have seen quite a few mechanics that they've utilized pretty frequently. They're very familiar with the map awareness, very familiar with the mechanics of the killers. And that makes a huge difference. Just having that base kit knowledge makes a huge difference in these scenarios when you have to make these very, very quick decisions.
Finding Ryobi again. Which would be great. Injured, death hook. But like we said, they are good survivors. So we'll see how long you can hold chase here before losing these last two gens. As a killer, you kind of have to start making some choices. Ooh.
Yeah, and he did a really good job there.
I would have faked the vault. Fake the vault and bait the tail.
Yeah, he faked his pathing on that one, and the alien was able to read it pretty well. And unfortunately, with the way that he faked it, he ended up in an area that just unfortunately, dead zoned him.
Oh.
Got some aura here, looked like. No?
I thought I saw it too, but it wasn't the thing.
But I think it was the turret. Yeah, it was the turret thing.
That was weird. Alright, looks like we got someone kind of captured. Oh, I might have gone the other way and tried to... Although you have the door on that side, it wouldn't have mattered. Going for the Lara here. Both of them at this point are worth the same, so whoever you can get down first, and then I think you got a slug, right? Get the M1 here, and then try to find the Ada.
Fortunately, vaulting. definitely not intentional. I'm guilty of doing that a lot myself.
I know.
It just happens.
I love
It
as
happens.
Survivor when I can get a killer to do it, and I'm like, teehee. And when I'm a killer and a Survivor gets me to do it, I'm like, oh, why?
Like, you can have. I don't want to be over anymore.
I wanted to vault the window. I'm not.
It hurts my feelings every time. You just have to laugh at it when it happens.
Oh yeah.
Like, dude, like we're playing a game. We're having fun. We get
Alright,
that
that's
second
the
down
down
here
on
at
the
the Ada.
So
Now the
unless
question,
Lara's
do we have a
got some
UB?
magic, yeah.
Question.
Let's take a peek. Nope. No magical perks on the Lara, so that will be it. Whether she bleeds out or the Xeno's able to come back and find her, which presumably he will be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, once we're able to locate, we're gonna wrap up here with a 4K1.
Yep. There it is. Get that Mori. Alien versus Tomb Raider. It's an interesting visual. It's one of my favorite things about this game is like all the different franchises coming together in one place, and you can watch Alien kill Lara Croft Tomb Raider. Good stuff, guys. Excellent matches all around. That was the last one for Pandemonium, right? All right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job, guys. Excellent sets. Excellent Survivor gameplay. All the killers played really well, too. So I'm excited to see how they continue doing as we move through the other Survivor teams.
Yes, so for our next team, it's going to be Team Abyss lining up against our killers again with Spartan DbD on Nurse. That will be our first match, and looks like I already got the invite, so we're going to be moving on to that.
Perfect. Are we, as far as the schedule goes, are we on time, ahead of time, behind time?
Our admins can chime in and let us know how the schedule is going so far.
I'm curious. I also have the power to look with my eyeballs. Oh, we're ahead of time. We're running ahead.
We're still on the scoreboard right now. We have a 30-second delay, guys, so I'm sorry. Do we still have the scoreboard up?
Correct, we do.
All right, awesome. So as we see here, we're a 5v5. We've got 5 killer standings here on our scrims and 5 survivor standings. So we've gotten 2 sets done for our survivor teams. So Reverie is just slightly pulling ahead of Pandemonium here. Both teams put a lot of points on the board. Both very, very strong teams. On the killer side here, it's a close, like neck and neck. It's like anyone's game at this point on the killer side. We've got quite a bit of distance here, I would say. But it looks like everyone's kind of skill-wise in the same boat. I'm really excited. We still have 3 more teams to see on the survivor side. So there's plenty of points to be got on the killer side. So don't count anybody out, guys. Don't count anybody out.
Oh, yeah. No, it ain't over till it's over. Until Kate sings. Do we have any other? Oh, we do. V sings. Well, V does drums. Do we have any other survivors that sing besides Kate? I mean, I guess we could call in Chrissy. It ain't over till the Chrissy sings.
I mean, if you want to be technical, Trickster, but he's not a survivor.
Well,
his lore is so interesting. I heard. I could be wrong, but I heard you love lore.
I do love lore. Oh my god, who told you? I love that. I'm a slut for lore. Not gonna lie.
Whose lore do you like the most out of everybody?
Oh gosh. Honestly, there's so many good ones. I really enjoy some of like the older original characters. I'm not gonna lie, I think Twins might have to be my favorite just because it's so emotional. Like sad, but it's very like visceral. Like you could absolutely see it happening, especially in that time period and stuff like that. I don't know, there's so many good ones. There's some that are like Slingers, for example, is kind of mid, in my opinion.
Ooh, Kessner, how you feel about that?
That
I
is
forgot.
that is her opinion. If she wants to have that, that's fine.
What was that question yesterday about hot takes? Well, no, because
I mean, he's a slinger main, so like...
I know, and I forgot about that before I said it. I'm sorry, but
it's okay. It's your opinion. It's okay.
you're allowed to be wrong. Yeah, I feel like they could have done a lot more with it, but it was just like, I don't know. I just didn't really vibe with that one, but
yeah,
no, there's a lot of good ones. But I think Twins. I think I'd have to say Twins.
Yeah, Twins is a very sad story. I think all of them in general are just sad because it's like no one wants to be here out of like choice. On the killer and survivor side, but what I'm really interested in, like, have you guys been following the grimoire?
Yes.
Like, who's excited? Like, I'm so excited for this chapter.
I can't wait. It's gonna be so cool.
The artwork, the concept, like they cooked with that one. Like they absolutely cooked with that one. Well, yes. I guess technically we cooked with that one because we technically chose, you know.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how it turns out. Like, I did the new grimoire. What was it, this morning? And just looking at like what they've come up with.
Yeah. And
part of me is like, I want more input, but then part of me is like, that's just not feasible. There's no way for us to weigh in on every single little detail. Like, we'd be making this chapter for 3 years. But what they have cooked, I'm vibing with. And I was just watching the dev stream from last week, and I was watching where they were like showing the killer power that they've been working with, like that beam and stuff, and how it's kind of watching that process of how it's evolved. It's so cool. So for anyone in chat who hasn't seen, you could go check out the dev stream. They do have the VOD up on Twitch and on YouTube. But during that, they kind of present some of the teasers for what they've been working on, and they show the killer power. And so if you guys remember, we voted, and the vote was for a beam. And they were originally playing with like a horizontal beam that came from the killer, and got a lot of feedback that it didn't really feel like there's any skill expression or anything like that. And so they decided to make it like a vertical beam, like coming down from the sky, which honestly feels amazing. It looks so cool. Like, because if you have this sort of like, I don't know, like angelic, spiritual, whatever they're supposed to be, and this beam of freaking justice comes down from the sky, but you can also like move it, and it moves like in the direction that you're looking. And obviously it's still like prototype and could definitely change, but I just love that idea, and it just sounds so fun. We'll see how it is to play against. I think the number tuning will say a lot.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I feel like ever since probably the Vecna chapter, they got a lot more unique as far as killers. Like, we went from having killers that really only had one or two forms to the killer, and then just evolving into this more dynamic structure. I feel like all the killers that came after the Vecna one, it's like every single killer just has so many different versatile functions. They have so much flexibility between moving between either forms or moving between player point of view. So it's just been really interesting seeing the dynamic shift of the game in general. You know, like just the evolution of the games has been really interesting.
Yeah.
And I just have to make a comment here because we're seeing the survivors here. You guys might not see it yet. I am a Jane main, but I have a very, very soft spot for Yoichis. I don't know what it is.
Really?
They're so cute.
Okay.
They're so cute. I can't kill Yoichi. It's just a thing. Like,
you won't kill Yoichi?
I won't. I can't. I just can't. They're just so adorable. Like, if you ever get into a game with the Yoichi, they're just usually so adorable, and I can't.
That's true. I can. I have no soul.
My soft spot.
I do love a good Yoichi. So my friend and I, we'll actually see them later, Frog, who's going to be on Team Mirage. We were playing 2v8, and we were trying to kill everybody, right? Like we're trying to get our 8K. And these Michaelas come out of nowhere. And so we load in on Greenville with the movie theater and they like wave us over and we're like, why are they waving us over? And like there's 3 of them behind the counter and like they want to serve us, they want to RP and stuff. And I was like, that's so cute. I want to interact with them. And of course, once you interact with them, you can't kill them.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn
because
it.
then you're wrong. You're wrong once you do that.
I know. And it feels bad. But it was so funny because we were like, let's kill everyone. And then they're like, do you want some popcorn? Yeah.
I've been loving the PTB right now at the convenience store.
Are people doing it there? That tracks. I haven't downloaded the PTB, but that is I can't say I'm surprised.
Because there's like a convenience store and it's just so DbD coded. Like,
I love that.
It's so adorable. Have you
really
noticed
like
that in your PTBs, Kessner? Oh, he might have stepped away. But yeah, I've been seeing it all over socials.
They were V's. They were V's, not Michaela's. Yes. Hi, Frog. Also, welcome to chat. Yeah, I love stupid interactions like that, and I'm always really sad. Like I remember when Dracula first came out, and there was like that phase where people would just like load in, transform into dog, and then we'd all just like run out in the open and be like, I want to pet the dog. And I tried it the other day. I tried it the other day because I was like, maybe it'll be fun, right? Like maybe we'll get someone that just is here for the memes. And so I hear Drac and they transform into dog and I run out and I'm like, I pet the dog. And he's like, I murder you. And I was like, I pet the dog. And he's like, I murder you. And I was like, no. I'm a pet
Those
the
are
dog.
so wholesome. They're so wholesome when it happens. Like
really
DbD
is.
RP server win.
It's just see, and that's like the fun part that I love about this community is when you get those interactions in games and like just silly stupid things happen. Like that's what makes this game just so delightful. So it's the little things.
The little things in life.
Yeah. All right. Y'all, we got a match. We got a game of Dead by Daylight. Abyss versus Spartan on Miss Sally Smith, the nurse. What map are we on? Hold on. Coal Tower?
Coal Tower, my beloved.
Excellent. Survivor spawning in bottom, looks like. Spartan making his way downtown.
Blinking fast. Corrupt is
Hopefully.
up and the survivors are not going home now.
I love that.
We got
Finds
Clinton over
everybody.
here and Chase. Sprint bursting away.
Oh, Rock. Rock OP. Quentin.
We got Corrupt over here. Quentin doubling back. Breaking line of sight. Unfortunately getting that first tag here.
Yeah.
In the corner. Still on Corrupt though. He is also
Which
our
is great.
flashlight player. And here's some movement over here. Sounds like there could potentially be two people in
I
this
heard
area.
that too. And I
Yeah,
feel like
there
we're
are
seeing
definitely
two sets
two,
of scratch
yeah.
marks, yeah. Spartan deciding to
Not
go
probably the best
elsewhere.
move. Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to find some of these survivors, cranking the gens up top, knowing that the Corrupt is holding the bottom.
And that's one of the things we were talking about earlier is that sometimes getting that first down really fast works against you.
What?
You know?
That sucked. I don't know what caught him on that blink there, but that was criminal.
I just don't think he held it long enough because sometimes the way the map, like the map texturization setup, like it's like the elevation change can
maybe
like
that was
hook you
it.
up, kind of like that tree blink earlier. Like sometimes you get caught on the front side of the texture versus the back side. So when you have those like elevation changes, sometimes the way like the landscaping kind of humps up slightly, it feels like it's like a tree almost, like it's an object.
We see this yellow gen giving a notification indicating survivors are present. Felix already stealthing away.
Ooh.
Make
balance good again.
And we literally perfectly saw the firecracker. Y'all, I'm still thinking about that firecracker play from a couple games ago. That was so good.
I'm telling you, we need a replay. Slow mo.
I'm gonna go back and find it.
Ooh. Trying to M1 around the corner, but unfortunately not able to turn fast enough.
Ooh.
Slight blink, thinking they were going into the pallet, hoping to get that body block. But Felix, unfortunately, moving one tile over on the 4 lane.
Oh, pain.
And that's one of the things that can make Nurse kind of difficult is, you know, you got that cooldown on your blinks, losing line of sight. Felix is doing a very good job about being unnoticeable. Now, he did not double back this time, probably thinking that the nurse was going to expect him to double back, because he has double backed about 4 times now. And that's one of the things that can make or break nurses, because it's really, again, the chase, like the chess game here. The mind game. Are you gonna double back again, or are you not gonna double back again? And a lot of times what makes a really good nurse is them being able to adjust to your play style. So knowing that you're someone that's gonna run back, I'm gonna under blink, or knowing that you're someone that just holds W. Right. On the flip side here, Survivor, you know, making sure that you're unpredictable, breaking the line of sight, making it so that the nurse has to, in essence, guess, is your best opportunity to try and get away.
Oh,
Quentin here running straight back at the nurse, over blinking.
Something that I've noticed good nurses also do is if they, so say for example there where she charged her blink and then he started running back, I've noticed that they'll look down slightly so they don't go as far as the blink would normally take them. I did not realize that was a thing until literally a couple days ago. Because I've definitely been in those situations where I charge my blink and then they turn around and I'm like, well, I have this full blink and I can't cancel it, so I guess I'll see you later.
Yeah, it's the same thing. You're basically creating it to be stuck on the texture that's closer. So it's you're kind of like trying to grab, like frontwards grab it, if that makes any sense.
Right, yeah. But I think that technique might help Spartan a little bit here. I feel like we've seen him do it a few times, but he's not doing it now, and it's causing some trouble kind of try to catch somebody. There's Felix again.
We've got 3 gens done, 2 to go. Everyone full health. Unfortunately, we don't have any hook stages yet.
Oh, that was a close one.
Fortunately, Spartan here struggling to get it down. But one thing with Nurse, it can be pretty easy to come back, though. You know, like just because they're cranking the gens doesn't mean he still can't get some stages here.
Oh yeah.
But it is going to make it very difficult.
I've seen less powerful killers snowball harder. It really just, like, I think when you get into endgame, it depends a lot on how the survivors play it, right? Like, if they play it really smart, you're cooked no matter what. But if they play it really poorly, they're cooked no matter what. So, honestly, I think even if this gen here pops, it could go either way. Now, survivors, if they're smart, are going to start pressuring another gen, probably doubling or tripling. They know now that, obviously, Spartan is aware of this gen and how high it's progressed, and likely to, you know, try and focus it and protect it, knowing how it's progressed.
Oh, blinking through the pallet, unfortunately getting the stun. And I just know we're about to get a gen pop. It's just, unfortunately, I think the gen game is over.
Yeah, we do have 2 other survivors cranking a gen.
And these can be pretty disheartening from a killer perspective. You know, like feeling very strong and confident coming into the game, and sometimes it just snowballs, and
then your mental just tanks.
And being able to just kind of snap out of you know, like you're like, oh god, the gens are going, and you just kind of get into this thought process, and you're really pulling yourself back by doing that. So being able to try and separate yourself, doing the best with what you can with the play that you have ahead of you. You're working on this door over here, unfortunately getting it open. Everybody is full health. We get the 3 out over here. We're gonna presume
nicely done from on the
other
survivor
door.
side.
Yeah. Very well
rough
played.
game for Spartan, but it happens. Honestly, there's so many things with Nurse. There's so many intricacies, like with her blinks and stuff. And without her blinks, she's just so freaking slow. So yeah, there's just so much to learn there, which is why I'm so nervous to even try. But excellent job, guys. Nice.
Yeah, the survivors
game.
did a very good job on adjusting to the Nurse. You know, being unpredictable, breaking the line of sight. And that's definitely something to take to the drawing board for all survivors here is, you know, like what works really good against the Nurse. But also, you know, this is an opportunity to learn from our mistakes too, and what went well, what didn't go well. On the Nurse perspective, I feel like they did a really good job on adjusting based off of the survivors, but unfortunately, we just didn't commit long enough in order to get at least the hook at the very beginning. I understand the thought process on not doing it because of the corrupt gens.
Right. Yeah, I was trying to think, like, what was it? Like, what was it that went wrong?
Yeah, I feel like if we got that first hook, we potentially could have had a little bit more change of pace, because we would have had to force a reset. You would have been able to blink back to the hook, potentially either tunnel out or get another fresh hook. You can kind of utilize that, but because we just didn't take enough time to commit to at least one person, I think a lot of what was going on was kind of like the tag game, like, oh, I'm not making any progress. And I feel like all of us killers get into this perspective at times. You're like, oh, I haven't gotten the hook yet. I see another gen go. I can't commit to this guy any longer. And it's just that balance, like learning where that sweet point is, like how long do I use to commit to this? And
the hard part is that is so situational. Like that's what is difficult. Like we were talking about this earlier, like there's no one can write a book and say like, if you do this for this many seconds, like it's very situational.
Yeah.
But I think that's the macro, that's the game sense we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a very, very good survivor team. Spartan wasn't able to get a ton of points on the board, but it is okay. We are scrimming. We're learning for a purpose here.
That is the purpose. That's why we love scrims. You can try something new, try something old, try something mid.
Try to understand it from Spartan's perspective. He's playing Nurse with a controller right now. He's a fairly he's a fairly brand new Nurse as well. So I've seen a lot of his gameplay. He's a Michael Myers main. So him picking up a new killer, absolutely. I mean, it's a tough challenge.
That context sheds a lot, honestly. Like the difference between Myers and Nurse is night and day. But also like as someone who's also trying to learn Nurse, like I don't have the guts to come to Gauntlet and do Nurse right now. So
so, you know,
damn, that's legit. That's good.
It takes a lot of cojones to, you know, put yourself up on the stage and go for the scrims against people you know who probably have a lot more experience and practice than you do, but you're not here to win or lose. You're here to kind of learn what you need to work on, and that's what we're here for.
Yeah, like a stepping stone into the comp world. What's going to work, what's not going to work. Learning from other people, learning different mechanics, different play styles. Really testing yourself and your ability to be flexible in these situations. Nurses, we talked about it earlier, Nurse is an extremely difficult killer to learn. And it has such a difficult time with people adjusting, especially if you're going from like Myers and Nurse probably are like the most like the furthest thing from each other. So it's completely different thought process on how the killer is going to approach the game when you're playing both of those killers. But once you hit that sweet spot and you just get it, it's like sky's the limit for you. So I 100% commend, especially on a controller playing nurse. Yeah, it happens.
Spartan would have rather had Xeno, and Ares would have rather had nurse. Man, that's the brutal. You could have swapped. That's crazy. Yeah, I can't. I definitely don't have the balls for that, but I'm happy that y'all do. Gives me something to do on a Saturday.
Like even without a ton of points on the board from that game, there was still a lot of really good points on both sides for both Spartan and also for the survivors. Spartan did a really good job on adjusting. I just felt like he needed a little bit more time committing. You know, I feel like I could be wrong. I feel like he was starting to feel that pressure build up, and I'm guilty of it myself. You're like, I haven't gotten any points. I haven't gotten any points.
And you kind of start to panic, and you're like, I need points. Oh, they have gens. Oh, my motors. And you're like, my brain turns off.
Yeah, and that's when you start that, 15 seconds, the difference between 10 and 15 seconds, it feels like an eternity. And then when all those gens are popping, it feels like time is just sliding away from you at times. And being able to kind of come back, reground yourself, and really focus can be a make or break point there. But really, really good play on both sides.
Yeah, that was a good time. Oh man, one of these days y'all will see me in here, and that will be me just every single match, but it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. All right, what do we got next? Oh, hello, welcome. We're going against,
so it's going to be Joey on the Doctor against Team Abyss.
The Doctor. I'm not going to do the laugh again. I almost did the laugh again. To try and do the like, woo, the thing he does when he gets stunned. I'm not bad at something. Like, that's Miggy's game. Get Miggy in here. He could do the voices and stuff. I'm just here to yap and fill space.
Oh, you're here for much more than that.
Milf, you should definitely attempt the laugh. Please do. I would love to hear Milf
on
try
you?
the laugh.
Question mark? This is a safe place, remember?
Yes, this is a safe space. And I've already done it on stream. It's fine. It's fine. Doctor. I assume wretched. So a lot of the same things that we saw earlier are going to be in play. Again, with Doctor, he's got that initial static blast. A lot of Doctors are just going to run straight to the middle of the map or straight to the other side where the survivors spawn and just hit them with that static blast. So you'll likely see a lot of these survivors just hop in a locker straight from the jump and try not to get found unless someone has like Iron Will or something like that.
Iron Will wouldn't save you from the Doctor Blast. It would be Calm Spirit, but I don't think I don't think it's allowed.
Oh.
I don't think it's allowed for that very reason. Like I can check the balance real quick just to confirm.
Well, we'll find out then. Yeah, sorry, I meant Calm Spirit.
That's okay. It's a Jake perk. It's all the same.
Yeah. You'd make less noises. But yes, you'll likely see a bunch of people jump into lockers. The thing with Doctor is his ability to shut down pallets and vaults with his power. So shutting down those loops can be very hard for survivors to deal with. So pre-throwing, taking hits for each other so they can get to another tile is going to be kind of the key to winning here. Loading in, and we see the Doctor, just like we were saying, head straight towards the corrupt side of the map. See some scratchies and goes for the blast. Nobody was in lockers apparently.
They full sent it. They
full send.
I feel like they're coming off of a high, right? Like they just pour out it.
That's true, but you got to be careful not to get cocky.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. I have faith in them. They've been playing pretty well. just in general. But that can be a thing too, you know. You see that in sports a lot. Ooh. He's able to get the pallet throw just in time. Switches to Felix.
Very smart
like
play here.
he's-
I probably would have done the same as well.
Yeah, just going for the tag. I'm surprised that the ace here didn't just make distance and go somewhere else. Kind of stayed at this truck pallet. Gets to throw that one as well. Doctor here shutting down his ability to take that vault, so he just leaves. Goes to a different tile, which is really all you can do.
Doctor over here mind gaming. Pathing is immaculate here on the Doctor, hugging that loop super tight.
Yep.
Rotating around here, able to get that first down, losing our first generator. Trying to see if we can make it over to the scourge hook, which we should be able to. A little nervous to go through the pallet.
Nice.
Now, what we're hoping here is that there was other gens being worked on other than the one that just popped. Hopefully getting some value out of that hook.
Hopefully. I imagine there would be. I might have taken that static blast a bit further down into the map, since we know where the gen popped and we know no one else was immediately nearby. But we do see someone down there. I think that was the Quentin. Cranking this gen here at 9 or so. 8. Whatever you want to call it. Both of them injured. Leaving probably the healthy survivor. Yep, to go for the unhook, which is a great play. Sending an injured person would have been a mistake for sure. Gonna try to get a hit on Yoichi. That would make everybody injured. There we go. Spread out the injuries. Now all you gotta do is find someone and commit. Pre-throwing Shack, which seems not great face value, but again with Doctor, he can shut down your ability to even throw that pallet. So it's kind of a shame because he does just kick it, which honestly as a killer is exactly what I would do.
Blasting through this pallet here. We got Felix coming in, trying to take a protection hit. He is able to secure that.
Exactly what we were talking about, playing with your teammates, and when they can't get anything, come and take a hit so they can get to a better position. Able to get that pallet throw, so he has some time here.
We've got another healthy survivor here. Looks like the Yoichi is moving in, taking another protection hit, and leaving.
Abyss Survivor is doing a great job coming in for each other, keeping this ace alive.
Yes, for sure. This is one of the things that tends to happen. You come in for the hit, knowing that the killer isn't going to commit to you, but utilizing the ability to get that distance on the survivor that's being tunneled. Doctor realizing after 2 people being injured, they really wanted to keep him in the game here. So using that mind process here where the survivors are thinking that he's going to keep going to that ace, double backing and able to secure another fresh hook. Very smart, forward thinking, definitely mind gaming here on the killer's behalf. Ooh.
Oh, the clock has been turned back. Let's go.
We got a Vecna perk here.
I do love the visual for that, like with the fire up the sides of the screen.
So you may or may not be familiar with it, since it is one of the newer killers in the game. So for the first, aka the Vecna,
Vecna
so
2.
the Vecna number 2. Henry, turn back the clock is what we just saw here. So after a survivor is hooked, for 30 seconds, or sorry, I think it's 60 seconds, you have the ability to use the ability button, and it allows you to get gen regression 10% on gens that are, I believe, near the hook. I believe is
No,
what it
any
is.
gen you want to look at within
with
20
the
meters, you
game.
can look at a gen and turn back the clock. Yep.
There you go.
And what we
20
found,
meters of the killer.
testing it a little bit, is that survivors can block line of sight,
Exactly.
which was interesting. But yeah, if you have line of sight, you can just basically remote kick it. Not basically, that is what it is. We see a doctor shadow up in the distance, so we know someone's over that way. Gonna go check it out. It looked like it was up on this hill, so probably someone on this gen, I imagine. Yep. There it is again.
Beautiful usage. Makes it a lot easier where you don't have to actually actively kick the generator, able to save some time.
Yes.
Luigi here doubling back. Trying to mind game this pallet when he is out of line of sight. Doing a very good job here, vaulting over, going back into the loop. Doctor, looks like he kind of lost him for a second there, but he can still hear him. Running straight through the pallet, attempting to double back. Felix coming in, attempting to come and get this this hit here. He takes the tag, runs off, and
He does
it looks
the
like
tag.
he might
Don't think it
have
was the way he
lost
wanted it.
There we go. Shocking, so he can't get that pre-drop on this pallet. Go ahead and do it again. Again, losing more distance by shocking, but I think he's going to get this tag.
Yeah,
Yoichi
it's a net gain for sure.
I'm nervous of a pallet save here. Oh, okay. I was like, Yoichi definitely emoted into that pallet. Usually that's an indicator that someone's probably gonna be in the vicinity, because what they're doing in this when they're emoting into a pallet, they're trying to drop straight down. It's something that you can tech to prevent your character from being moved. You know, like those backward flips and you go where you don't really want to go. Definitely one of those things that you don't really learn until you've kind of seen it before.
Yep. But very common in the comp scene. You'll also see it in like at the exit gates and stuff like that.
And it could be a mind game thing as well. You know, either someone's there or
yeah.
I want you to think someone's here.
Because
I
it's so
want you to
commonly
waste your
used
time.
for that. Yeah, exactly.
Look around, waste some time here. Is someone coming to save me? I don't know. You tell me, are you picking or not? Unfortunately, Yoichi came through the vault, getting his second down here.
Take him over to the other side of the map. Got a gen kind of nearby. Not necessarily hooked in a gen setup though.
Using
A
our
high
turn back the
progress
clock
gen.
again.
Ooh. Seeing two other survivors here. He's got a bit of a 3-gen here with main. So this will be a nice area for him to kind of set up. So I take it back. While he's not hooked like in the gen setup, he's pretty damn close.
Yeah, he's basically there.
Oh, I saw the same gen twice. I'm stupid. I saw the same gen twice and thought it was over at 8. It's not a 3-gen. But
Oh, getting
he's still
stuck in the
sitting pretty.
lockers.
Yeah.
I'm guilty of that one. That's happened to me a couple of times, I will admit.
Oh, that's the worst.
Now, one thing I do really like about this doctor is he's definitely spread hooks. He's gotten first hooks on everybody here. So that's one of the things that I think is commendable in a sense of being able to be like, you know, I still get this 4K and I'm not tunneling, I'm not doing all these things a lot of people kind of look down upon.
Hooks. Yeah. It also allows for the use of all of your pain reses.
Yeah, and we've seen it in quite a few matches today where we've had a lot of killers coming with pain res and unfortunately weren't able to utilize it. You know, getting getting those hooks in end game, you know, getting downs in areas where the Scourge hooks aren't, or saving it for later in hopes that, you know,
hello,
potentially not giving away my build.
That
it's
was
one of those
all
things,
3 gamers. Oh.
Yeah. One of those things that's really crucial when you're running a perk like that is making sure you're getting as much value, because you can only bring 4 in.
But the other thing with like Painter specifically, you don't want to use all 5 right away. Like there's definitely situational variations on when you want to pain res and when not to pain res. For example, if you are about to hook somebody and they just pop 2 generators, they probably don't have another one high progress, especially if like the 4th person's been like trying to help and chase and stuff like that. Like you know what everyone's been doing. That's not worth the pain res there, because if you do hit something, it's not going to be a high progress gen, and that's just not worth it.
You got my little 10%er. You can have it. You can have it. Well
right, that's
played.
Gonna be
well
4
played.
Out. Nice
and
job, everybody there.
That was anyone's game at that point.
I know.
Joey
I was
got
just gonna
a
say
ton of
that.
points. I was expecting at least a 2. Like I was expecting at least a 2K.
Yeah, I was for a while. I was like, "Oh, survivors are winning," and I was like, "Wait, no, Joey's winning." I'm like, "Wait, I don't know who's winning. It's anybody's game."
Yes, and I think those are the most fun games to spectate. Are the games where you're just kind of like at the edge of your seat and you're like, "Wait, this is happening? No, wait, that's happening. No, this is gonna happen. No. And it's like you're sitting there questioning. It's like you're in a movie theater watching something pan out, and it's like plot twist after plot twist, and you're like, what is going on? And then you get to the end, and you're like, did not expect that one. Those are my favorite matches, because you're just like every loop, every tile, every hook. It's just very interesting, and the survivors did a really good job about coming in, taking those hits, not trying to overcommit. They did a really, really good job on that one, working together, and ultimately it paid off for them. They were able to get all 4 out here.
Yeah, great job all around. I do love those kinds of matches where you never know what you're in for. I love like a good chaotic end game is probably my bread and butter.
Yeah.
Good shit.
No, I agree. I love the chaos of DbD. There's just so many things that can kind of transpire, and no match is like another match. You know, you never get the same RNG. You don't get the same tiles. The loops don't always go in the way you want them to go. You know, sometimes you have those ping issues, and it's just, you just have to be versatile, and the more hours you get into the game, the more you can learn how to move around these things. And it's just one of those things where scrims like this are super important. You know, ultimately the people competing here, they're learning, they're practicing, they're ultimately they want to win the gauntlet, right?
Oh yeah.
Tell us about the gauntlet. Somebody tell me about the gauntlet.
The gauntlet is home of the 5v5 format. Glad you asked. So for those of you who might be new to comp, or maybe not familiar with Gauntlet and how we're different than some of the other tournaments and stuff out there, Gauntlet is a 5v5 format. Typically in comp, you're going to have 2 teams. Both teams will pick 3 sets of killers, and both teams will play survivor and killer, and you have the best of 3, whoever takes each set. Here at Gauntlet, you have 5 killers who may or may not be associated with the 5 survivor teams, and they all go against each other for 25 total games of, in today's instance, we're just scrimming, so it's a variety of killers, but we also do what we call like the Gauntlet Tournament, which will be 1 killer. Coming up for March is Oni, so it will be 5 killers all playing Oni, going against 5 different survivors teams, and it'll just be 25 Oni games, and it'll be a whole lot of raging and running around on fire. But it's a lot of fun. Gauntlet is a great community. It's a great place. You're trying to learn, trying to dip your toe into the comp community. Lots of friendly people, lots of friendly teams, good vibes all around. So if you're interested, definitely come hang out. Check us out on Discord. Let me get the exclamation point Discord in chat. Exclamation point Discord.
And I just want to say with Oni.
Oh, thanks, Zach. Zach said we're great. That's
Yeah,
nice.
thank you. Oni coming into the mix next month. I'm just gonna say this now. So help a girl out. I will be highly disappointed if I don't see a kitty cat Mori. Somebody please.
Yeah,
I need
I
it.
agree.
Please.
We
Oni
must
means
have the kitty Morny.
please.
Kitty Morny? Kitty Mori. I think I don't know. I think maybe we talk to Carlio and we make it like a requirement, you know? Gotta have a cat. Gotta have cats.
You gotta have a kitty cat. It's just cute. It's just
It's so cute.
It's a sweet spot for me. It's like we might have 4-outed, but can you please just Mori me?
I know, right? Like
it's
I
like
could just run and
Ghostface.
leave. But
Ghostface, it's like I'm always gonna give you the Mori. I don't care about getting out. I mean, in a comp setting, it's a little bit different, but
yeah,
you know, like I want the Mori.
I know.
Give it to me, the kitty Mori.
It's so cute. Yeah, I remember I don't buy a lot of cosmetics, especially like the expensive fancy ones like that, but I might have to buy that. If I ever actually get good with Oni to a point where I can show my face in public, I might have to buy that skin because it's so cute. I feel the same with oh my god, what was the other one I was looking at the other day? I can't remember what it was, but there's another skin that was really good. They've been putting out so many good skins. Like the new Cheryl one, the blue one with the black thing over her face. Oh my god.
Oh, the Ari skin?
Yes, it's so good. Like,
yeah.
What? Yeah, I might have to buy that one too. I try not to spend the money. I try not to spend real money. Like, I put my $10 in, and I refresh that in the Rift every time, but other than that, I try not to. But damn, there are just certain things, you know?
No, I get it. Like, for me, it's the Werelk. Oh my god. I love
they had that on sale
the lullaby on the
week.
Werelk, and I love his Mori so much. I had to buy the Werelk when it came out. I mean, granted, I originally was a Huntress main before I found the love for my beautiful Cenobite. But yeah, I started out as a Huntress main.
Okay. I'm also just Asset Huntress. I've been trying to do the Huntress achievement. What is it called? Skilled Huntress, where you have to hit from 24 meters away. Bro, that shit is so hard. Sorry, not hit. You have to down from 24 meters away. It's so hard. And I feel like I've been cheated because I've been trying to like have a tile's worth of distance, a little bit more, right? Because the tile is what, 16 meters? I forget, 16 or 20. But I've been like hitting from further than a tile away, and none of them are counting, and I feel like it's broken and laughing at me.
So, one thing I've always kind of felt, because learning this game, there's such a huge learning curve, but one thing I always felt is like, why can't DbD have something similar to like FPS games in a sense for killers that have range? Like, or like range achievements where it's like you shot, like, and it just gives you a little notification at the top, 86 meters. 15 meters, where it just like it tells you when you do it, so like you're familiar with like, okay, I need to adjust here, I need to adjust here.
Yeah, so
because it's like there's no litmus for it.
This is 12 meters, and I'm like, says who?
yeah, because there's no scale, like there's nothing in the game that actually like definitively does it. It's just you're kind of like,
if you don't know like how big a tile is, like that's really your only reference point, is knowing the size of the tiles, and that's not like common knowledge, I wouldn't say. So yeah, I would agree. I had the same problem. I don't remember if it was an archive challenge or if it was one of like the Steam challenges, but it's with Victor and getting the Victor hits from so far away, and I had the same thing. I was like, how far is whatever meters? And I'm trying to Google it, and people on Reddit are like, it's just that far, like forehead. And I'm like, that helpful?
And like, I can get it to an extent of not doing that if like you're like thinking about shock pattern for a doctor, and it's like, oh, you hit someone 62 meters away. It can kind of be aura used in an extent. But like learning orbitals, for instance, like kind of understanding like the learning curve, I feel like would be a lot easier. Kind of like, I've always kind of been a component of like having a compass to an extent.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Because it would help pubs players, or new players in general, just learn the
Just
maps
orient
a little bit
themselves.
better. Like just give
remember
me
that was
more.
my
Give me
thing.
12. You know, give
When
me
I-
where 12 is, and you don't have to sit here and number the whole thing, but like give
me a
some sort of a
point.
reference
Give me a
point
reference.
to make the game not as insufferable to learn. Like unless
Yeah,
you
there's
really
no-
want to, unless you really, really want to, it's so hard for someone to pick this game up in
Yeah.
2026. It is so hard.
I feel like they're doing better about some of that stuff, but yeah, I agree. That's a tough point. I remember being really shocked that there wasn't like a mini map or something. All right, we're into our xenomorph. More alien. Going straight into the tunnels as per usual. Pops out, gets some killer instinct. Who is this? The ace.
Our ace.
Ace of
Yeah,
spades.
I feel like DbD is definitely realizing and recognizing that they've become so much bigger than their original community base.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
it really is a tipping point for people getting into the game. People try it, and it's just, you know, I thought, I mean, you have what, like 48 killers or something like that?
Yeah.
And
It's
everyone has
it's
3
tough.
perks, and you have all the default perks, so I mean, you've got to learn all the killers, how their mechanics work, what all the perks are, and then
Never
on
mind
top
trying
of
to
it,
learn
then
to
you've got
play
all
all
the
the
survivor
killers.
ones, then you've
Yeah.
got all the mechanics, and like understand, it's so hard.
It's a
But I do
lot.
like that they're changing things. You know, they added in like a newer player quest thing to help with newer players understand different achievements, different mechanics. And
They're
then
definitely
you
moving in
guys
the right
mentioned earlier
direction.
with them changing the way the perks are read.
Yep.
Very straightforward. Like I don't have to sit here and read 6 paragraphs to understand how Call of Brine works. You know, it's straight to the point. This is Call of Brine.
Yeah. It does the thing when the thing happens, resulting in the thing.
It does the thing.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
short little whiff there. Not sure if that was supposed to be a swing off of the ledge. Lots of gen pressure hanging around here. Looks like we got 2 gens about to pop, another about half. Quentin, meanwhile, holding this chase. Yet to take an
Who's
injury.
Another gen loss here. Still no hooks on the board. It's not game over yet, though. Xeno running the tile pretty wide. Quentin path the same direction as the Xeno.
Unfortunate.
Free dropping and kind of going into a dead area. Ooh.
Oh,
He
good
predicted
call
it.
not to drop the pallet.
Ooh, very good pathing here over to a turret. Unfortunately, losing the 3rd generator here.
Yep.
We're gonna need to get it down here somewhere.
And it's tough because you've committed now to Quentin for so long, but he's not even injured yet. So I think this would be one where you would just leave the chase because he's not even injured. He's clearly a juicer, which is great for Quentin and for the survivor team. But from the killer perspective, I think it might be time to drop this chase and go elsewhere. And
Yeah,
he's
I
reading my
agree.
mind. 30-second delay, right? Back into the tunnels we go to try and find a different victim. Good call on the killer part. Probably would have made that choice a little bit sooner, but we got there. Finds ace.
Got a little bit of progress here on this generator. Taking chase into a gen that's not being worked on.
We do hear that motor cranking over in Maine.
So we know the 2 gens that are being cooked. Xeno taking a chance here, doubling up on that tail flick here, hoping that he was going to go ahead and double back. Unfortunately, didn't get the timing correct on that one. It can be difficult when you're mind gaming, but one thing to be mindful of, sometimes you can still see the killer stain through those tiles.
Yes.
So may or may not have been able to see it from the ace perspective. We do lose another
leave
gen
it.
here. Quentin
It's
back
not
in
worth
chase.
it.
Very good spirit here from the Xenomorph, acknowledging what happened. Double
I saw
turret.
that.
I love killers with personality.
It broke for some reason. I saw that. It was weird. Ares having a good time. You love to see it. You know, sometimes all you have to do is ask. Turns out this was not one of those times.
Survivors are being a little cute here. We're gonna go ahead and commit over to Felix back to the same tile. Unfortunately, hitting the tail just a little too soon. Deciding he's gonna go ahead and leave, going back over to the generators. Trying to get a little bit of pressure back.
Yep. Gives this one a kick.
Yeah, we did kind of let the pressure off pretty early. We got a really good spread here.
Nice.
And again, this is one of those situations where the survivors have a pretty strong upper hand, where we don't really have to worry about 2 to 3 people working on gen. You know, allowing us to reset these turrets, focus on where the killer is. You know, like they're trying to preserve this 0 stage game. And sometimes that can be more beneficial than just having everyone sitting on a gen. There's not a huge time difference when you're considering 1 versus 2 versus 3 survivors on a gen sometimes.
Yeah. And I think the difference is, you know, how many people do you have available and how many gens do you have left, right? If you have 5 gens, you're not going to want to triple something. That would be silly.
We do hear them working on the door. Ace does get a hit going straight to the door that was being worked on. Everyone coming in for some hits.
Nice.
Trying to prevent the getting the down. I do want to say LKG here did a very good job about staying calm and collected. I know there were some loops that didn't go exactly how they had intended, but you could tell that they were still in the game. They were still trying to do the best that they could. So it's very commendable.
Keeping light about it. That's always good.
Yeah, still being able to kind of laugh at your mistakes. Like, yeah, that was a good one. You know, a lot of times, you know, sometimes DbD can get a little toxic, and that's one of the things that we're different. You know, this is a positive space. We want to learn. We want to provide the feedback. We want to be able to help grow this amazing community of creators, of people in general in the DbD space. So I wanted to say I commend you for that.
Yeah.
It can be really hard when it feels like the game is just slipping underneath you. And just staying in that positive mind space.
Ares. Xeno can be tough. Xeno can be tough. Because, like, yes, you have the tail, but it's a pointed tail, right? So it's not as easy to, like, drag as Nemesis. Like, Nemesis has his way. You can drag it, but I feel like it's a little more difficult on Xeno because it shoots out as opposed to Nemesis that, like, comes down. You can kind of, I don't know. I'm explaining it terribly. I apologize. But no, Xeno's definitely tricky, but...
No, I think you explained it really well.
Thanks.
But I just like that you just stayed committed because it can be really disheartening when you have those games that don't go the way you want them to.
Yeah.
And, you know, we all have our bad matches where they just don't pan out. And that's, again, Carlio's saying here in chat, you know, that's where you learn to grow. You know, you can never grow unless you make mistakes. So really appreciate that. Survivors also seem to have a very positive personality there. So really commendable. We appreciate you coming in here.
Yeah. And this is a good place, Ares. I don't know if you're part of a team or anything, but if you want, like, practice against other teams and get, like, direct feedback, this is a great place to kind of put that out there. And there's a bunch of teams in the server that can do that for you.
Help scrim.
If it's something you're interested in. Oh.
Yeah.
We do that a lot. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, console can be pretty difficult, especially if you're on controller.
Console.
Yeah.
I started on Xbox. So I started on Xbox because my friend wanted to play, and I was too impatient. I was gonna build a PC. This was a couple years ago when, like, the chips started getting really expensive, and I wanted to build a PC, but that was too pricey. So I was like, fine, I'll just buy it on Xbox, and then, you know, whatever. And then I ended up buying a gaming laptop instead, because that was a point in time where the entire laptop was the same price almost as one of the chips or one of the graphic cards. And So then I had 2 accounts for a long time, and I would literally only play Survivor on console, and I would come play Killer on PC. Because it's like that. And then when I got involved in comp, I mostly just started playing on PC because for comp it's just easier, I feel, to finesse some of the things. But when you're on Xbox, you can buy a keyboard and mouse connect. That's a fair point, Melf. I didn't think about that. But I'm here now with a laptop.
Yeah. I mean, there's other things with console that are slightly different. On a good note, over the past year or so, DbD has done a really good job on trying to allow more, I guess, more cross-platform flexibility. You know, like they allowed different shaders and stuff for console that they didn't allow before. Like before, you couldn't really adjust like your contrast settings on console, which, you know, some people really need that in order to really determine things. And then the other thing that consoles lag, you can't do shaders like on PC. So if you do have some sort of color blindness or difficulty viewing in certain maps, it can make it a little bit more difficult on console.
I think what gets me about all that stuff is I remember reading about it before they did the account merging stuff, that it's not just on the side of behavior, it's the consoles being willing to work with any given game. And so, like, I think Sony was the big one that was in, like, all the articles and stuff that just didn't want to cooperate and didn't want to do things. And that was, like, that's just, like, that hurts my soul because you're literally, like, blocking off people from playing certain things, which seems counterintuitive to me, but I don't, you know, I don't run the business, so I'm just here with my opinions. But like, that just seems crazy for a company that big. Like, I didn't think that the ask was too much. I'm sure it was something to do with like licensing and all that kind of nonsense that I don't care a lot about, but yeah, there's just so many aspects to getting everything on all of the platforms. But I agree, having the ability to like change colors and stuff, the sounds, the visual heartbeat, a lot of that. Although I think they got that on console, on all the platforms. But
yeah, there's definitely a lot more that goes behind the scenes of coding things, making sure they work across the board.
Oh, Ares, you know, people on Annite, they're lovely people. I enjoy the folks on that team. They came and played in the tournament I did earlier this month. Yes, Shooter is amazing. For real though. Shooter's great. Yeah, no, you got good company there with those folks, so they'll teach you up. You're in good hands over there for sure. Annite comes around here. I don't think they're playing. They're not here today, I don't think. Or wait, are they? Hold on. Let me look. I don't remember. They are! They're coming up at the end! Let's go. I was gonna say, I remember Annite was here last scrims. So, good people. Good people. Alright, gamers. Yeah, last team of the day. We are loading into this match. Abyss versus JR on Doctor. I'm not going to do it every time.
We're pretty much halfway through our scrims today. We've seen quite a bit of versatility here. We've seen some repeat killers. We've seen some really good plays, some really good loops, a bunch of different technicalities here with crouch teching and pre-dropping, and we've seen a bunch of different skill sets, so it's been really interesting. What do you guys think in chat about what you guys have seen so far?
Lots of good stuff to choose from. And hopefully more to come. We still got 2 whole teams, both Annite and Mirage, the rest of Abyss. It's cooking up nicely. Again, Doctor running straight to the middle, put out that shock blast, and hitting the homies that didn't get in lockers.
I see a perk on the screen here. I know you guys can't see it, viewers, but I feel like it's a nasty perk when you're playing as a doctor. It disheartens me every time I get it. Against a doctor, it makes me want to cry.
I actually really enjoy playing doctor. And this is, yeah, yep, I'm for it. I'm here for this. I support this. You guys will see when it happens. Maybe not. Let's see, we got some folks starting to progress gens. Someone hiding in a locker. More static blasting. Lovely, that person in the locker did not get blasted.
We love it, we love it. We got our chase music here.
First chase
is just looking, cornering, hugging so tight.
Yeah.
We love to see it.
Not
Going wide.
up an inch.
Mm-hmm. Going wide
Staying
here,
in the
not
corrupt
wanting to
too.
commit to the pallet. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we're back to this very strong loop here, but with Doctor can be a little bit difficult because you can't maneuver over the bolts as easily. Quinton over here, moving to his teammate. Very good communication on this team here. Hey, I'm injured. I am coming this way. Come take a hit. We want to prolong this first down as long as we can.
Yes.
Bringing Chase down here to Shaq. We hear Jen cooking right there. Doctor is locked in on this Quinton.
Yep, gonna stick with him though. Ares, where's Artist Gauntlet? Come and vote for your killer. Something that we mentioned a little bit earlier. When we do pick our killers for Gauntlet, it is a community vote. So that's about 7 killers will be listed, and the community will vote amongst those 7. So next time Artist comes around, go and get your vote in. Although MILF says never, and MILF is in charge.
We got Yoichi coming here for a protection hit again. Again, Quinton just cooking over here. We saw it in the last game. Quinton just like absolutely cooking on Chase. Teammates, very good communication here. Coming in as necessary, but still focusing on pressuring these generators. Quinton again, very, very tight into the loop. Holding on a pallet tile here. Probably faking, I would assume. Yeah. Kind of lost him a little bit, but we still got scratch marks, so we see where he's headed. Going back into Shack. He's going pallet side. Gonna go ahead and get that stun. Try and prevent them from pre-dropping, because that can get a ton of distance on this Doctor. Still cooking here at Shack. We've got that gen it sounds like it's just ready to go.
Radiant, I see your message. You guys are going to play with Twitch viewers after the scrims? We probably won't. It's going to be a long day of scrims, but we did recently do a community night where we played with some viewers.
Ooh.
I don't know if there's plans to do that again, but if you stick around, I'm sure they'd make an announcement if that's something that comes up. Because it was a good time. That was a fun night. But not today, no.
Now, I don't know if you guys saw this. Ace is kind of cooking over here. Ace is ready for this save. I don't know if you saw him through Shack.
I saw him.
He's going here for kicking
Like
the gen. He heard it cooking for a while. Yeah, I saw him a couple times. The question is, did he? There we go.
Nice.
There we go. He knew he was going to go ahead and get that shock blast. He was trying to prevent it.
And since nobody screamed, you know they're probably in a locker. That made the most sense. Excellent
They pulled
call.
the pallet here, trying to get that survivor up, it looked like. They were able to get Quinton up. Quinton not making a whole lot of distance there, unfortunately.
Yeah. But he is up nonetheless.
Yes. Yeah, that was very well played on both sides there. Just the killer sense, understanding there was somebody here. I know there was somebody here. Where did they go? They're not in my shock blast radius. He's sitting here on Shack pallet. Where did he go? And he picked the right locker. Beautiful use of the shock, making sure he can make that safe pallet pick. He is right next to a scourge hook. I'm choosing to use one that's a little bit further away here. He's trying to get him, I think, closer to his gen spread.
Mm-hmm. Got some DMS on that gen, looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Waiting for it to go away so we can get a good kick.
Quentin here, still in his endurance. Again, we have a 15-second timer. So it's going to give Quentin enough time to kind of make distance because he knows he wasn't going to hit him.
Oh,
Ooh.
we saw him for just a second holding W the other way.
Yes. I think that was a really smart play of him dropping Quentin at that point. He lost line of sight. He did get a pretty good distance on him. We've already struggled a little bit with that Quentin already. It might not be worth it with 2 gens left to commit to him, even though he is injured. My thought process here, I personally wouldn't have committed to that either. I think we made a really good decision here going for the Felix.
I do too. And we've seen across a bunch of these games now, Lavish is a juicer. So, definitely not someone I would be chasing out of the gate.
Yes, and that can be one of the things that's beneficial about being one of the killers that's going later on the schedule.
Yeah,
they can kind of see. Yeah, like I don't think I want to go for that one. Or, you know, like you can kind of sit there and think about it, and that's another nice thing.
Compliment to the survivor.
yeah. Like juicer loading. Welch's give him a sponsorship, sponsorship. I'm not gonna lie. I've always thought this. Like I really feel like DbD needs to partner with Welch's because I need you got the purple, you need a purple like Twitch shirt. Like I want a frickin' Welch's shirt. Like I would buy it for every character. Like certified juicer Welch's. Like I feel like it. I don't know about you, but I feel like it's marketable. You know,
I'm on board with this. Honestly, put me on stream. Give me some juice boxes.
Yeah, I mean, like, if Welch's doesn't want to do it, you know, Ocean Spray, you know, hit up DbD. Hit them up, somebody. Juice, any
Gamer
of them.
subs.
Tropicana, okay.
Ooh, there we go. We got Felix down. I was waiting for freaking adrenaline or something.
Very, very smart here, making sure that all the survivors around this pick are in a state of craziness. What that means is we cannot flashlight. We can't flashlight. We can't throw our flashbangs. We can't throw our firecrackers. Unfortunately, those items are pretty much useless. It's basically a free pick.
It really is, honestly. Surprised he's not doing it, but you have everyone else here still kind of running around, so...
Beautiful, beautiful. He expected him to be there, and he went for the hit. Turning to the side so he doesn't, unfortunately, make a rookie mistake. Been there, done that too many times.
Couldn't be me. Alright, that's a fresh hook on everybody. We get all 4 fresh hooks. Can we get more? The question of the hour. Or really of like the next 10 minutes. Double healing, trying to get people healed before we get out of the gates. Not a terrible idea, but they weren't able to finish. Felix is healed though, so that's nice for him.
Very good job on getting that pre-drop. Again, not wanting to commit to this Quentin. Certified juicer here. Going back to the hook, we do see someone
going in.
Got Yoichi off the hook here. We've got Felix, who is full health.
Yep, I don't think you chase a Felix here. I think you got a tunnel.
Bait. Yep, but being mindful again. 15 seconds. It's the make or break sweet point, and Quentin's healed here. Ooh, unfortunately. He is able to get the pallet stun. We do see Felix here pretty close to Yoichi, able to come in for some body blocks. We've got a fully healed team here, except for Yoichi, who's currently in chase.
They're coming very, in, 100%.
Very difficult. Trying to break
especially if they
here.
stay in tier 3 madness, they're not going to be able to heal or do any of that.
Or, you know, utilize their items to try and get those saves. He's getting a tag here. Ooh, the timer is just cooking away. Are we able to get to the doors? And they were pretty close.
They are pretty close. I'm not sure.
Yeah, 1 out.
I think he's just holding for
2
this
out,
match
3
now.
out.
Yep,
4.
there they go.
There we go.
Oh, man. That got a little wild there at the end. Holy.
That was a very good game. I didn't know how that game was going to go, honestly. Like it kind of just snowballed in multiple different ways. It's just kind of unexpected. That was a very good game to just sit and watch.
I know. I'm not gonna lie. For a while, I forgot I was supposed to be like casting and talking. I was just very involved in what was happening.
Sweet's over here like, shut up, my game's on.
Yeah. Why is this lady talking? Jeez. No, that was very well played, especially at the end there. That save coming in and everybody, like, they all got healed and stuff. It was very well coordinated. Yeah. So you can tell they definitely have, they had some good IGL comms coming through there. Excellent. Was that the last Abyss game?
No, we have one more game from Improve here. Just waiting on the invite from them.
Excellent.
It's going to be another doctor match.
Doctor. Give me the news.
I got a 4K coming for you.
Nice. That was a good one.
I feel like I got my improv from my dad. I don't know if you guys ever had it, like, when you were children. Like, my dad used to always make up songs about our dog. I don't know why. And it just, like, you just start singing, my dog, he's great. And you're like, okay, all right, Dad.
I didn't have that, but we did have the, just, like, the stupid little things, like the Hannah, Nana, Bobana, that kind of stuff.
Those are
but
cute.
From there, like, we had some people, like, I had some friends that would, like, sort of, like, what's the word I'm looking for? They would just, like, go off of that and kind of just ad-lib and improv.
Yeah. I mean, you said you were a theater kid, so get it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, theater kids do be theater kids. I think that is the same nationwide. Which is something that I love about the theater community, is that it is fairly similar nationwide.
It's like a different breed of type of people.
It is, but we're fun.
United through the arts.
Yeah. I love it. Oh, man. I'm excited. More Doctor. Let's see. This team's been really good in these other Doctor matches, so Improve definitely has got his work cut out for him. But we've seen some pretty good things from Improve, so I have high expectations.
All right, Improve. We got some pressure on over here. Sweet over here talking her thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's very serious. My opinion is, very important.
She's like, it's okay that you're wrong. I'm always right. Don't worry. Yeah. Don't worry.
I have a friend who always says stuff like that, and will, like, I like this one. I like this one. He's like, it's okay for you to be wrong. And I'm like, I hate you. But now I've started saying it. It's okay to be wrong. Which it is. Certified wrong person all the time. Oh man, chat, what you got going on? Where y'all at? Oh, I see we're testing the clip thing. Wait.
Yeah, so in the background, while y'all were doing a fantastic job of casting, I
Yapping
was
and not looking at all that.
I was looking into the clip command because it just was not showcasing the clip. It does work, but I don't know. I need to do some more research on that.
Twitch is... I feel like sometimes there's like weird things, especially with my stream, because I'm not super consistent with my stuff, but like suddenly things like that'll happen and I'm like, why is this a thing? And the answers are never very easy, so hopefully that's not too hard to figure out. Oh, streaming.
Yeah, such a complicated thing.
It is. Honestly, I feel like the audio, like getting your audio to be correct is like the hardest thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to tell, especially when your audio is not functioning properly. That's why like a lot of improvement. What helped for me, at least when I first started streaming, was like I would go through my clips and I would just like listen through, even if it was like 4 hours of stream time. Like I would go through all of it. I would comb through all of it. And yeah, when I noticed like, hey, I was a little quiet here. Okay, next stream I'm gonna tune it up a bit more.
Yeah, no, that's smart. Meaning I did not do that. I just full sent
like,
it.
Yeah, and then chat will come in and be like, hey, it's a little quiet. That's when it's like, and then that's so nice.
Someone like 4 months later is like, I can't hear you. And I'm like, thanks. Finally.
So I think one of the things with audio, like, I don't know if you guys have ever had conversations with your mods before, but like, I feel like with me, I've had like open conversations like, this is kind of what I expect my audio to sound like. And a lot of times they're kind of more of like, they know what I'm looking for. So a lot of times it can just be kind of corrected on the back end without like chat having, like, I don't expect my mods to be there all the time, but like they kind of know what I'm expecting out of it. So when it's out of its normal range.
Was that a,
it's very helpful.
Skip builds. I wonder if that was a wrong server issue. You can have an opinion, doesn't mean it's not stupid. Thanks, Frog.
Possibly a wrong
Froggy. Map. I didn't see. I thought it was Wreckers.
Well, when we have
not Wreckers.
Wreckers Shop. When we have
it
like
should have been Wretched.
Yeah, the map realms, they all look the same. They like the same green, same obstacles. So it might have been just
I know it's hard to
map.
see. We should see in the stream, although the stream hasn't switched over. I did see the killer came in and kind of paused, so I'm wondering if they checked ping and saw like it was something crazy. We'll see. These are problems for the moderators, not for me. Yes, this is the last game for Abyss, and then we will be moving on to Mirage. Oh, he was missing a perk. No. Pain.
Okay, that makes sense. It happened so fast. I was like...
Yeah, I know. And we were still yapping about audio, which is still a problem. But yeah. Not having a perk is also a problem. That's unfortunate. Loading back in now for real this time. Again, with feeling. And hopefully everyone's got all the right stuff this time. Oh. All right. Survey says W. We're in it. We have 4 perks. All right. Doctor again, heading straight towards the middle, heading by the corrupt. I assume we're gonna static blast here in a second. Sure are. Bam. And there's the gamers. All but one.
And again, our resident Welch's juicer, Quentin. Taking first chase here.
Resident Welch's. I love that. I don't know what Lavish will think about that, but I love it. Welch's.
I don't know. I'll have to do a post stream interview with him and try try and see if he's okay with it. Like, I feel like he should send an email to... Like, you know what? I'll send an email to Welch's for you.
Oh, nice head on.
Well
nice
here
head
by
on
Adam.
coming from Tondo. Taking chase. Leaving Lavish to go do... Probably juicer stuff somewhere else, I imagine. Probably getting on a gen. Healing. Taking this back over to where Quentin was originally. I think that pallet back there is thrown. And there's not a pallet in this tile, Sam. Love the TLs.
Oh, unfortunately,
Swing and a miss.
Too soon.
Heading for that pallet. I might have done the shock there just to... I feel like it would have prevented it. Still would have been close, the timing there, but...
Yeah,
oh,
with the shock,
hit.
there's a bit of a delay after it falls. So
Yeah.
survivors have enough time to input the command to vault during that time.
Mm-hmm. 2 gens popping for this first chase, which is excellent. That's exactly what you want as a survivor.
Yeah, fantastic chase by Tondo, if I'm pronouncing that name correctly. It's really the important thing when it comes down to a competitive aspect is being able to hold that chase for at least 90 seconds. 90 to maybe 100 seconds is ideal because that's 2 gens that can pop during that time.
Right, and that's exactly what we saw here. I think it helped that in the middle of the chase with Lavish, they got the head on and then improved, switched targets.
Exactly.
Kind of resetting that chase.
Yeah. With Static Blast now being on cooldown, it's going to be hard for the Doctor to find some people nearby, but he is going to head back to Hook here. And potentially we could see a tunnel out happening if he's able to locate where this Adam ran off to. And I don't think he's
we
able
saw
to...
him run 7.
We saw the Ace, or maybe that was someone else. I couldn't catch a glimpse of what they look like. But the Unhooker was running in that direction.
Ah, they both ran that direction.
I heard some crows too.
Got him. Finding Quentin. I feel like that pallet, it's not like it's not a god pallet, but I feel like it's a big enough pain in the ass that you have to break it.
No, agreed.
Well, from the
Because we've
survivors...
seen now on
so
so
big.
many killers that pallet just makes that loop so much more annoying.
From the survivor's perspective, like that pallet does not provide a lot of value even staying up. Like even if you do play around it, it's like literally a pixel that the killer can swing around into it. So it's better off just dropping it.
Survivor.
Yeah, dropping that pallet is important because it just creates a bit of like a hindrance for the killer, having them to go all the way around the pallet instead of through.
Yeah, it's definitely not one of those pallets you want to play safely. For like you can't safely play it without pre-dropping it.
Yeah.
As a standalone tile.
Right. Yeah, that's one that like on Survivor, it doesn't feel helpful, and on Killer, it's just so annoying. But it's not like strong. I don't know. It's a weird tile, and I just get rid of that shit.
We got
but
one
we get
turn
Lavish
left.
down.
By the way, fantastic body block by Ace coming in to take a hit from our Doctor here, which I know can be frustrating, especially with the perks that he's currently running. So we'll see there towards the end of the game. We'll reveal what the Doctor was running, but yeah, I mean, definitely from his perspective, like I would be like, wow, of course it had to be the Ace to come and save.
We got another stack of pain res there as well with that fresh hook. Very,
Going
very
for a tunnel
nice.
out. All 3. We know where all 4 survivors are. Which makes me wonder if Tondo went back up to do a gen while these 3 kind of keep Doctor's attention down here. Although we see DMS on that gen up top. Seems to last forever. Jeez.
Yeah, very good chase on both sides here. We got a loud noise proc here on the corner. Still committing to our chase here.
So an interesting point I want to bring up about this crane, you can't really see it from the killer perspective, but on Survivor, if you angle your camera down, you can actually see through the middle of crane, which allows a survivor full line of sight on the killer, so you can react much faster than holding like a corner checkpoint. That's a good tip that I think some people, especially if you're not like around comp a lot, don't necessarily know. Maybe even if you are in comp, if you haven't been told. But yeah, if you hold your camera down a little bit, you can see the killer straight through the middle of that crane. You're welcome.
We're learning today.
Yeah. I remember someone showed me that and I was like, oh my god. And then suddenly my chase at crane got so much better. Unbelievable.
Instant picking here, even though we are on a pallet. And just trying to get these points on the board, knowing that he doesn't really have a whole lot of time. You know, we've got one gen left. We are able to lock this gen here. We had two guys hanging out, but unfortunately DMSing here.
Oh, it was so close.
The DMS is crucial, man. Now we are in chase here with Ace. Ace full health. That gen is just so close. She's just like a tap, 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 Happy Gilmore over here.
Holy.
Our DMS is about to be up, so that gen is about to be ready to go.
Yeah, I'm concerned that he's just cruising away from it, leaving that chase. You know that the survivor over there is going to go right back, but we're going to come over here for Quentin.
And it might make a little bit of sense here once we kind of see the perks as well.
That's true.
Getting that swing here on Quentin. Getting that pick, that gen gets done. More than likely Ace double backed there. Knowing that he left chase. We already got our pain res on him earlier, so it doesn't make much of a difference. The gen was completed with this down. We took him pretty far away from the gates. There is a pretty solid spread between where the hook is. Kind of in a dead zone.
Yeah.
I have a feeling these survivors are more than likely just going to take their outs.
Just gonna leave. It's not worth it, because again, Lavish here is only one more hook state, and no matter what you do, it's gonna be a trade with how far away these gates are. So no matter what, they're gonna lose one more hook state. I think as the survivor team, you take the outs and let them go. Let's see what they do. Take the outs, take the outs.
I mean, they got the door open, so that's half of the point of coming in for saves, so.
Yeah. Man, they're gonna go for it.
I mean, it's a scrim, so.
It's gonna be a trade of some sort. Yeah, no, this is definitely the place where you want to go for this kind of crap. And see what you can make happen.
You hear stacks going up in the background here, so he's gaining or losing stacks of something.
Yep. See, now this is gonna be the trade.
Beautiful. For the singular point.
Well, if he picks up,
he's not gonna have enough time to get them both, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that was so close by the
close.
Yoichi there. Yoichi running to the hook here, trying to get that blind in. Very unsafe. We hear more stacks coming into play here. Quentin, unfortunately, going to his death here. We are able to get the remaining 3 survivors out. Again, I mean, you called it, Sweet, that even if they go in, it's a point for a point still. Yeah. I mean, it would have worked out in his favor if he was able to down a fresh survivor like Ace, for instance.
Yeah.
But I think Kessner was thinking about it earlier too on the chase pattern with that perk. I don't know if you want to talk about that one.
Well, yeah, we can. But essentially, save the best for last was what the doctor was using, and Ace. Maybe the survivors recognize that. Maybe it was accidental, but Ace being the obsession, running up to the doctor to take a hit would reduce the amount of stacks the doctor would have, I believe, is by 2. So, you know, all this, all the hard work you did, earning all those stacks throughout the match, and then here comes the obsession to take a hit, and now you're going back down again. So it is kind of frustrating because it is a perk that's very good when stacked up, but when you don't have any stacks of it, it's just kind of useless.
Yeah.
And what Save the Best for Last does is it allows a reduction to the cooldown on any basic attacks. So it allows you kind of the ability to just kind of like sit there and just keep swinging. It makes it a lot easier to kind of get multiple downs once you get those stacks built up. It can really kind of snowball the game, which is really interesting. Yeah. But I knew by the comment you made, I was like, I know he's seeing what I'm seeing. We see the same thing.
Yeah. No, that was an excellent match, and I am glad that they went in and made the attempt at the unhook. It did, you know, it wasn't really a net gain or anything, but again, this is Scrims. This is where we learn and we try things, and I think that was a good attempt, and they didn't lose anything for it, which I think is also important to mention. Yeah. Man, Abyss Survivors coming in hot. I remember we came in earlier, we're like, man, Reverie really set the bar high. Pandemonium did well, and Abyss just came out here and look at these scores, just blew that shit out of the water. Excellent job by the Abyss Survivors.
Welches, I'm telling you. Call your boy Quinn. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Get some Welches up in here. Oh, man. Excellent.
All
excellent
I'm saying
job.
is, if I queue in with you in a pubs match, I'm not gonna lie, I'm going next. Did she lobby dodge? More than likely.
Yes, she did. All right.
No, all jokes aside, though, really good gameplay here by Abyss. We've seen really good gameplay across the board. Reverie, Pandemonium, Abyss. We're about to see Mirage here in a few. And again, we've got 5 killers that have been kind of hanging out with us today, bearing with us. We're about halfway through the scrims today. So we've got Spartan here, Joey, LKG, JR, and Improve.
Yes, it is a long day for the killers. So
yes,
everyone in chat who's, you know, you might be thinking, why are they doing this? We've been playing now for what, 6 hours? So, and it definitely wears on you. So I feel like you got to give the killers credit where credit is due, and it's a long day for these guys. So we are on team, what is this, team 4 of 5.
Yep.
Ah, Rose has got the Cheryl fit we were talking about. It's so good.
Oh man, we've got we got 2 more teams left, 5 matches per team, so we've got 10 more games to go in today's scrim. That's gonna conclude February.
Minor Cuts is in there giving us the W. So nice. Yes, W viewers. Agreed. We got a good group here. Good group here today. Speaking of good groups, if you are enjoying the vibes, feel free to come hang out in the Discord, ! Discord and chat. We do the 5v5 format monthly on the regular. We've got scrims that we do, as well as the actual Gauntlet, which is 1 killer. Same format, 5 killers, 5 teams of survivors, not necessarily matched up. And this coming March will be Oni. All Oni, all day. 25 games going against Oni-chan. It's going to be a great time. If that sounds something interesting to you, or if you want to come and try your hand at scrims, go ahead and hop into the Discord and come hang out with us. Gauntlet is a great time. They will let the community vote on what killer is the next Gauntlet. So if you want to come and vote for April's killer, make sure you do that. Keep an eye, set your alerts, your notifications. And make sure you follow us on Twitch and come watch every time. It's good stuff. Lots of good teams, lots of good vibes. If you're willing to learn, looking for new friends to help you learn, this is the place. Kessner Radiant has a question for you in chat.
Yeah,
I don't know if you're still looking
maybe
at chat.
maybe I might be available afterwards, depending on what you need me for, Red.
Do what you want. After this, I'm gonna make something yummy for dinner.
Ooh.
I don't know what it's gonna be yet, but
Gonna be delish.
it better
I'm
be delicious. I have not made a
excited.
plan yet, but it's fine.
We got Mirage versus Spartan. This is Spartan.
Kicks off of ledge.
It'd be interesting if we saw Onryo kick somebody, but
Oh my god, I would die.
like kick you down the little like her little tunnel thing. What is it? It's not a tunnel. A well. The well. The water well. Yeah, just. That would actually be a funny Mori.
That would be.
Yeah, I could see a legendary skin for that. Either that, or she could send you into one of her TVs.
Yeah. Just yoink.
Nice.
Oh.
Finding that ace was so important there. That's gonna matter so much. I think not
This
to
is
go.
my favorite Onryo skin.
The one
I
with
do
the
really like
lilies on
this
it?
flower one. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
the flower one. So pretty.
Wow, perfectly played by Spartan there, catching the ace off guard.
Wow, yep. That is a quick down. Sound like we had head on there.
Ooh, that
Trying
was
to get that
close.
pallet done, just not fast enough. Nice and tight
Close.
though.
Close enough. Ooh, we got a stacker here. I love seeing these Onryos. Like, Onryo is one of those killers that they control the game pressure very well.
Yes.
Like if you're familiar with Onryo, you're in a map like what we've got here, you can pretty much force the hand of the survivors so easily. You can push them where you want them to go. The take pressure is just really Onryo's best ability here. Like,
And
you
it's-
can't manage tapes on both sides.
It's
goes
so important to turn off the TVs. Like from the survivor side, getting tapes, turning off TVs. You have to manage that corrupt because her ability to just instamori you, and it's a fast instamori too.
Yeah.
You just can't be having that.
Yeah.
It's also hard with Anya because you can't necessarily like come in and body block for each other because she'll just demanifest and go right through you.
Yeah.
Lockering up here.
Ooh.
Trying to. Looks like, we got the locker check.
Onryo is one of those
Spirit
killers that her like strength in terms of how lethal she can be is based on the map as well. Midwich
Yes.
being a very close quarters map.
Yep.
Those TVs are gonna affect pretty much everybody every time she teleports to one. So
Yes. Very true. And this map, it's got a few pretty strong tiles. Like you've got the god palettes in the 11 and 5 corners. But there's also a lot of weak tiles, like that. What is it? It's like that music room thing at 12 on the top floor. That tile, that palette, freaking sucks. You get stuck there. So like this map is just a very interesting combination for survivors on strong spots and very weak spots.
No, I agree completely. There are quite a few god palettes on this map, and the way they kind of rebalance the palettes on this map, it really just depends on the version of the RNG you're getting. Because sometimes I load into this Midwich and the palettes are just like what is this? Like I don't even know what we're getting, or like they put the desks in the weird spots in some of these rooms. Like
I hate that. And then the room will have like no palette, and I'm like, why?
Yeah, and you just have all this filler everywhere. Like a Midwich is really dependent on like the way the tiles spawn in, as far as like the RNG. But yeah,
I do like that
they
added these hallway items though.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier for the survivors to kind of break line of sight. I mean, before it was just like full straight shoot, like you can be a freaking blight and just zoom through this map.
Yep.
But allowing less visibility. I know it's not necessarily lore accurate for Midwich, but being able to incorporate something from a chapter that allows you to kind of still get the vibe of the realm that we're in without really sacrificing you know, good survivor versus killer balancing.
Right. Getting the pull here.
Ooh.
Kinda stuck back here in bathroom. See what we do. Yep, take it upstairs.
Nancy, you're trying to get to the piano room to the best of their ability.
This is the palette I was talking about. This palette is crap. Because now you're just
well,
kind of
especially
stuck, right?
yeah, especially if you pull it on the wrong side. I mean, if you're on
Yes.
that back side, that's the worst place to pull it. Ooh.
I'm surprised that didn't hit, but looks like Em was stuck in there anyways.
He
This
has
will
an
be
auto-aim.
Em's second hook. Oh yeah, that must have been it. Another gen popping. And Onryo looking to do another round of TVs, although we see scratchies.
Mm-hmm. Now, one thing I'm kind of concerned about just visually watching this, I haven't panned over to the survivor, so I don't know what stacks look like. But because there was such a long time frame there where she wasn't teleporting, I have a feeling it allowed the survivors the ability to just pull stacks off if they had them. And that is a crucial, you know, like Onryo can use it as a choking point as long as you can keep pressure on those TVs. And if you're not keeping up with it, you know, you're kind of losing your power in a sense.
Just thinking that, because as the TVs were coming back on, I kind of expected Spartan to start teleporting around again, and he didn't. He's doing it now, looks like.
He's trying to rebuild pressure, but at this point we have 2 gens left, you know? Like, at this point I would expect 1, potentially 2 players to be more able.
Yeah. And I think is like you said, that lack kind of in the middle when you sort of drop the TVs for a second.
For the chase, yeah.
It's
a delicate balance.
And looks like that's Rose off in the distance.
Yeah, because once Onryo starts forgetting her TVs exist, it allows the survivors the ability to take control of the map versus allowing the killer to control it. So we want to stay on the killer side. You want to be able to control it. You want to pressure it where you want to pressure it, and you're basically giving it away to the survivors by ooh interesting teleport there. It looks like he was returning a tape or trying to pick one.
I hate when that happens. That
I hate
always
when that
happens to me
too. Like, oh, hello.
I tried.
But that's one of those things that just makes Onryo so unique. It's like, are you gonna give the power, or are you gonna keep taking it back? We got Nancy and Chase here taking in the chem lab. Looks like they're gonna end up pulling pallet on the side you don't really want to have to pull it on.
Yeah, that's good for our Onryo here.
Yeah, allowing to close the distance. You know, pallets in general are typically used to try and create distance, but when you're on the wrong side of the pallet when you're taking the hit, it unfortunately actually lessens the distance from you and the killer, because you're forced into a scenario where you have to run back around, allowing that time for the killer to break the pallet. But you know, in that timeline, you're just getting closer. So in those situations, it's usually more beneficial to just take the hit because you know you're going to get it, and utilizing that haste boost to get to a safer tile. In that case, they move to a god pallet, but you know you're going to get the hit regardless. You would actually end up creating a lot more distance by taking the hit instead of forcing that pallet drop on the direction you don't want to take it.
Yeah, and it's kind of that same idea of the killer trying to zone you and you just kind of do it for them.
Yeah.
Which is not what you want to be doing. Rose coming in to take the hit.
And sometimes those are panic decisions. You don't intend to do it. And again, we see all the TVs on here. The killers
we got to slug Rose here.
Yeah.
But we've got 2 people who are Moriable, Risk being one of them. Looks like Rose was trying to come in and stop it from happening, but Spartan's he committed to get this.
He also does not have a tape in his hands.
Yes, and I'm surprised that M has yet to cleanse. Oh, that speed.
I think part of it's because she's Death Hook. So like, regardless of her getting a tape, returning it.
Oh, this window.
She needs to get a tape. She needs to return it. She needs to be healed. At this point, is it worth the time sink to do all these things to prevent one point?
That's fair.
Or is she's probably our gen jockey right now. In my opinion, it makes the most sense. You're wasting too much time to save 1 point. I think she's sitting on a gen.
Yep, and M absolutely is. So everyone else is kind of running around right now. Spartan trying to find. I'm surprised Spartan left Risk. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I think Spartan should have stuck Risk there.
It can be a delicate balance again because you don't want that gen to be popped either, though. But you know, he didn't even have a tape for one, so he has to get a tape. Then he has to move all the way across the map in order to return the tape to get rid of that status effect. It would be slightly different if he had a tape in his hands. I feel like I would have committed in that case. But I think breaking Chase there to check on the gens was actually a smart move here because it's going to take him some time. Again, getting back into our teleports, preventing those survivors from getting a tape in the first place means I can lock you out of it. Yeah, I can prevent you from cleansing this situation here just because I know there's no TVs for you to take from.
Right. I know Spartan didn't realize this, obviously, but I was looking around and the chemistry room was M, who was the Death Hook killable survivor. Spartan left that chase, obviously not knowing that. Kind of unfortunate.
Now, at this point, I would expect Nancy to either be trying to get out, doing the door, or potentially trying to cleanse. But more than likely, I feel like Nancy's just gonna leave.
You just leave at that point, I think. They got a decent number of stages here. I think this is another one where you gotta let Rose go, because
Renato
could maybe come up with 2 more.
Oh, this is nerve-wracking here. Renato!
That's not good. That's not good.
Oh, he knows Ed!
Oh, he does! Wait, why are we hooking him? Why not just Mori?
So
why not just Mori?
I think the thought process here was, I put him on a hook. He still has hook stages. Are you going to come back? Are you going to risk it for the biscuit here? Because putting him on a hook means they have to think. Are we going to come back in and try and get this save? You're forcing the survivors to have to make a decision to either leave or come back in. So hooking allows the ability to potentially make more points in this situation.
That's fair.
So I can understand that thought process. He was dead regardless. You know, you're closing that gap in that situation. So I feel like I would have picked in that situation too.
Interesting. You know, I probably would have just done the Mori and tried to run him down, but you're right. That wouldn't have panned out. I think you're correct. I think that is the right call.
I mean, it would have worked regardless. You're getting that point regardless if you hook or not. But by hooking, it allows the open ability to make more points. It's really up to the survivors whether or not they're willing to risk it. But it prevents it from being like you're locking yourself out of more points by doing the Mori, because they're not coming back to save you from a Mori, you know?
Right. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. See, and this is why I'm not a killer main. I don't like some of these things I wouldn't have thought of, but that's good. No, that's helpful. Nice job from the survivors here, getting a bunch of outs. Spartan also played that very well. I do think, that drop in TV action, I think, is what cost him there. But
yeah, for sure.
It definitely could have gone a lot worse. So excellent job all around, guys.
Yeah, I feel like they
done.
definitely made up for it on the second half of getting back into the tapes. I think they realized that they let too much pressure slide, and they were like, "Oh, I kind of need to get back on it." So it did work out in their favor. Again, Onryo really controls the pressure on that map as long as you can stay on top of your TVs, and vice versa. You know,
Yeah.
once you notice Onryo's lacking in her teleportability, you know, the survivors just really have advantage there.
Right. Well, we'll see what they get advantage on here.
Right.
Kessler,
As
what
our
is here?
next match is going to be Joey on Killer against Team Mirage. This is game 2 out of 5. And Joey's going to be playing the Plague against Team Mirage. Vami
We saw
Mommy.
one Plague earlier.
I believe it is Dark Lord. Oh, yeah. Milf also says Dark
Is it
Lord.
supposed to be Dark Lord?
I believe so. Also, I know that's what we were practicing. We can easily find out, though. Too many goats.
Too many goats. I was gonna say, are we home of the 5v5 goats? Like
5v5 goats. New mascot? Goat mascot? I almost bawed, and then I realized, like, goats don't baw, right? They, like, scream. Right? Do you guys remember that, like, video, that screaming goat video?
Yes. And like,
Yeah, oh my god. Oh, it kills me.
Oh my gosh. So like this might be a slight hot take. I freaking love Aurella. Because yes, she's loud when she screams, but like when she's injured, just kind of like chilling on the map, she is so quiet. I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but I've played Aurella so many times where like I've been able to just like crouch near the killer and they can't hear you. Like she's kind of like the female equivalent of Ace to an extent. Like yeah, sometimes when you hit her, she's just like, "Rah!" Like you can hear her all the way across the map. But like her normal, like her like panting sound, like her sounds of like injure just in general is very, very quiet. And she also
Yeah.
has a darker cosmetic, so she tends to blend in very well. I personally am like a huge advocate for Aurella.
Yeah, no, I do enjoy Aurella, and I'm sure Frog will 100% probably come back and look at this VOD, and they're gonna be like, "Oh my god, another Aurella fan!"
I love Aurella so much.
Yeah, no, Aurella's very good. We do love it. There's a lot of good like compy survivors out now. I feel like a while ago there was like really only a couple options,
Yeah.
but now I feel like there's so many options.
Oh, we love it. We love it. We love it. We love it.
All right, so we are going into a Dark Lord set against Joey, right? Milf says I'm right.
Yes, it should be a Dark Lord set.
Well, we'll find out, won't we? Wouldn't that be a surprise? Practices Dark Lord, walks into Plague. Not the same. Very much not the same.
Also, I apologize. I feel like we missed it. Minor Cuts, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. We really appreciate you joining in here with us.
I did
DbD
miss
Gauntlet.
that. Thank you so much.
It's one of the struggles of not like being the one in control. You don't hear the sound effects.
Yeah.
So it's like I have to constantly look over and I was like, oh wait, we have a hype train?
Yeah, I've been trying
Hello,
to
I missed something.
been trying to keep up on it.
The 30-second delay also does not help either.
True. Thank you, 30 seconds ago.
So yes, thank you so much for stopping in, for subbing. We really appreciate you using that here.
Yeah.
It definitely helps support the tournament.
Absolutely. And if anybody's got one of those Amazon Prime subs sitting around doing nothing, go feel free to use it here.
That free fitty.
It's free, you might as well use it. Use those Meso bucks. Dracula looking around Shack, trying to find somebody in the corrupt. No luck so far. Feel like he had the thought of like, should I check basement? No, don't bother. Never bother checking basement unless you haven't seen someone in like 5 minutes.
You hear some birds moving around over here, though.
Yep. Gotta pay attention to those crows. Them crows are frickin' snitches. Here's some generator action.
Yeah, doing a really good job about staying stealthy over here. And that's
Yeah,
one of the
they're
things that can
stealthing
be
fantastically.
Yeah, very good, especially when you have corrupt in an area that you kind of want to be working. Trying to prolong first chase is super crucial for the survivors. Trying to, prolong the time before first chase starts, but then also trying to make sure first chase lasts as long as possible. Once first chase starts, that's kind of game on to just chug on those gens.
Yes. But we do see some gen progress around the map, regardless of first chase even happening.
Yeah.
Mirage
Really struggling here, trying to locate where the survivors went.
Yep.
They are very good with their comms.
Yes. Pre-leaving ahead of time.
I feel like we need to move into bat form. Bat form, just circle the block, spin the block real quick, figure out what's going on. We got scratch marks, so we know someone's here.
There you go. Now you're onto something.
Because now at this point, we've basically used our corrupt up. I don't think we have corrupt anymore. I think it's gone.
Yep, it's done. Get a nice little quick hit on Rose. Looks like Rose is going to head back towards bottom into Shack, which makes sense since the corrupt was there. Everyone's working on gens up top somewhere else.
Wow, a fantastic use of bat. Being able to block off the window on Shack, catching Rose completely off guard, expecting
eruption value.
Ooh, got a little pap action over here. See some aura. That gen is just so close.
Oh!
Ooh,
hello.
Joey's staying super tight into his loop. Fortunately, Renato didn't expect him there. I think they kind of surprised each other, if I'm being completely honest.
I was also surprised. I think everyone was surprised. Surprised about being surprised? It's all very surprising.
It's funny because sometimes when I'm playing Survivor, like I very hardly get surprised when I see the killer. But like when I'm playing killers, like in like a Survivor in a place I'm not it scares the absolute crap out of me. But like it doesn't happen when I'm playing Survivor. Maybe because I'm expecting it. But like when I'm a killer, it's like sometimes they're just like, whoa!
Yeah.
Hello!
Oh, hello, Survivor. Nice smash from Minty there.
Debated breaking the pallet, but deciding they want to try and close the distance here on this injured survivor. Knowing that there's quite a bit of spread here on the generators. We get another loud noise proc here. That could potentially indicate eruption.
You see the aura over there.
I have to say,
Generator
Joey
complete.
has a great knowledge of how Dracula is going to be strong in some loops and weak in others, knowing exactly when to switch between forms to get the best use out of his power. Fantastic work, Joey.
And I think using, like you mentioned earlier too, using the bats right at window, even if you're already there, just to block it, is very smart.
Absolutely. Catches survivors off guard, especially in the early game when they don't know what you're running. All right, so being able to use it effectively, I mean, Joey did a fantastic job of doing that. So I hope to see only more throughout the rest of this match.
Yeah. Let's see what they're gonna do here.
Right, because right now we have
2 gens.
Right now we have Dr. Minty currently on hook right now, and no prio towards looking for a save, as majority of the gens are on the other side of the map. I think they're gonna use this time to just get gen prog and then come for a
I think that's
save.
exactly what they should do. Oh, there's Riss coming in.
Yeah,
But is he just gonna come in, or is someone coming with him?
this is gonna be a 2-tap here if he allows it.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be another survivor here. He's waiting.
Nice.
Nice.
second wind
That was, I
action.
mentioned earlier in some of the other draft games, waiting a little bit longer when they're unhooking to use Hellfire to hit both of them. And Joey just did that. It's an excellent example of what we were talking about before.
Yeah, he basically denied second wind there with just waiting, being patient, being familiar with the mechanics of this killer. And sometimes it can be difficult with killers that have different forms, different mobilities, because each one has its own little specific niche. And it sounds like Joey, just from watching him, is very familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of each form, what he can really play with.
I agree.
Denying second wind, but also because he was able to tunnel out, knowing he can't get second wind the second time. He didn't heal anybody, you know, he went straight down.
Right.
So completely denying this perk to this survivor.
Going for a tunnel out on Minty. We did get the bite on Frog. Left it though.
Nicely done,
in favor of getting someone out of the game. Anybody there for the save? No.
I was kind of expecting it, but I mean, it is a death hook, 1 point, so it's kind of like, you know, like it kind of.
And you don't want to get.
Kind of sucks to say it like that, but it's like, I mean, it's. Thinking from a pub perspective, yeah, it sucks. Sorry you got tunneled, bro. But comp setting here, it's like, it is what it is. Like, you're going, bro.
I think if there was more gens left in the game, you would want to save there. But because they only had 1 gen left, and obviously they knew it was about to pop, it wasn't worth someone else getting into chase immediately. Missing the hit on Rose. Very unfortunate.
Making some distance here, utilizing the bat form to try and get some mobility here, getting a little bit closer to where. Ooh, that would have been nasty if she got that pallet stun. Fortunately, getting killer instinct, making it a little bit easier for him to loop here without having to get checkpoints.
Hoping someone will be coming in for those body blocks, but looks like they're just going to take the stages. That'll be 2K6, looks like. The Mori.
Puny worm.
Excellent job. Again, the survivor's managing all of that very well. Again, Darkload can be very oppressive. His ability to teleport around the map, and he just has so many tools available to him that it's very easy for him to just steamroll. And the survivors of Mirage here not letting him do that, keeping him busy long enough to get all those gens to pop. So excellent job there.
Yeah, I think that game in and of itself for Joey was kind of like a prime example of showing how to use that killer, like understanding how each of his forms move into one another, how they work together. I think that was like a freaking textbook example of how to play.
Yeah, and that's
Joey
the thing.
did a really good job.
I think like Joey did a very good job, and Mirage also did a good job. So it was not one of those situations where it was very lopsided, right? Like both sides did really well, which is always good to see. Like those are always like great games to watch. So you see like the killer being showcased very well. You obviously can tell Joey knows what he's doing, but so do the survivors here.
No, I completely agree with that. It's definitely that cat or mouse, you know. Sometimes it's a little bit of both, but they both really adapted to one another. The killers and the survivors definitely played off of each other. You could definitely see the skill set being showcased on both sides.
Yeah. And we're gonna get to see it again because we've got Ares on track.
I think with Dracula, ever since they severely nerfed his Hellfire form, we see a lot of higher tier Dracula players utilizing Wolf and Bat and Chase over Hellfire, and Hellfire is more used as like a counter to unhooking or body blocks.
Yeah, it's definitely not a primary tool a lot of Draculas use anymore. I would agree with that. It used to be kind of like base kit, like everyone would go for it.
Right? Because the cooldown was so short, there was no consequences
Right.
to missing, and it was so strong in loops, it was almost impossible to really play it. But yeah, they severely nerfed it, so I feel like right now it's like wolf form is a good balance as to where Dracula should be.
Yeah, I would agree.
Right.
Okay, our next match is going to be LKG playing the Onryo, or as some people in the community like to call it, the Onion Girl, against Team Mirage. This was match 3 out of 5, so we have 2 more matches after this one.
I believe it's actually another Drac set.
They're saying Onryo in chat.
Oh. Well, that might be a surprise.
No, it's
Supposed to be
Drac.
Drac.
I was gonna say, we only had one Onryo set, 2 Drac, and then
Interesting,
Xeno and
interesting.
Nurse.
Some of these overlays need to be
Updated.
yes.
Let me check the chat. Let me check the chat from Pick Bands. We have the
Yeah.
answers.
I see the Mirage schedule here. It's Dark Lord back again on Wretched Shop, so
Excellent. Wasn't sure if I was crazy or.
It happens. We're trying to be flexible here. Unfortunately,
Oh, looks like
is
that's-
it even a
that's also
stream
Annite.
if you don't have a technical difficulty?
No, it's really not. It's only a stream if things go awry.
I feel that completely. All right.
A game. Loading in.
Oh,
What?
he was saying they were playing Onryo against Annite, so I'm
Yeah.
not sure how the overlay
I think it maybe it just
might have
got
gotten
switched
mixed up on accident. Yeah.
Yeah. It happens. As long as the players are doing the right stuff, you know, the stream is we'll be fine. Everything will be fine. All right. And here we are. Back on Wretched Shop. Dracula going straight to bat form, as one does, to book it to the other side of the map and try to find the survivors before they run away. Straight into wolf form, indicating you should come and pet him immediately.
Can I pet that dog?
Gonna pet that dog.
Struggling over here trying to locate the survivors. One of the things about being in bat form, it's kind of like a spirit in a sense. You can't see anything. You get scratch marks, and you can hear things, but the bat also makes sound itself, so it can make it a little bit difficult on fully healthy survivors. The survivors, knowing they're loading in against a Dracula, though, they're familiar with the power, you know, like I'm not running, I'm walking, I'm crouching.
Right.
We're preventing those scratch marks from being seen. We're being stealthy, again, trying to prolong the time before first chase.
Ares here only looking at the open gens rather than going out to find somebody. Ends up finding someone. Again, I think you might as well just open that door with the window there.
Yeah, but also, I mean, it kind of comes into the drag match we just saw recently too, though, is he has the ability, if he's able to switch between bat form very easily during chase, you know, he technically doesn't really need a break, because he can just kind of lock that area.
Right.
It allows him to zone survivors a little bit more, like they want you to break that door. You know, it allows them better pathing.
Right.
Oh,
Oh, he almost had the
ouch, tucking
cooldown.
there. Yeah.
Oh, sad. Flashy?
Firecracker deciding he's going to go ahead and double back. Very good awareness there about what was
Yeah.
going on. Pulling pulling out Hellfire and getting that tap. Beautiful
just getting
first
the
down.
back of his heel. Nice hit from Ares there.
Not to mention right next to our Scorgy, so we're gonna get some value here on this gen
and
progress.
we did hear that scream indicating pain res.
Somebody was on this gen very recently.
Oh yeah.
I'm assuming it got hit and
One's
already gotten the progress off, so they're not very far away from where that gen is.
Opting though to stay over here and kind of camp this out, which is a perfectly fine decision. Let it go second. But on the other side of that, I would hope the survivors are just cranking gens, knowing that he's just camping to second. He could possibly pop 2, maybe 3 gens for this, and that would be very good.
Yeah, from my experience,
I
I mean, a lot of killers want to get that second stage early because it, you know, advances the fact that they can pretty much get someone out by 3 gens. However,
leaving before it hits second is a bold move.
Yeah,
that gen pops anyways, and someone was there for the unhook. I think if you're gonna camp that, I think you have to stay until second.
Secure it.
Yeah,
secure it for sure.
There's one of
Can't
two
leave.
things you can
Can't leave
do.
early.
It's either camp it till they hit second, or get some injuries and then head back, so that it takes them a bit longer to go for a save.
Yep. Sees Frog, but decides not to go for them. Heading back towards the unhook, but looks like M has already been healed. Now the task of finding them again. But, oh, look at that. There they were.
Beautiful use of the pounce.
I think
Hiding the red
Dracula
stain.
is one of the only killers that, while moving backwards, they're actually slower than moving forwards.
Really? Why is that?
Oof.
I think during wolf form, it was just like a tweak they made to ensure that it, you know, is not completely overpowered.
That's fair. That is one of the benefits of using wolf form, is he is so short that you can kind of mind game a little bit easier, simply because you're not so tall. Dracula's very tall, so a lot of times survivors can just see him over whatever wall tile you're in. But with the doggo, that's not a thing.
Yeah, he definitely blends into the surroundings very well, especially when you're on a map that has a lot of darkness. You've got grass. It definitely hides him. It's kind of like Victor, you know, like you can never see that man on this map.
I know. I can hardly see Victor on any map. Chucky too. You want to pet the puppy MILF? Yeah, me too. Oh, well, hello, Susie. Welcome in. 4K 6-year-old cry.
Survivors over here are just cranking these gens. Oh my goodness.
There it is.
We got our last gen completed. Over here on Froggy. Again, like, you can't even hear her breathing.
Yeah, Aurella's so quiet.
I think she's just so quiet. She has her moments where she has her like little loud yelps, but like overall, I feel
And here
like
we
she's
see everyone coming in for the hits
quiet.
again. Oh, nope.
Oh,
Everyone
almost
body
hit.
blocking, trying to get Frog out, and they do it.
Yeah,
Excellent job there.
yeah, very well played.
That was a great job getting... Frog was all the way at, what, like that one tile opposite side of the map, getting them all the way over to 7, coming in to take those hits while someone's working that gate. Definitely the best way to get them out. Securing just the one hook state. Nice teamwork. Yeah, Survivors there did a great job of splitting the gens, keeping the pressure, but also like having good chases and holding chase, because again, we've mentioned it a few times, like you need the good chases to be able to get gens done, and we saw that here, and it obviously led to a great result for the Survivor team.
And just a reminder for everyone here, this is a learning ground, allowing kind of beginner players to meet more experienced players, being able to have just a wide range of experience. Being able to get into the comp setting when you might not be fully comfortable with a specific killer, specific perk sets, and really being able to utilize the experience of others to help develop yourself. Go through those games that are difficult to go through. You know, don't beat yourself up. I see you over there in the chat. Just because you haven't gotten a 4K, it's okay. It happens. You know, getting those 1Ks, getting those 2 hook stage games eventually turn into 4 hook stage games that eventually turn into 2Ks. You just have to stick at it. It's not something you're just going to pick up overnight, and especially when you're trying different killers, it does make it a little bit harder to learn, you know, like, because you have to be versatile. It's not like you're sitting here just focusing on one killer. So it's really commendable being able to come in here knowing that you might not be as strong as you would like to be, but being able to go through those, taking these matches, looking back at the VOD, going back in and really watching and analyzing what could I have done differently here. Those are the things, those are the moments that really pushes you to that next level, and it's really something that you should be proud of for yourself. You know, take the feedback, watch the VOD back over, rewatch it, and then watch other killers that are playing the same killer as you. What are they doing differently that you're not doing? And that really helps bridge the skill gap there on learning how to develop into the next stage, you know?
Excuse me. Yeah, no, it's, like I said, it's a process. But yeah, at least you have the guts to come and do it. I don't even got that, so you're winning there. But yeah,
you're doing really good.
Got the folks from Annite, you're gonna be good in the hood. You're
doing very good.
Briss just outed me and I wasn't paying attention. Hold on. There we go. There we go. I'm just so used to accepting from him, so I was like, yeah, sure. And I was like, wait, I'm not even in the thing yet. LOL. We got there. We figured it out. We did it. Invites are hard.
Sometimes though, it's again, rewatching the scenario, what could you have done differently? Those are the questions. A lot of times when you're in the moment of having the situation, you know, you're thinking with the experience that you've had previously. How does it work differently? With more hours, more experiences, you learn how to do it differently in the future. Like, until you've experienced a certain scenario, you don't really know how to react to it or how you should react to it. So it's just a learning curve. That's all it is.
And I find, because like you were saying, you 4K practicing for this, like I find, because we do it on our team too, we're like, we just get used to each other and how we play. And then when we practice against somebody else, we're like, oh my God, what is this? Why are you playing this way? That's crazy. But other people are going to play differently, right? So again, this is a good place to like find some other teams to scrim against, or like if you're in the DbD Scrim server, they're also very good. You can just call out like, hey, I need a 4 set of survivors to scrim against, and people will come and hook you up. But yeah, I think getting variety in the people that you're scrimming is always very helpful. The world isn't ready for your harmless rape. Honestly, relatable. So relatable.
Yeah, I'm terrible at Wraith personally. So felt.
I'm not terrible at Wraith in the way that I'm like terrible at Billy, but I'm not really cooking with Wraith.
Yeah, no, I get that. As far as getting into Gauntlet Scrims, feel free to go ahead and join us over on the Discord. You can get all the information over there on how you can be the next one to be put to the test. Are you ready to see what it takes to go into the Gauntlet?
Sitting in chat thinking, I can do this. Well, come on. Come and do it then.
Yes.
I challenge you.
It's a unique community where things can be, things can line up the way you want them to. Take the opportunity, take your comp experience, your comp career per se, into your own hands, and enter into the gauntlet. See if you have what it takes, and even if you don't do as well as you want to, I mean, you can always come back in the future, but it's a great learning experience.
It is. It is. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try it one of these days. Y'all gonna see me in here. It's not gonna be pretty, but I'm gonna do it.
All I'm saying is we need like a caster gauntlet. Like maybe it won't be as like,
okay, that would actually be pretty funny.
Like it might not be like a 5v5 thing. It'll probably be something different, but like throw a bunch of killers at us. I'm just saying, just like, you know, like we're over here, we're talking about gameplay, and it's like, I don't know, can you do it? Can you?
Yeah, I actually.
All I'm saying, Angie over here, like just get in the gauntlet with like pull up, catch me outside.
I know. Oh gosh. That would be the time I would do it too. You guys be like, casters are going to play killer. I'd be like, okay. Please hold while everyone does the gens and I run around for a little bit.
Carleo wants to kill us. No way.
No. No, he'll kill us. It'll be painful. I'll kill. Carleo survives. But for now, JR is gonna kill and Mirage is gonna survive. We got another Xeno match. Back on Cold Tower. Although I think this is Cold Tower 2, right? I believe this is Cold Tower 2. We see some footsteps again for those who may not have been here for the earlier Xeno matches. Xeno in tunnel can see footsteps, and when he comes out, if you are nearby, also will get some killer instinct. Finding Rose up here at the totem, likely then calming to the rest of the team that this is there was a totem, which indicates probably more totems, which we can see. See the auras of on the screen here. We hear some tippy tappies. Gonna quick
one
pull.
thing I really liked about what the Xenomorph did right there was they were on a hill tile, right? And Ada was about to jump down. So the question mark, ooh, we got a little pantsy situation. Is the Xenomorph, you could kind of see the moment where they kind of went through that thought process in their mind. Am I M1ing or am I M2ing? And, you know, Ada was about to come off the hill tile. So you mentioned earlier, one thing about the tail hit is it's a pointed tail hit. It's got a very small point of impact. So it has a large variance on where you can miss. Hitting that M1 does ensure we get that hit. So I feel like the Xenomorph did a really good job there at that thought process, because I could kind of see where they kind of hesitated before they went for the M1. I was like, yeah, they were thinking about using it. So very, very good thought process there on the Xenomorph, able to secure that injure so that, you know, we were able to successfully get that hook stage in.
Yep. Absolutely agree. We see Rune on that gen.
Ooh. Claude over here getting a good little play here on the crouch teching around these boxes. Pulling to Shack. Oh, this is kind of a dead zone down here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I would want to even commit to this personally. I think Xeno really needs to get a little bit closer to wherever the cluster is going to be.
Yeah,
turrets over here.
They do have that double turret set up. We've talked about previously these Xeno matches, how important that turret management is. Where do you put them? Do you double turret? Do you single turret? How often are you doing turrets, right? Because that's time away from generators. All these things play into, you know, how you and your team end up doing. Obviously, we saw there the double turret, which is great because while the Xeno is getting rid of one of the turrets, the other is going to burn them out of power. You love to see it. Finding Nox again over here. And taking the M1 through the window. Another gem pop, though.
Looks like main completed. Claudette did a really good job about taking Chase to a location they knew was safe. They took it away from where the gens were being worked on. I would assume, just based off of where the pathing was, I would presume we'd probably have people working 112, 11 area more than likely is where I would be rotating to if I were the killer at this moment. Hitting that tail up around the corner, expecting the double wood back. Yeah.
Guess I stole that from Miggy. I thought it was funny, so I adopted it.
Oh, it's okay. What do they say?
Nice dodge.
Imitation's really the highest form of flattery.
It is. It is. Rune is still here,
hitting Ruin. And these survivors are cleansing, but I mean, we have Pentimento in play. So one thing the survivors have to think about, is it worth the time exchange to cleanse totems, or are we just gonna have to kind of bear through it? Because it is a huge time sink, especially with Pentimento.
It is.
To cleanse, but it's also a time sink not to.
Correct. Especially with Rune.
Yes.
Although, I know everyone watching can't see this, but it's not lit up, but we definitely saw it activate on that gen. So I'm not sure if that's another bug. Ooh,
that was
almost got that.
Almost a save right there.
Almost.
Background player would have been goated there.
Yeah. Second gen popping. Gonna go ahead and penty that bad boy real quick.
Going back into power here. Survivors are doing a good job about spreading gens. We've got the ability to push Xeno to have to kind of traverse the map here. There's a slight 3-gen here on the kind of bottom side-ish of the map.
Getting the M1 on Nox. Now, do you stick with Rose or go for Nox? Going for Rose. I think that's the right call. Rose is injured, Death Hook. You do have that 15-second Space Cape Borrow to wait out, but I mean, at this point, you're probably almost there anyway, so I think this is the right call to go for Rose. Gets the M1. And that's going to be someone out of the game. We do have another gen about to pop, so that'll be a 3v1 with 2 gens left. Not a terrible spot.
Our killer spotting Leon, but not going for the chase.
Doesn't care.
To find someone else instead. Let's see some footsteps. Ooh, perfect find on this Claudette, who's now injured.
That's exactly who we wanted to find. If I were Nox there, I would not have been running knowing that I'm the injured. Although it looks like Jared's a little distracted here. Gonna go for the Leon now, even though we saw him earlier.
Gen's on a priority, I guess, so. I mean, knowing Claudette's going to main and the amount of distance she had, she was guaranteed to get that window, and the chase would have extended for at least another 20, 30 seconds.
The hit
that was a
fall.
Beautiful hit.
Likely balanced landing coming straight upstairs. That was a beautiful tail hit.
Yeah, in this competitive setting, you know more than likely survivors that have balanced landing will not go to the top, or sorry, will go to the top of Coal Tower to drop down.
Yeah.
It's very unlikely you'll see survivors without balanced landing going there, so. Our killer probably aware of that now that this Leon has balanced landing. Good little basement hook there as well. It's such a strong spot to put a survivor in.
That really is, yeah.
It's not like a shack basement where there's multiple entryways. This way, it's kind of very tight, very concise on how the survivors are going to be able to get in. So our killer could realistically hold this, and it's going to be really hard for them to save. Yeah,
we do see Risk making his way in here. And yeah, it's a tough call. Do you just sit and crank gens? Because this is M's first hook. So you could sit and crank gens. Or do you try and get the pull here? And it looks like, well, Risk got on a gen now, so maybe they're just going to let him sit and cook for a little bit.
Yeah, especially with how much time Emerald has on hook. Ideally, as a killer, like in this scenario where you can camp the basement, I would say just get injuries and then go back to camping again, right? Because you know, if you get back to them, either they're gonna have to heal, which means they're not doing gens, or once the exit gates are powered, you can down them
They're
pretty
injured.
quickly.
Yeah. Their second. You see the scratchies, the risk running in, opting to kick the gen though. Got another one popping.
Does our killer have a 3-gen? Very almost a 3-gen, right? From what I'm seeing.
Not,
Yeah, they do have a 3-gen. That's very good.
It's not an amazing 3-gen, but it's not bad.
It's holdable, especially with Xenos tunnels.
Yeah. Trying to protect this here. We see someone threatening it. Looks like they're both right there. So I think risk getting on that gen there aggressively, I think, is so great because now you're making Xeno decide, right? Because you have Nox over here threatening to come in. You have risk pressuring that gen in your face. You kind of have to choose. Do you let them get M or do you let him crank that gen, knowing it's your last gen? That's one of those tough sort of macro killer decisions that everyone might play a little bit differently. But that kind of forces the killer into a tricky kind of spot. Securing the death on M, going for now risk. Nice crouch. Kicking that gen. If I had to guess, probably splitting the two far gens, although we haven't seen Nox in a second.
Oh, this is one of those situations where you just gotta pitter patter.
Yep.
One person on one gen, one on the other, and just... He kicked here, he's leaving.
Yep.
He kicked here, he's leaving. We saw the head over there.
Yep. The comms are important at this point where you're in a 2v1 with one gen left. This is not impossible. But you have to be on point with your comms and say where he's going when.
Now,
so that people can leave. And it's kind of this yo-yo, right?
Now, one thing we saw it earlier, maybe, oh gosh, 7 matches ago, maybe, something along those lines. I feel like at this point we know we're doing a pitter-patter. We know it. Why are we not chilling in the tunnel? Just saying.
Yeah.
Give it a couple seconds.
This would be a great time to fake it.
Mm-hmm. You know, because there's visual here. You know, like, wherever the survivor is, they're not very far from there.
Yep.
Sprint bursting away. We had a 99 over here. See Claude. Ooh, Renato chugging.
Lots of pressure there.
He is cranking.
One of these gens is gonna pop.
Beautiful.
JR's either gonna get risk or Nox, but
drop it. Go back to the gen. Go back to the gen.
Yep,
go into the gen.
And adrenaline.
No.
Adrenaline on risk. That was such great timing.
Oh, that hurt my feelings because I knew it was gonna happen. Like, go to the gen.
Yeah. Very coordinated on the survivor part. Of course, at some point, JR has to commit to one of them, right? But
yeah,
I do think because even if he had kind of baited for Nox at that other tile, you know, then this just happens, and Risk would have popped his gen anyways. Risk taking this opportunity to try and get distance towards the gate, although I think he's just gonna get cut off.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Does he make anything? It's not impossible that Risk makes it out here. Yeah, it's highly unlikely. It's getting more likely. I think you just run. I think Survivor just... Oh, he's on the other door. Oh no!
Yeah,
no,
so
he's still holding the tile.
Our killer just
no,
needs
the
to be
other
patient
door is
here.
one that's open.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Damn,
beautiful.
Nice shot by JR.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's one of those kind of gamer headset things. You kind of figure out where Renato is standing just based off of his grunts.
Yes.
Very, very
10
smart mind game there on that palette.
Man, and Risk was the fresh too, so that's a little painful, but honestly, that at the end there, that yo-yo with Nox and Risk, they did a very good job of kind of pulling JR's attention back and forth, and
Yeah.
Obviously eventually getting that gen to pop and getting at least one person out.
Yeah, no, I
probably
agree.
would have been better to get the fresh out, but sometimes you don't get to pick. So nice job.
Yeah, it is what it is, unfortunately. But yeah, they did a really good job on the pitter patter. I feel like what could have potentially killer feedback here, what potentially could have maybe secured those 2 downs would have been returning back to that gen. You knew it was close. You heard it. It was like a smidgen away. You know the Claudette was right there behind you. You know they're pushing for this gen. And me personally, it's just not safe. You know they were working 2 gens, that's fine. Pull the pressure off this 1 gen as much as you can, because it was still 4Kable at that point. And then once that gen was popped, now you're kind of at the mercy now of the survivors. You know, camping in the tunnel probably would have been one of the best things he could have done in that situation, because he can move so fast and you don't have a visual on him when he is down there.
Yeah, it's tough because also the other gen was very close, so I don't know that there was yeah, that was just such a crappy position for JR to be in. But yeah, you're not wrong. We definitely knew that one was gonna pop, and I do think baiting Nox back would have been good to at least get the injury, and then maybe go over and try and do the same with Risk. And yeah, both of those gens were like 90+%. Good stuff though, all around. Some excellent like crouch teching too. Which if I was killer, I would have just been furious. I'm not gonna lie.
But see, that's the thing. So you mentioned previously that you're a survivor main, so it's a completely different mindset you have to get into when you're playing killer, and
absolutely
that's one of the things that makes it really really difficult, is trying to get out of those emotional states where you're feeling it slip and just letting it just, you know, consume the match, like trying to stay in control of how things are going, even when they're not going the way you want them to. It's just like the mindset change on that just makes a huge difference. Like I get it. Like sometimes I get in those matches and it's like, dang, I'm getting bullied, but like having to kind of reset your mindset, like, all right, like what can I learn from this? I always try when I have those matches is like, what can I learn from this situation that I can take into my next match?
Yeah, I try to do that. For me, it depends. So sometimes when people are being mean, I can't. I'm just like, you guys are being assholes, and I like freak out. But if like they're just obviously just good at the game, then yeah, it's a lot easier for me to like, okay, what can I actually just learn from this? As opposed to if they're like teabagging and clicky, and I'm like, ah!
Yeah, no, I get it. And it's on both sides of the game, right? You know, like nobody wants to be slugged at 5 gens. Nobody wants to be
slugged at 5 gens. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like nobody wants to have to experience that, like being held hostage in a game. Like that's it's unbearable in like a pubs match. It's kind of expected in a comp setting. You're gonna experience those things, and those are kind of the pressures you kind of have to work against. Is trying not to take it personally. Again, it's a numbers thing. It's an equation thing. We're going for points. It's just, unfortunately, it makes sense. It's just smart game sense. Yep. Got another nursey poo.
Improve on the nurse. Coal Tower 1, which is the Coal Tower we're all very familiar with. Coal Tower 2 was like a trip.
Right?
What is
right?
This
like
map?
You don't see it very often.
No, you really don't.
Renato getting tagged extremely quickly. He was down in the corrupt gens, but unfortunately with that first tag going down really fast, we're pretty much losing value of that perk pretty quickly.
which honestly is probably fine because Nurse. But like we saw before, like, you know, Nurse is a very slow killer, so if you're not hitting your blinks, the survivors can easily run you around. So we'll see.
Yes.
We'll see how Improved does here with his blinks, how the survivors do dodging said blinks. And I think that's really what's going to determine this game. Like, how good are the blinks? Oh, going in for the trade.
Getting a hit here on Arella.
Forcing
here into men's status, which means that I mean, he's basically one tap at this point.
Oh,
perfect blink.
I thought he was trying to get into Shack. I was like, he missed.
Oh gosh, hit with a decisive super early into the game.
Wow.
Renato over here exposing his perks, unfortunately getting tagged immediately. Alright,
so turns out Improve is very good with his blinks.
He said improve where?
On point. Damn. Alright, we see a yellow generator. Could be several things, but...
Are we gonna play perk guessing again? Are we doing a guessing game again?
Perk guessing.
Oh, we saw spies there.
Birdies. Only one thing does that. We need more bird perks. Not gonna lie. I would also like a Maurice perk. It just loads Maurice into the map and gives you a free generator. There you go.
It gives you a free generator.
Or if it's a killer perk, just gives you a free hook. There you go. Enjoy.
That would have to be like a perk that takes all 4 perk slots.
It would. That would never balance.
This is your only perk, and you're just basically starting with one less gen.
Oh my gosh, that would be crazy.
Not stackable, of course.
No.
Here Renato here on the other side of the breakable wall, utilizing that to the best of her ability, hitting that blink perfectly onto Renato. He already DS, so I mean it's a free hook at this point. And unfortunately, our first out at 4 gens is going to be extremely difficult for this team to come back.
Yeah, it is. That is going to be tough. We do have another gen high progress, but I think it's this one, yeah. That Improve is heading towards. Man, Improve on the nerves. Holy.
Taking the generator over here. Moving back down here to the bottom side, Shack side of the map. Ooh, there we go.
Who's that? I think. Was that Nox? Sure was.
Claudette running back here, top side. Top mid. Throwing a firecracker.
Celebratory run to main.
Potentially maybe get a blind mid blink, but she wasn't kind of in the blink status at that point.
Oh, do you remember that
generator?
So good.
Do lose a generator. Clyde kind of comp cornering us here right now. Pulling away from the generators. Very good communication on this team.
Man,
unfortunately, hitting around
Nox is just slipping right through everything.
We do see some bird procs over towards 8 side. Claudette pulling like as far away as possible.
Yep.
Losing gens left and right. And this is one of those things where the tunnel out sometimes makes sense and sometimes it doesn't. Beautiful short blink there.
Nice job getting that down. Unfortunate there was a couple whiffs there. Didn't come in until a little bit later, but we got it. We got there.
Nurse making a very intentional decision to move Claudette closer to the middle of the map without getting too close in because, you know, concerns of wiggle off. But making sure she can be in a place where she can easily blink back to that hook to either get a second tunnel out or potentially injure whoever comes in for the save. We do already have an injure here down bottom side. We do know that we just got to save off the hook, so more than likely there's a reset going on. So it's safe to assume no one is working on a generator at the current moment.
Yep, which means you can safely commit to this and not be too worried about that.
Yes.
Gets Frog down. Similarly,
Yep.
gonna bring into the map rather than go to basement or anything like that. Again, that's one of those killer macro kind of decisions. You want to hook by your 3-gen, by your objectives, so that you can kind of patrol everything all at the same time.
Yeah, and as we see here, Claudette was able to get that reset, so they did exactly what we expected them to do at this point. There's a pretty solid spread here. We do have 2 gens top side, 2 gens bottom side. So it is going to make it a little bit difficult to an extent to kind of work with here. It looks like we may have potentially seen a deli for Froggy.
Looks like it.
But even though
Birdie.
there is some distance between the generators, I mean, Nurse can traverse the map pretty quickly.
We'll find Rose here, though. Gonna grab that hit real quick and then follow her bottom. Unfortunately, heading straight towards the gen. Hard pivot.
Oh. You know, one thing I really liked about what the Nurse did there is when they originally were kind of coming around the corner, from a viewer perspective, if you don't know what you're looking at, it felt like she was walking for a very long time. She could have blinked, but what she was really waiting to do was try and zone Rose into an area where there wasn't a line of sight issue. Because what would have happened if she decided to blink, you know, Rose had this lane here. They could have rotated any direction, and once you kind of use your blink, it makes it harder to kind of course correct. So I feel like the Nurse did a really good job about waiting until they were in an area that prevented them from mind gaming where the blink was going to go. So I think she did a really good intentional job with that right there. And that's one of those things that you don't just do. It's something that you have to learn. You learn that over time, learning where it makes sense to blink and where it doesn't make sense to blink. And they did a really good job with that.
I also saw him do the because he had fully charged his blink, and I saw the look down tech to not go as far. I'm so happy that I know about that now.
The
Nice
dead hard
from Nox. Not taking the hit for it, but
that was a dead hard for distance there, okay? I know they said it doesn't exist, but I saw it. It just happened.
Nox is trying to make it exist.
This Nurse is very controlled, very patient, very familiar with this map.
Yes. We see that proc over there. On that
looks
yellow
like
gen.
7-ish side. Yeah.
Gonna check main. Boop. Lots of progress on main.
Hear that loud noise downstairs.
But we're going to go after Rose instead.
And similar situation we just talked about, the exact same 4-wall I was just telling you about. You know, you can utilize it to try and get into an area where they don't expect you, and at that point you have the cooldown. I mean, she got lucky with guessing where she went, but in those situations, it makes it very difficult to come back sometimes.
Yes, it very much can. Leaving Rose Slug to go protect this hook. Presumably, Froggy would be coming in for it. However, Frog is injured, so I don't know that that would be the play.
Froggy popping top gen? Question mark?
No, that gen just bottom popped. So Frog was down there.
Yeah, but, I mean, at this point, would you secure a gen? Would you secure a gen point, or would you?
Yeah,
I feel like I would personally go to the gen. But that's just me. And they might go for the pickup.
I could see going for the pickup, and looks like that's what they ended up doing.
Because that gen was real close. That's what I'm saying. Like, it wouldn't have taken anything for them to go ahead and get that gen.
Yeah. I do think, though, there is value in having 2 people.
I agree.
But now what?
Situationally, if Cheryl had UB, I mean, we don't know what she has, but you know, like if Cheryl had UB, that would make sense. Or potentially if Froggy had UB, it might not work 100% because more than likely, if she were to get in chase, she probably would be hooked instead of slugged.
Right.
But I mean, there's also that unknown factor of where did Cheryl go? You know, like if she's slugged on the ground, she could have crawled anywhere. We see scratch marks here over on 8 side. I saw it on the back
And
wall.
There's Rose.
Very patient holding that M1.
Yep. Taking it straight to Shack. Although we get the bird notification. Them crows be snitches.
And again, we do have a yellow generator topside.
Sure do.
This
That's the
nurse
down
is
on
a
Rose.
reckoning.
And we do
We
see
got a
that
loud
notification
noise
go
proc.
off. And
know
we
what it
see
is.
eruption value. We know Frog is up there. Why not go? Oh.
Just patience. Let them come to me.
Oh no, not the fake blink. Why does that happen? Oh, I hate when that happens.
Yeah,
We all
grabs
know
them
that
up
those
and
lockers in
offer
the wall are not too big to be blinked through, but whatever. Ooh, the whiff.
It happens, it happens. Oh, is she gonna get the pick?
Ooh.
Ooh, that was really close.
That had to be like a 99 pick.
For sure.
Oh, that sucks.
These survivors did a very, very good job about trying to maintain the best of their ability here. You know, getting that one survivor out so fast in the game and still being able to get just 4 generators completed. Like, that's extremely commendable. They held on. They fought this tooth and nail in order to get that progress, because that's usually not something you can come back from, to be completely honest. That they almost had that last gen done.
That the early tunnel out can be tough, but yeah, you're right. They did a great job coming back. But improve on the nurse with them blinks, and honestly just the overall game sense. He just kind of had tabs on what was going on and was able to find people, and it really just all came together for him very nicely. But great job. Great nurse gameplay there.
Yeah, so that's going to conclude Team Mirage for their matches for today. They're currently sitting at 71 points, with Abyss in first place at 95, Pandemonium in third place at 74, and Reverie at 79. Our final matchup today will be Team Annite versus our 5 killers today, with JR with the current lead at 72 and Improve at 72 points as well. So they're neck and neck for first place right now. And if that continues to stay, we'll have a tiebreaker by the end of the game. But yeah, exciting. So Annite's
what's the tiebreaker?
It's going to determine based on how many gens were completed or how many hooks were done, depending on which side ends up getting a tiebreaker, right? So when we look at that tiebreaker, like for killers, we'll be like, okay, well, killer A got 28 hooks, but killer B got 27.
Okay. That's cool. That's exciting. Well, we'll see what happens.
Apologies. I've been corrected by No Fear Bits. How many gens the killer saved from being completed? That's the tiebreaker for the killer side. Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, looks like we have our work cut out for us between our 2 front leading killers. Team Abyss just freaking out there. 95 points. Good gracious. Although everyone else kind of in the 70s. That's interesting that everyone's pretty close. You love to see that.
Yeah. And I see in chat, Swag over here. Why didn't we hop on main when Nurse left, had that 4K 0? And see, that was the thought that I was thinking in my brain too, was, you know, like
about that.
Earlier today, when you load into a Nurse match, you almost always expect to come out with a 4K. So it's like, at that point, it really comes down to gens, and it was so close. You know, we had to make that decision between the pickup on the ground or gen. And, you know, it could have gone either way, don't get me wrong. But sometimes we have to make those last minute decisions, and that can kind of really turn the game around.
Yep.
There's no right or wrong answer. Like, UB would have been great in that situation, or potentially if somebody had adrenaline, would have made that like freaking phenomenal. Like if either the Cheryl or the Claw had adrenaline, that would have been a complete game changer in that situation.
Yeah,
Fortunately, it's not always the ones with the perks you want at the end.
Yeah. And that always kills me. Tunnel out on Deli. Awesome. Adrenaline dies in the beginning. W.
The Deli curse.
Honestly.
I call it the second win curse for me because it always happens. I'm playing solo queue and I'm always the one tunneled out first. Like,
Oh,
let me heal someone.
no, you hate to see it. Man, oh man.
It has been a fantastic day so far. We have had so much skill range here, so much versatility. We've seen quite a few different killers, quite a few different survivor teams, different play styles. We've seen some altruism. We've seen some very interesting plays that ended up working out really well. We've seen some flashlight saves. We've seen some really interesting flashbangs. Like, it's been a very eventful day.
The nurse flashbang.
Yes, yeah. And I'm telling you, I still need to see that. Yeah, replay, rewind. We got our last survivor team here to wrap things up, so it's super exciting to get the scrims today. The Knight's gonna be with us. I like this pineapple shirt on the Nia.
I know, right? It's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
That
and
whole
the cute
outfit
little
is
like
a vibe.
the little orange socks are adorable.
I feel like they're trying to like beckon in summer / spring.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a very like summery feel outfit. Same with Renato. I know, like chat, you guys can't see it yet. You'll just have to take our word for it.
I could show chat.
I could show chat. You have the power.
I can show chat things.
And
also,
I wouldn't have imagined.
I just kind of want to recap here. Welcome in to anyone who is newly returning or new to the channel. This is DbD Gauntlet, the home of the 5v5. We got 5 survivor teams competing against 5 killer teams. We are currently scrimming. It's an amazing tournament community here. A lot of positive vibes. We are on our final team for the set. Just want to thank you again for showing your support coming in. And if you are interested in joining a future Gauntlet, or if you're interested in seeing a specific killer in future Gauntlets, make sure you're over on our Discord so that you can vote. The community votes for the killers that we see on screen. So we want you guys to be involved. We want this to be a positive space where everyone can feel like their opinion matters. And if you are new to the comp scene, you can even go scrim with some people over in the Discord as well. So really awesome for you to be here.
Yeah. We love new faces. We love new friends. So even if you're not on a team or you haven't done any comp, like feel free, come on in. We're trying to build and expand, and this is a great place to learn, and lots of good people, lots of friendly people. Man, you know what?
To see this is Sparta back.
I know, right? Me too. So I'm realizing I only brought one snack to my desk, like one type of snack. I know.
You're so rude.
And I kind of did it on purpose because past me was smart and wasn't hungry, right? So I was like, I'm going to bring something kind of healthy, and that's going to be my snack for the day, so I don't sit there and like eat an entire bag of chips or something. But now current me is like that bitch. Why would I do that?
Why did you do that to us?
How dare you? And this is the exact situation that I was prepping for.
Oh gosh.
It's just so painful and sad. But it's good. We don't need to eat an entire bag of chips. That is bad. Delicious. Not the
Everything's
move.
okay in moderation, okay?
I don't think an entire bag counts as moderation.
Depends on how big the bag is, okay?
Okay, that's true. That's true. It's the party size, so not
More than
small.
likely not, yeah.
No, not moderation. But
yes, yeah. So I'm new here to DbD Gauntlet as of today. It's my first stream here with you guys. And I would agree with Carleo. W casting and production team. Everyone here has been super welcoming. I've really enjoyed being here chatting with you guys, and also like the amount of prep work that goes into these tournaments, the amount of organization, it's like unmatched. The Carleo and the team, Milfy, they put in so much work to make sure things move seamlessly, and it's honestly really refreshing for me being able to be a part of something where it's like, oh, you want me to come cast? And I'm just casting. I'm here, we're chatting, we're having a vibe, and everyone else is handling the stuff behind the scenes. It's super nice. And also, I get to be here with Kessner and Sweet, and like, you guys have been a whole vibe. So I really appreciate you being here. Welcome me in. Yeah, big W team, and
Thank you,
also
Angie.
big
Thank you.
W to our viewers. You guys are fantastic. We met our follow goal today, and I just really appreciate you guys coming in.
Yeah, we got a few subs as well, gifted subs, and personal subscriptions as well. So thank you for supporting the stream. Any amount of support you guys show, we'll be using in our future events. So we do appreciate that.
yeah. Back on Wretched Shop, Spartan on the Dark Lord, True Form Dark Lord, if y'all missed that. Finding a quick hook on the Ada here on Donuts, and then coming over for a turn back the clock. We got this match off to a quick start. Finding
Looks
Laura.
like we maybe have some ruin here, I believe.
Oh, trying for the flashbang.
Beautiful pallets done here.
The poor puppet knows. Matt's trying to take it over by Shaq. Presumably the gen progress is elsewhere on the map. And there's certainly not a gen in Shaq, so that's good. Another puppy nose stun. And looks like Spartan's going to drop this chase and head off to find something simpler.
I mean, not bad.
Checking
Getting
man.
Shaq dropped at 5 is a pretty good situation to be in.
Yeah.
Alright, such a strong tile to loop around. Spartan as well, being a controller player, you know, it's like aiming on these kind of killers is really, really difficult. Requires a lot of experience and knowledge on like how you can specifically maneuver around loops. Other than that, I mean, he is looking for survivors in the area, doing a little bit of cleanup, gathering his materials, as he's going to head on to the next area here. Spots this gen that I believe he kicked it earlier. Yeah, they are working on things here and there.
Cranking those gens. We see the one pop, we got progress on another. Looks like we got some scratch marks. Not sure where they ran off to. Started walking.
Yeah,
Excellent
exactly.
walk tech against Drac.
When you hear Drac go into bat form, exactly, you just walk, you be patient. Some good Dracula players will pick up on grass movement as well. So that's something to look out for.
The bats is kind of like Spirit. You got to be looking for grass movement, the tippy taps. Got to have your good headsets. Although Spirit cannot teleport to Windows. Sadly. See, that's the doctor laugh that I tried to do earlier, and it was really more of a true form Jack laugh.
I think with Doctor, you kind of just gotta stick your fingers in your mouth and pull back like he has with his face. Kind of hit that same laugh.
I already try it.
You know, like,
That didn't work.
you know, like the things that they put in your mouth when you're at the dentist. And it's like really hard to talk through.
Yeah, I used my fingers.
It's the same thing, yeah.
And also regarding perks, thank you for bringing that to our attention. That is something that we are looking to on our end regarding perks usage. Any questions in regards to perks that are allowed or not allowed are over in the Discord. But those are things that we do look at on the back end as well. So thank you for letting us know. We will make sure that it gets addressed.
Yeah, what she said. Kessler's mic is staticky.
I believe I fixed it by now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Ooh.
You can't stop me.
We are losing gens over here.
Yeah, we are.
Not
Left
getting
and right.
that
3 gens
fast,
down.
slide across the pallet.
Got another gen with good progression on it.
Ooh, Renato did a sneaky snake.
Ooh. Man, Spartan just eating these pallets. Oh, nice.
Ooh,
Again,
that was a
eating that
really
pallet.
good bite through the corner
Yeah.
there.
It was.
It's one of those situations where it's really easy to get stuck
Excellent.
on the side of the pallet and the locker right there. So it actually ended up working out very much in his favor there.
Oh, they had 2 gens progress. I did not realize.
Oof.
Excellent job, survivors. Pushing all those gens through.
Mhm.
Hooking in basement, trying to get all the stages for this.
Now,
That's gonna be hard to save.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, Renato. I'm sorry, Pookie, but your teammate's leaving. There's no way they're coming to save.
They really shouldn't. Honestly, they've got 2 fresh hooks, 1 single hook. It'd be a trade at best.
Yeah, it's not worth the point exchange. This is a scenario you just leave.
Yep, and there goes Draxi, Donuts, and I assume Mass will follow shortly. Mass? Okay. Yeah, that's just not really worth it, I think. Like, yes, if it was a 1-for-1 trade, or if you had somebody that was death hook, that might make sense, but especially here with the fresh hooks, and you would definitely need multiple people. You're risking the fresh hook there. It's just not worth it at that point. So excellent decision making there from whoever their IGL is. And nice just job all around. Like, the chases there on the survivor side were just excellent, which really kept Spartan busy and kind of prevented him from like, not, I was gonna say crushing the gens, so it sounds like he's doing the gens himself. but breaking. Wow, I just forgot how to speak English, guys.
It's a hard language. I struggle too.
It really is. It really is. Anyways, they did good. Survivor, good. Gens finished. Bye-bye. No, they all played very well.
Yeah, definitely a strong team here. I feel like we're going to see quite a few points on the board.
Oh yeah. I would agree with that assessment. Oh, I am not surviving.
I wish there was a way to make it like permanent spectator, like you just load into what you were last. Like,
just
why does
let
it
me
do
load
that?
in.
Like, I get you want to fill the 4, but come on. Come on,
Yeah.
DbD.
Yeah.
Although I will admit that I really do appreciate the fact that Behavior decided to acknowledge the comp scene, acknowledge
Yes.
the faults in the previous spectator mode, allowing us to have multiple people in here, allowing us the ability to move between things a lot more seamlessly. So I do appreciate that they acknowledged that the comp scene's here and it's here to stay, and that they're trying to make it a little bit easier for us to be able to have these events. Well, yeah, it does suck. There's still some glitches sometimes, but it's moving in the right direction.
Thanks, Vic. Vic has my back with the English is hard thing.
It really is.
But yeah, no, I was so excited when I saw that DbDL was like officially recognized and stuff, and I was like, oh, they acknowledged us. It's like back in middle school when you have a crush on a guy and they like look at you and you're like, oh my god, they noticed me.
They know I exist.
That's how I feel right now, like on the comp scene with Behavior acknowledging the comp scene. I'm like, oh my god, they said hi.
That's adorable.
I try. I'm actually going to run to the bathroom before this match starts. I see we're about to load in. Dang it, I might not have time. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom between the next matches. Don't let me forget. Because I was going to go 2 matches ago, and then I forgot.
I mean, Kessner and I can hold it down, girl.
Yeah, it's not a problem.
Take care of yourself. That's what we're here for.
It's fine. I'll live. My bladder's not going to explode or anything.
Oh man!
Now watch. This is gonna be like the longest match ever.
I'm always the worst when I'm loading up with like my Swift, and I'll be like, I'll be right back. I'm going to the bathroom. Like I come back, I'm already on second hook. I'm like, come on! Why did it load so fast?
Right. And I have more than 4 points. I believe so. They might not have finished doing the math yet. I'm not in charge of the scoreboard, but I do believe that would be more than 4 points, but we'll get it fixed up.
Lavish, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
All right, loading in to a plague set.
Find it interesting. We have a survivor here who decided they wanted to be a no mither.
Honestly, no mither against plague is very good because sure in the beginning, like you just have no mither and that kind of sucks. However, everyone is going to get sick and unhealable. And if the plague is not very good at remembering who the no mither was, if they end up in a position where they're slugging people, no mither can pick themselves up. But also, it allows them to come in and take hits and body block more. Because then again, the plague has to decide, do I pick up this no mither who's going to pick themselves up, or do I continue going after who I'm going after? So,
yeah.
I was actually going to comment earlier on the plague set that we didn't see no mither. Yeah, but then I forgot to say anything.
It happens, girl. Ooh, they faked it, but unfortunately, they took a tag here.
I think Mass there should have just played that with confidence and threw the pallet. Honestly, he was there. Yeah, and just kind of hesitated, I think, and that cost him the hit there.
Yeah, that happens to me sometimes in matches where I get too greedy. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a greedy girl when I'm on Survivor. It's funny though because like the exact opposite. I'm the exact opposite as killer. Like I am so unrespectful as a killer. It's like I will take every pallet because I want you to waste them. Like I will eat the pallet to the face all day long. Like,
and then we get to the end game and you have nothing.
You have nothing to work with. Like,
yeah, no, I'm definitely on that boat when it comes to killer.
I am so disrespectful to pallets, but it's like when I'm a survivor, I am the most greedy girl you will find.
You know what though? I respect it. I respect your disrespect. Ooh, go pallet. Nope. Taking this chase towards bottom.
And again, this is our no mither candidate here.
Yes, Draxie does love no mither. We did, like I said, their team played in my tournament a couple weeks ago, and they played a bunch of Plague, and Draxie ran no mither every single match.
It's such an underrated perk because unless you're really focusing in on it, you know, like
the ability
it's
to pick
easy
yourself
to forget.
up is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, you're injured the whole game, but against Plague, you're injured anyways. So,
Yeah.
definitely not a bad pick on Plague. Similarly, I've seen teams run it against Billy because Billy is a very slug-heavy killer, which basically just prevents him from slugging.
Yep. Yeah, it can be extremely strong. Unfortunately,
You just have
in
to
a
be
pub setting,
confident.
you don't know who you're going up against until you load in.
Yep, sure don't, and we hate that.
I'm surprised they got that pallet pull.
Ooh. Sprint
Ooh,
burst. I
beautiful.
thought he was going to take that M1 to the back of the head. Sprint burst for the win there. Joey kind of just like passing between the survivors, not really committing anybody, which I feel is a bit of a mistake. I think you got to start just commit to one of these folks or you're going to lose all your gens. The first gen pop coming in. We see a yellow aura over there. Although looking at the perks, I'm not sure what that's from.
Ooh.
Oh, never mind. I didn't actually look. For some reason, I was looking for Call of Brian, and I was like, "What?" There's
Yeah,
other
looks
things
like
that
we got
make sense
some
yellow.
got some eruption value there.
All right. We see the 3 gens bottom. I believe the other 3 were top, so that middle gen was the one that popped.
Mm-hmm.
Got a decent spread on the pools as well.
And one thing to be mindful of too, when you're playing as a Plague, being aware of where the status is on the person, like when you're looking at the HUD, is being mindful of where the survivor is at. So as you can see on the left side here, Renato, his timer's paused. I mean, granted, right now we're carrying a survivor, but more than likely what that means is he's walking. He's not running anywhere. He's not interacting with something. So it's something to be mindful of. Once we see that ticking again, you see on the left side here, Renato's ticking again. He is working on a gen. He's working on a gen, running, doing some sort of interaction that is going to cause him to start getting infected again. So something to kind of pay attention to when you're looking at these survivors going between statuses is trying to identify what's going on the map easily based off of what's going on with that tick timer.
Yep. That's a really good point. And as killer, it can be kind of hard to pay attention to the HUD. But there's a lot of good information you can gain. Because, like, Plague has this, but there's some other killers that have HUD effects that you can kind of watch and monitor.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree completely. And, I mean, it does suck once you get to the point where you're full infected and you lose the ability of being able to track that, but that is something really nice to be able to pay attention to.
Yeah. Especially if you know that person is, like, the flashlight gamer, and suddenly that stops as they're, like, you know, because they're coming in for the unhook or something, or stealthing. And looks like that's actually what was happening. Hilarious. But that could give you kind of the, like, heads up, this person's not doing anything, and you know they had a flashlight, therefore they're probably coming in for the save.
Yep. And again, that's one of those things that you have to pay attention to when you're playing these killers, is understanding the mechanics, what you can use to your ability to better locate the survivors, better figure out what's going on.
I was gonna say, we're getting close enough, we could just do an M1 rather than hit with the power. Although we don't want to waste our power.
Like wasting it. I mean, at this point, you're like 50% used.
Yep.
So a lot of times what we see... Yeah, a lot of times what we see on these plague matches is when they're in power, a lot of times the slug, I mean, it's a lot like a Myers set. Where, you know, you when you have your power, you use it until you can't use it anymore. And then you can go back, retrieve your slugs, throw them on a hook. And sometimes it doesn't always work out in the killer's favor.
Sometimes you slug for a 4K. It's the same thing with Oni. Oni's power.
Yeah, because especially with the plague, you can only get power if cleanses occur. So if survivors aren't allowing you to get your power, you want to utilize as much time in it as you can because it is a one-hit down. Now, on the flip side, survivors should be able to acknowledge that she's in power and try to create as much distance between that one down person and themselves. So being able to think logically here, understand which state she's in, how long she's been in that state, kind of ballpark how long you think until she's going to be back into her normal power. We do see a cleanse. Looks like it was probably topside.
And if you're not sure how to tell if she's in power or not, because obviously on the killer side you know because you are in your power, but like they have like the sound effect and stuff. On the survivor side, visually, like you would hear it happen, but if you miss that sound cue, she has red glowing embers that come off of her. It's very slight. If you're not really paying attention, you might miss it, but there is a visual cue that she is in her power still.
Yeah, a lot of times with plagues, with grabbing their power, is making sure you're utilizing it at the times where it really makes game sense. Because a lot of times, survivors are going to deny it to you. So sometimes you can only really get one. Sometimes you can, get two, potentially. It just really depends on how things snowball. And making sure it's being used at a time where you can actually benefit out of it. In theory, getting more than one survivor is probably what you want to do.
Right.
Now that is kind of an interesting choice here to go ahead and pick power, considering we didn't know where anyone is. I mean, it worked in her favor that, there were scratch marks after she got her power.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know, I find a lot of comparisons between Plague and Oni, but similarly with Oni, like, you don't want to pop power until you know where, some people are. Otherwise, you just run around and they all hide from you. Plague is the same, because your power doesn't last that long, so you really want to be able to, like, take advantage of it. Nice hit on Mass. Woo, through the window. Get that quick hook right away and continue on.
Now, I will say sometimes with Oni, it can be beneficial to pop without knowing where survivors are. I mean, I probably wouldn't do it every time, but it does have its advantages at times because it can basically put a halt on any gen progress. Being able to traverse the map, figure out what's being worked on, what's not being worked on, potentially seeing scratch marks, but being able to kind of figure out where people are at. It can be a really good ability to kind of get more awareness of what's going on in the game. Probably don't want to do it too much because, you want to be able to at least utilize it enough to actually get those downs with your power. But it does have its time and place.
That's fair. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that, but that's a good point because when Oni goes in power, you're going to stealth, so...
Yeah, you're pretty much making all the gens stop. And especially when you're losing traction on the game, you're getting gen pop. It can be very beneficial to make it so that it's like, okay, you need to get out the ends.
Speaking about Oni, if you are excited about this little Oni tangent here, come back in March for the Oni Gauntlet. The same format, 5v5, will have 5 killer players going against 5 survivor teams, but it's all Oni. That is the Gauntlet. This is Scrims, so there's some variety. Gauntlet is 1 killer all day. And for March, it will be Oni.
I love that play that Lara did. She knew she was going down.
Yes.
She was in power. I want you as far away from the gates as possible because I want my teammates out.
Yep. And they're out on the other side. Excellent job there. Excellent job. Nice use of power. I found that Plague actually had her power for a good bit there.
Yeah.
But we only had the one cleanse. I know she had double apple, which is certainly helpful to have more pools. But it kind of allowed her, to have power for the last part of that match there. Which, as Survivor, so like, yes, you don't really want to cleanse, but it's also not completely unheard of, particularly if you can get all the gens done on one side of the map, and then you can cleanse on that far side of the map, because if you do that, then sure, Plague can go get her power down there, but she's going to waste half of it walking back to the other side of the map to actually come hit you. So that is a strategic way to do it. If you are in a position where you and your team want to be cleansing, complete all the gens on one side and then do that, which is kind of scary because then you're sort of 3-genning yourself. Plague is usually on Suffocation Pit, which is a big rectangle map, and you kind of prefer the far split for the gens. So by finishing everything on one side, you're kind of giving the killer more of that 3-gen. However, she's just M1 without her power. So if you're confident in your M1 chase, that's definitely a way that teams go sometimes, and it can be very effective. I was going to go to the bathroom.
Yes, run.
I will be back. BRB.
I want to use that opportunity then to say thank you again. I know I feel like I'm repeating myself, but just we really appreciate you being here. I saw a couple new follows come through. Thank you for following, being here with us today. Super exciting. DbD Gauntlet's different than anything you've probably experienced. I also see that we had quite a few new people over in our Discord. So thank you. Welcome in. Hopefully you guys are interested in getting into the comp setting, learning some things, and teaching us some things too. So really excited being here. I'm here with Kessner and also Sweet, who's taking a quick hiatus for a second. I don't know, do we want to like reintroduce everybody?
I mean, yeah, I'm a Deathslinger main. I stream on Twitch Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I've grown a pretty big community over the past few months, so I'm pretty happy with the current results about what everyone has been showing in terms of support, as well as for DbD Gauntlet. I've been casting for a few months now. I think in November is when I started, but it's been a pleasant experience from start to finish. I mean, seeing how much Gauntlet has evolved and changed its format, I can really see the future towards what this community wants to be. So thank you to everyone who can make this happen.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I'm new here into the DbD Gauntlet team myself, and it has been a extremely pleasant experience. My name is Angie Turtle. I have taken quite a bit of a hiatus from streaming, so it's my return to the mic. So I'm really excited to kind of get back into things. Previously done some casting, so I'm really excited to be here, a part of this community. Super amazing people. I've really enjoyed it. And I know anybody who's new or returning would enjoy it here as well. So if you are interested in joining a team, if you're interested in being a killer, because guess what? You don't have to be on a team to play killer here. Crazy. But yes, if you're interested in getting into it, whether you are a newer killer, a newer survivor, if you have some experience, you have a little bit, you have a bit of experience, feel free, join over on the Discord, !Discord and chat. Super welcoming community. This is a safe place to learn. It's easier to learn here in scenarios where, people can give you that constructive feedback. So it's really amazing, a lot different than, like some leagues that you're used to seeing. So thank you again for everyone being here. And Sweet is back with us. We were just doing a quick recap on introductions here. We kind of went over DbD Gauntlet, what it is. Kestner reintroduced himself. I reintroduced myself. So let's tell the new people here who you are. Yeah.
Oh, H to the Izzo. Just kidding. I'm Sailor Sweet. Also known as H to the Izzo. No, I'm Sweet. I go by Sweet. I am a co-captain for Team Mirage, but today I am co-casting with these lovely humans. I casted once before with Miggy a couple weeks ago. But yeah, I've just been kind of hanging around the comp scene now for about 2 years. I've decided to start hosting my own tournaments. So we did one earlier this month. I think I'm going to do one probably in the fall. But yeah, I'm just happy to be here. We're having a good time. We're vibing. This is a great group. Yeah, that's about it.
Yep, so we have Onryo on Midwich. This is our second Onryo set of today. Midwich is a very common map that we see with the Onryo, as a lot of her power revolves around spreading that condemned on survivors. So this is a very strong map for her indeed. Our survivor team's definitely going to have to lock in here and make sure that they can properly manage tapes, properly manage condemned, and work together to escape as a team.
Oh, I'm getting the first hit here pretty early. Finding looks like Effie heading to bathrooms. Just kidding, we're on the other side of the map. Heading to 1. And that's gonna be a quick down right there. Corrupt is over. Not sure what we're noping, but gonna get that quick hook. Don't see any Scourge hooks in play. And we're gonna start teleporting. Onryos like to teleport around, get condemned, causes the survivors to have to deal with the tapes and take care of their condemned. Condemned management is very important. Because if they don't, then the Onryo can just instamori them. Which is great for them.
Yes, yeah. Stack management is super crucial against an Onryo. I've casted a tournament in the past where an Onryo was able to condemn in approximately 46 seconds. I say approximately, but
Wow.
It was counted. 46 seconds they were able to get it condemned, and that is
Holy.
detrimental when we're talking about a gen taking 90 seconds to be completed with one person on it.
We got Border coming in for the unhook. Going to keep with the tunnel out though, try and get Effie out of the game. Trying to use one of these god pallets. Doesn't throw it though, which I don't think they need to throw it at this point. Should probably throw it here though. Greedy. Oh, wait. What?
If the Onryo was demanifested there, she would have body blocked the Dwight from being able to get the pallet.
It took me a second. I didn't realize she was demanifested. I was like, oh. Excellent. But that's great on Effie to notice that and like utilize it, right? So
yeah, and that can be really difficult on the survivor side. I don't know if you guys struggle as much as I do, but sometimes I struggle with determining what stage she's in, especially when you're in a darker map. Or because it, like, unless you have a good line of sight on her and you can really effectively see her for a couple of seconds in a row, it's really hard to determine which mode she's in.
Right. And it's also very hard when she is demanifested and she's invisible, basically. I feel like on Survivor, I feel like she goes for long periods of time without being seen at all.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely have to have your head on a swivel when you're playing against Onryo and just be very, very mindful, I believe.
Yes, I would agree. Breaking this pallet, I think you kind of have to, otherwise you just sort of get stuck. However, it doesn't keep with the chase. Gonna go around and get some more condemned stacks, which I believe would be the correct call. Oh, we do see Scratchies here. Finds Effie again. Effie would be a good option to try and get, since we already have a hook on them. Taking a little bit for Onryo to catch up. Not the fastest killer on the books. But we do get the down here.
It's kind of the balance between the fact of speed versus, I mean, she can
Teleport around the map.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, if she was any faster than she is, she would just be absolutely OP. And I feel like Onryo is a pretty strong killer, in the hands of someone
in the
who
right
knows how to
hands.
utilize
Yep.
her. Yeah, for sure. Onryo games can just snowball so quickly, especially if you're not maintaining those televisions. I mean, right now we only have one television that's open currently.
Yes,
They're doing a really good job.
On the Survivor side, they should be like turning off the TVs, right? Like you want to, when you load into the map, you want to get a tape as quick as you can. And if you see an on TV, you want to turn it off. Yes, you get a stack for turning it off, but I mean, you're going to be getting stacks anyways if you don't turn it off. So, and then you're taking away her teleport. So as Survivor, that's really what you want to be doing. So as the Onryo, you want, when your TVs pop up, you want to teleport to that shit right away. As fast as you can. Unless obviously you're like, carrying someone or doing something more important. But that's really, because that's where your power is stemming from. Your ability to teleport, your ability to get condemns. And if you're not going to use it, you're really just hurting yourself. 2 survivors here. Looks like Rune on that gen.
Yeah, it's almost like having like a huntress that's only M1ing. It's like, girl, like you have so much possibility here. Go get a hatchet.
Oh, we looked up and suddenly Mass turned into Effie. That was crazy. Now Effie is Death Hook. I might have just hooked Effie there. Like, yes, you're gonna lose Mass, but now you might lose both. And Effie is Death Hook. That would be a survivor out of the game.
I could see it going multiple ways. We got two injures. Nia just got healed. If we're looking on the HUD, so that does allow them the mobility to move back here for the pickup. We got scratch marks over here, headed towards our little slug, hanging out on the ground. Our slug in the club. This gate over here has no progress over here. Rotating towards where normally God Pallet is.
They did get Effie up. So no progress probably on the other gate either. So it's only a matter of time, I think, here before Mass goes down. Yep.
Good use of demanifesting to be able to phase through the ace who was body blocking for mass suppression.
Yes. Which is why against Onryo, body blocking's not great. There's certainly like situations where it could be good. But typically she's just gonna demanifest and go right through you.
And just a reminder here, this is a positive, welcoming community. We just want to make sure that we are being respectful on both sides of the spectrum here.
Yeah, any issues that may occur, we have our moderation team that can deal with that outside of the tournament. So everything's going to be handled. Not to worry about it. We're just here to enjoy the game.
And it is important to note, Ares does play with these guys. So they do all know each other. So these are friendly nods. But yeah, we not everybody knows who knows people, so we try to just not be doing that kind of stuff. But these guys do know each other.
Wait, is Mass bugged? Wait, she can't leave the game.
Oh no!
If she walks back in, she could potentially get down and go out, maybe.
Well, that clearly counts as a 4K. Or, sorry,
Yeah.
not a 4K.
I think
a
Mass
4 out.
Depression found the third way to escape.
Apparently.
They said
There
there
we
was
go.
3 ways.
There we go. That was interesting. You just really wanted to keep playing the game, you know? We all love this game, and sometimes you just don't want it to be over. You're having so much fun. Excellent job, guys.
Okay. Next
You like
up,
the-
we have JR playing Onryo again.
More Onryo?
Oh yeah, big Onryo fans we have here.
Bro, I'm here for it. I love Onryo. That was so interesting with trying to escape here. That's crazy. All right, that's what? 3 out of the 5 for Team Annite. 2 more games. And that's it for today, folks. So hopefully these last 2 matches will be fun and entertaining. Hopefully everyone's allowed to leave the trial. But yeah, this has been a very fun time. Lots of interesting things happening, plays that have occurred, which makes it fun, right? Like that's why we watch. As much as it's fun to watch someone sit on a generator, it's all the fun interactions and random things that happen that make the game entertaining.
Yeah, I'm excited for the new convenience store.
Yes, that'll be so cool. I can't wait for that chapter to drop. I want to see. So that map definitely has some problem spots. I think everyone, most people probably can agree on that. So I'll be curious to see what they decide to change and what they don't. Although I feel like there's a few that they basically have to change. Like that one with the window by the long wall, and then you have that corner to check spot, and there's like a door on the way freaking opposite side. That one's gotta go. No, ain't no way. Ain't no way. I mean, if they just move the door closer or something, it would be fine, but...
I mean, that's what the PTB's there for, you know, like figuring out, like, is this balanced? Is it truly balanced? Like, what are the... what are the feedback points that we can get? And it is nice that DbD is taking their creators into account and allowing them access to the PTB earlier than public, so that they can get, you know, a group of people that are very familiar with the game and game sense and knowledge, being able to get some more clear-cut feedback versus just a random person that's just, it's killer-sided, it's survivor-sided. And
right.
Yes, it's nice to have that feeling, but like sometimes it just, like, you have to look at it from a outside perspective when you're looking at these things. You know, sometimes it's going to be on one side and sometimes it's going to be on the other side.
Yeah.
That's kind of the point of DbD, right? I mean, it's a 4v1. You know, it's an asymmetrical game. You know, it's not intended to be fair, but we do try to balance to make it as fair as possible.
Yeah. And you'll see different tournaments and stuff do it slightly differently. But some things are largely the same.
What's up? JMax Streams. We are locked in indeed. This is game 4 out of 5 for Team Annite. Team Annite is going to be our last team for today. But VODs are open if you're curious on watching our previous matches throughout the day.
Are we locked? You bet your sweet ass we're locked. Most of the time.
We actually had a question from chat. Chat was asking the casters, does Lightning McQueen have life insurance or car insurance?
Ooh.
Life
Good
insurance.
question.
Car insurance wouldn't cover him if he was on a track. I'm just saying. I work in insurance, so I know these things.
I was just gonna say homeowners insurance.
Homeowners.
Yeah.
Renters insurance. And also, I appreciate you guys being patient with us. We are testing out a 30-second delay, so it does take us a little bit before we see your chat messages. So we appreciate you guys being patient with us.
Insurance rates are wild. Well, try being a car that's also alive. Then it's double wild.
You got commercial insurance. That's what he got. Umbrella policy.
These are the real questions we should be asking. You know, the important things in life.
We might have to ask Flowrider that question, Lavish.
If he's riding dirty. Damn, I haven't thought about that song in a hot minute. Now it's just gonna be stuck in my head for the rest of the night. Thank you for that, Lavish. I am angry. It's a good song. I've been recently getting the most random songs stuck in my head. Like, I was at work the other day and out of nowhere, one of the High School Musical songs got stuck in my head for no reason. And I've seen that movie like one time. It was crazy. Anyways.
It's funny how certain things can kind of stick in your brain and it's like, where did this even come from?
Yeah, and it just pops up randomly. It's like, hey, hello, hi, you haven't thought about me in 5 years, but I'm here now. What?
Well, I think the movie Inside Out was a perfect example of why that happens. For anyone who has watched it, you got those core memories, you know, they come back, they play in your head.
That's true. That is true. All right, speaking of movies, Onryo on the TV show Matt Hawkins. All sorts of media references in here. Finding quite a few people just off the rip. Got a hit in Renato though.
Kind of in a dead room though with this double pallet gone.
Yeah.
Now, it could be intentional, it might not have been intentional. I don't know how well the pallet drops in that room was communicated against the team. Because a lot of times you feel like that should be a safe room. We do see Fong here sitting at the bottom, or I thought it was a Fong, it's Neo.
Oh!
Sitting at the bottom there, kind of proxying for a save, expecting Renato to come down, but she unfortunately peeked her head too soon.
Yep.
We would have expected a balanced landing play here, but unfortunately it doesn't look like he had it. He just kind of got stuck in a bad spot. And again, you know, question mark. Did Nia tell her teammates that she dropped that really powerful, you know, pallet in that room?
Right, right.
You know, was it intentional, not intentional? Again, this kind of comes down to communication. Like, what's going on? What are you doing? Who, like, where are you?
I do feel like the beginning there was a little chaotic. She kind of ran into Onryo, I feel like, before they had their bearings. And depending how familiar this team is with the map here, callouts on Hawkins can be kind of difficult if you're not familiar. So it is definitely possible that they just maybe didn't quite have their bearings yet and therefore didn't make the call. Oh, nice fake. I think it was the same, was it Draxi? That did the same thing a couple matches ago. Yep, very good, very good. Nice fakes. Gets hit anyways. Gonna be, it looks like our second hook here, but they're doing 2 gens. 1 gen per hook is not a great ratio. Anrio's got to start teleporting around, getting some of this condemned up.
Mm-hmm. Now, Hawkins, well, let's take a step back here. So earlier we saw we were working with why can't I think of the map? We've been seeing Onryo on Midwich all day. So this, I believe, is the first set we've seen Onryo on Hawkins. So it's a little bit different playstyle for Onryo here. Yes, it's an indoor map. Yes, it's pretty tight quarters, but there is enough distance longevity on the map between teleport to teleport where it's crucial to make sure you're aware of where you're at. If you're kind of anywhere in the middle, you're definitely going to get stacks on you. But there's a little bit more room here that allows the teleports to not be as strong as on Midwich. So something to be mindful of here with it being a little bit more of an elongated map.
That's a very good point. And viewers in chat, if you don't play a lot of Onryo or play comp or anything like that, you might not realize the TVs for survivors, when you are in range of a TV, there is an effect that plays on your screen. It does kind of the thing where the corners blur and it'll give you the horizontal lines, but it goes away. It's very slight, so you might miss it if you don't realize that it's there to look for it, but it only happens when you're within range of a TV. So in the comp setting, the survivors can use this to try and, you know, stay out of range when they need to. But again, it's pretty slight, and it's hard to notice if you're not looking for it. I didn't even realize that they had done that until someone pointed it out to me, and I was like, oh, I just thought that was always there. Because I'm never looking at the screen, right? I'm looking at the stuff within the screen, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Which sounds silly because the stuff within the screen is also on the screen. But you guys know what I mean. There's like, you're looking at the depth of it rather than the face of it.
Yeah. Another interesting thing about Onryo, not everybody knows, but if you do end up purchasing Onryo through the game, on the 7th day after you purchase Onryo, there's a little like Easter egg. You get a different home screen when you load up your DbD, which is really interesting. So if you haven't purchased Onryo, go ahead and do it. Mark your calendar 7 days and enjoy.
Which, if you haven't seen the movie, is a thing from the movie. Is the 7-day bit. So I somehow did not know that. I did not buy the chapter when it released. I bought it like a year or so later, but I had not heard about it. And I'm not going to spoil it for anyone that doesn't know about it. But when it happened to me, I was genuinely freaked out. It was good. It was one of those moments where you're like, oh yeah, this is a horror game, and I'm like, I'm scared again. Which I feel like we get comfortable in the game. Yeah. So like actually being scared is like, ooh.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice touch that they incorporated with her.
Yes.
It's just like, it really just kind of brings her to life.
Yes.
Which I'm also really happy that I don't know who proposed it. Did DbD propose it to the creators of the ring, or did the people with the ring want to incorporate it? I'm kind of interested where the thought came from to begin with. Because whoever came up with the idea, like they are a genius. I'll say that.
I agree.
Small little Easter eggs. I do like that Ace did get his tape returned, so he wasn't able to be condemned there. We were able to get another hook stage on him. And so one thing to be mindful of if you're not too familiar with Onryo and her power, on the left side is what we call the HUD, where you can see all the survivors and we can see more information about the survivors, the statuses, the hooks. Some of these are recent updates, but when a killer goes into condemned status with the Onryo, you get a nice little red ring around you, and that's a prompt for the killer to know you've been a bad boy, you didn't put your tapes away. Blockbuster has all kinds of late fees on you. R.I.P. But yes, so you're able to be moried, and not only are you able to be moried, it's pretty much an instant mori. It's so quick. I can get you out the match in just a second, and it it makes it so that the Onryo can eliminate you from the trial and move on to the next survivor extremely quickly. So it's severely detrimental, and you definitely need to maintain progress on your stacks, map awareness, turning the tapes off, and being aware. Again, you mentioned it earlier, being aware of where you're located on the map, and points that you need to take the tape back to.
Yeah, looks like we find Mass here. Letting the unhook come in. So we're just gonna hit and run. Right back onto the ace. Who border is death hook here, so we can just get this down pretty quick. Quick to include the 15-second timer.
I actually really appreciate the 15-second timer. I feel like the 10 was definitely doable for the tunnel out, where it felt okay. But the 15 seconds, it's very much, this is very intentional. I'm very much intentionally coming after you, and 15 seconds. That's a good amount of progress of things that can be done on the map. It feels like an eternity.
Yeah, I agree. But it does what it was supposed to do, which is good. We're gonna check these gens a little bit. No progress on that top 6 gen. We do see some scratch marks here. We find the Renato. We know that Mass is probably back on that gen, since that's where he was before. No reason to leave it. It's very high progress.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a smart decision for them to get off the gen pressure, especially knowing Onryo was committing, but she's
And I think that's exactly why she can't. She has to go back to this, which she does.
Because again, every gen that's completed is a point. Every hook stage is a point. We're looking at a numbers equation here. And with the 1 gen remaining, it does... Sometimes it may feel like, the survivors have the advantage here. But I feel like it's more of an advantage to the killer in this 1 gen scenario, because a lot of times survivors are making these risky decisions to go back to that gen because they want those extra points. And a lot of times the killer can use that to their advantage. We hear Renato over here crying.
Renato's such a loud crier, too.
He really is. He's got like the little wail going.
Yeah.
Renato taking chase topside, hoping to pull Onryo away, hoping she's gonna commit. Lara over here going into condemned status. We get the killer instinct in the red circle around her name that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so
And
now
the crazy
Mass has
point
to be very careful.
Lara has no hook stages.
Ooh, Laura is a fresh. I am shocked. Oh, well, there's eruption value right there. Trying to pop and get that 4K 0.
Oh my god, he's running right
Mass
into
probably
her.
making the call out that she was coming.
No!
It looks like this might be it for our heroes.
Now, there's also a potential we could be looking at a UB question mark.
Possibly.
Because he sat on that gen for a minute there. I feel like she'd be up by now if she did.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, she's still in the same area. I heard her moaning. I don't think Onryo.
Yeah, I don't think she moved that far.
Yeah, she's definitely in 5. Yeah.
Yep.
Well played.
I think Mass probably should have cleansed his condemn before it got to that point, especially as a fresh hook. Granted, this happened at the end of the match, but if he had been cleansed, then he wouldn't have been condemned. Granted, he could have still been hooked, but assuming the Renato wasn't found, that might have given them a bit more time to try and cook something up.
Yeah, and one thing to mention as well, similar-ish to that nurse set we had earlier where, you know, we were thinking, is the Claude going to go finish that gen that's 95%, or are they going to pick up the slug on the ground? And that's kind of one of those things that you don't know. It could go either way, you know.
Right.
Renato could have gotten that gen done. He could have gotten and secured the points for that gen. You know, he might have still let his teammate die on hook, but then you're playing with Hatch at this point. We're on an indoor map. We're on Hawkins. You know, it could basically spawn anywhere. So it's not like you know exactly where it's going. So at that point, it's kind of a 50-50able scenario. It could have gone either way, you know, like I get that in chat we're talking about stealthing and hopefully trying to get in for a trade, but sometimes it could go either way. You know, like you don't know, you know, stealthing might not have worked. Renato's really loud when he's injured. We know he was injured.
Right.
But, you know, unfortunately the eruption just made it so that gen just was not going to be done.
Yeah. Very unfortunate. Great value for the killer. Because I think, at least in my mind, well, it depends how much game sense I'm using. If I'm using game sense, then yeah, like, okay, Renato's gonna go get on that gen because they're communicating, they know that gen's almost done. I need to go stop it. However, in my brain, I'm like, this party only takes a couple of seconds, and I would have just done it. But with the eruption proc, seeing the aura, there's no question, right? Like, you don't need the game sense, like, it just happens. So, I think that was helpful value
as a
to confirm, like, yeah, don't do the Moray here. Go get him before he pops.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah, as a killer, you know, the second that Mori is done, Hatch will immediately open. If you were to hook and the survivor gets sacrificed, you know, there's a bit of a delay before the hatch is open. So
another good point.
Wanting that 4K,
especially with not being a first hook. Yeah, not being a first hook, you got to go through the stages. I mean, it takes
so he'd be sitting there for a while. Yeah.
And again, I mean, we're in a map where we have no idea where Hatch is spawning. It's not as simple as being like, oh, I'm right next to Shack, I can go ahead and do this, you know, because it feels safer. But yeah, so a little bit different when you're working on an indoor map.
Yeah. Very interesting, though. Speaking of an indoor map, going back to the new killer, if anyone was watching the dev stream and they were showing the beam power being vertical, they were talking about it in its current state. It goes through multiple floors. So imagine on Hawkins when you're at one of the ends over by either like the lab area or the green room, whatever you want to call it. That beam would just go straight through the floor. Like, how crazy. How crazy. Or on Midwich. I feel like, depending how strong it is, that could be cool. It could also be very OP. I'm excited for the new killer. It's going to be so good.
I think with the new killer, what'll be interesting on a map like that, playing on a solo queue would be extremely difficult, because you don't know where your teammates are in relation to where you're pulling chase. So say you're chasing downstairs or upstairs, either one, and you run by an area that's, you know, upstairs there's a gen right above you. You know, if you don't know someone's there and they're getting a hit and the killer's being strategic about where they're placing it, you know, you can be getting a 2-for-1 special, you know,
right?
Like, so just being mindful of the map awareness, and it's going to go both ways. As a killer, being mindful of where the gen is in relation to where your current chase is, and seeing if you can kind of zone the survivor to potentially get a hit on something, that again, your 2-for-1 special, you know?
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be interesting, seeing that develop, and then kind of seeing where that takes the next step of DbD, because moving now to killers that can damage across multiple planes, really, I mean, at that point, we've never really done that before. So it really kind of opens the door for almost endless possibilities in the entity's realm.
I think what would kind of make sense is if either, like, you're not on the same plane as the killer, that you would go into deep wounds instead of being injured or like downed. I guess if you're healthy, then there's not really a middle ground there. But I think they would have to give it some sort of sound effect, because otherwise in pubs it would be way too strong, right? Especially on an indoor map, you can't see it coming. But if there's like a sound effect when it is initiated, and then maybe like some sort of auditory clue that it's coming closer, that would at least warn people to like, hey, pay attention, you're gonna get hit by something.
Yeah, like something similar to the new Vecna. Something like that in combination. I think it'll be interesting to see it, and then I think it's going to be interesting to see kind of where it takes DbD's next steps.
I know. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what they do. I'm wondering if they'll do more chapters like this. It'll be like an every anniversary thing, or maybe they'll do it like every couple of years. I hope it's not every 10 years, but...
Yeah, I feel like also with the addition to this killer allowing multiple plane injures, I feel like we could potentially be seeing more stackable maps where there is elevation changes. So like truly, I mean, I said it earlier, make balance landing great again, you know? I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more elevation change maps moving forward.
All right. Speaking of elevation change, there's no elevation change on Suffocation Pit. It's all one flat plane. Until you get into main, I guess.
I mean, we got top and bottom.
You like that segue? You like that segue?
I did. It was pretty smooth, I'm not gonna lie.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought about it a lot. We are back on Suffocation Pit with the Plague. Our last set of the day, improve on Plague against Annite. Trying to find some folks off the rip. Puking on some gens. Wandering around.
See Draxie over here, no mithering again.
I told you. Draxie's always got no mither on Plague. Every time. And honestly, yes. Correct, I respect it.
Yeah, it's super respectable.
Uh-huh. Gotta find somebody, though. Kind of floating around this choke point, but not too tightly, which would definitely allow some space for the survivors to sneak by. Also, the survivors could just be waiting out Corrupt on the top side of the map. Oh, we do see some scratchies. Puking on the pallet's also a good move. Forces the survivor to take the infection, or they just get hit by the M1 if they don't drop the pallet.
Ooh, he's getting stuck here on the mine cart.
Looks like Renato got on a gen. We do see him getting sick, signaling to the Plague that he is in fact on a gen.
And so we do have a Plague here. I know Kestner was talking a lot earlier about kind of some unique things about Survivor gameplay versus Plague. I don't know if he kind of wants to re-bring us into it, because I feel like it's been a bit since we've seen a Plague set. And he's super familiar and knowledgeable on Plague.
Well, yeah, a very popular perk with Plague is running Thanatophobia, which reduces gen speed per injured survivor. Plague being able to keep survivors injured for a majority of the game. It's a very strong perk, as you can see. If all 4 survivors are fully injured, there's an additional 12% on top of the 2% per stack. So in total, I think it's going to be, 2, 4, 8, 12, so 20% gen speed reduction, if I'm correct. In cases like this, in the competitive setting, they're gonna keep one survivor sort of away from getting injured. You know, they don't want them to get infected. If it happens, it happens. They might cleanse, but they're gonna do their best to kind of keep that survivor on the gen and away from it all, so they can get as much progress as they can before they're willing to get that person injured.
Yep. Oh, and we see the Nia there trying to hide for the save. And going down in the same spot. Do we have a third? No, we don't.
We do hear some gen progress over here, but I'm assuming that was the Nia working on that gen.
I think so.
And one thing here with the plague is we are in Suffo Pit. Sweet was talking about the choke point earlier. So with plague here and having the ability of getting people sick, you know, going through that choke point can be pretty detrimental, but it can also allow the survivors to kind of sanction off the map.
Yep.
So a lot of times what's going to happen is you're going to kind of stay top side or bottom side and try and basically just hold your gens in that general area. Do you want to talk about the choke point, Sweet? I know you were talking about it a lot earlier, but we haven't been on Suffo Pit in a little bit.
Yeah, so there's a few maps in the game, Azeroth's Resting Place, Suffocation Pit, that kind of either are like an I shape, or like this map is really just a big rectangle, but there's walls that kind of force a sort of middle tight point, which is what we call the choke point. And it's a choke point because it's such a small space that you have to cross if you're trying to go from top to bottom. So a lot of times when you have a map like ARP or Suffo, killers, especially in the beginning of the match, will kind of hold that choke point so that survivors can't cross. Typically, the survivors are going to spawn up in the Corrupt, or down on the Corrupt, whatever, in the Corrupt, and those will all be on one side of the map. Therefore, they, in order to progress anything, will need to cross through that choke point at the beginning of the game. So the killer holds that, and the survivors either have to wait out Corrupt or risk being seen, which either way is fine for the killer, just sort of waste time and allows them to sort of get their bearings and try and find somebody. But Suffocation Pit with Plague, especially with her ranged puke, is pretty good at that. And she's kind of able to do it here because we've got Ace on that hook sort of right here where the wall comes in. She had her power, which makes holding that choke point a lot more dangerous for the survivors. It's gone now, so they could come in and do a save, which looked like they were about to, maybe. But she's able to just kind of hold these gens here and confirm second.
Yep. And it's pretty unfortunate in this situation. It can kind of halt game progress. It does look like Draxi here, they were coming in for that save, and I don't know if you guys remember earlier, this was the survivor who loaded in with no mither, so they could easily just be slugged. In theory, that would make the most sense if Ruben doesn't remember that's our no mither player. You know, slug me. I'll hang out here on the ground.
Right?
You pressure this area, but I'm getting the save. Just watch. Watch me.
Do what you want. Looks like we're
It's
gonna
a very,
grab power,
very
though,
smart
and,
play for them to be the person to go in for that save, knowing that they can get back up if needed.
Yep. Gonna start kicking some gens.
I hope I'm going to pronounce that right,
there,
but Jake Glizzy, I cannot pronounce that at all, but I apologize about that. Jigsley, thank you for helping me out.
Thanks for the raid.
Yes, thank you very much for the raid.
Welcome in. You have made it just in time for the last match of the day. Welcome in, raiders. For those of you who don't know, you are now watching DbD Gauntlet, home of the 5v5 format. Today we are doing scrims, so it's a variety of killers. We have 5 different killer players going against 5 different teams of survivors, all on different killers. They do a picks and bans, which is different than normal competitive DbD. If you're not familiar, you will have 2 teams picking 3 killers, and they do a best of 3. Both teams playing both survivor and killer. However, here we have the 5 sets of 5 that are not necessarily associated with each other. Normally, other than the scrims, we also do a gauntlet with a single killer. So coming up for March will be Oni. So it's the same 5v5 format, but it's going to be all Oni all day. So all 5 teams will play all 5 killers Oni. And it's going to be a long, good day. So if that sounds interesting to you, go ahead and hop in the Discord. Go ahead and hit them with that exclamation point Discord in chat. Come hang out.
And sorry. Yeah, come hang out. Continue.
The message was come be friends with us.
Come be friends with us. Yes. Yeah. I was gonna say, welcome in. I hope you had an amazing stream. We have been having so much fun today in the Gauntlet Tournament Scrims. We do this multiple times throughout the month, and we are open to a bunch of different skill levels here. But how was your stream? Were you playing some deep as well? Are you a survivor main, killer main? Like, who are you? Tell us about yourself.
Love y'all already. No, stop you.
Stop it.
Stop it. But yeah, no, definitely come hang out.
Well played.
Like she said, we're open to all levels. We like to make it a bit educational, so we're here for improving and teaching and stuff. Especially scrims. Scrims are fun, right? There's nothing on the line with the scrim.
That palette.
I saw that, yeah.
Oh no. That palette just worked out so nicely. Nia was able to get the palette on the right side. We talked about that earlier, is throwing the palette on the side that makes the most sense of where you're trying to go. She pulled it on the right side. The plague didn't end up breaking it, and Lara was able to use it to get more distance to get out of dodge over there. Really good play by the survivors on that one.
Your survivor main? Singing songs all stream. Oh, that sounds fun. What's your favorite song to sing on stream?
Alrighty.
Love that.
That's going to conclude our matches for today. Wow, such a marathon. I mean, about 7 hours of streaming today. Thank you for everyone who showed up to show support. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. So we appreciate that sincerely here at DbD Gauntlet. If you want to join our Discord, please use !Discord to stay in the loop, as well as to participate in events and vote in future events. So to end this stream off, JR is going to take first place at 95 points, with Joey in second place at 82, Improve at 81 for our killers. So big congrats to them for our scrims today. They did a fantastic job. In our survivor standings, Team Abyss at 95 points, very impressive indeed, with Team Reverie at 79 and Team Annite at 78. Wow, just a 1 point difference.
1 point. Woo! Oh, the 1 point hurts my heart.
Wow, very well done by our survivor team there. So, anyways, to conclude today's stream, we're going to be rating out a DbD comp player. This person's currently analyzing comp DbD. Their name is I'm Woo Pop. If you haven't heard of them, they're a fantastic streamer. So we're going to start a raid. Hope everyone in chat shows nothing but love and support for this person. And
yes, be nice.
Yeah, we're going to be ending stream on that note. So thank you once again. We'll be back with our next event. If you're curious on when that's going to be, please go ahead and join our Discord.
It's been great hanging out with everyone today. I hope you all have a lovely rest of your weekend in the coming weeks until we see you for Oni Gauntlet in March. Come back.
Yes, thanks for hanging out with us. And if you're ready to take your gameplay to the next level, come join us in the Gauntlet. We do this every month. Thank you again for hanging out with us, guys. We appreciate you all, and enjoy, hang out, support the channels that support us. Come in strong. We love you guys. We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.